बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो।
आगे लेके आ, मेरा सेट कर देना कर लो। मैं भी आ।
अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेज़न वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए हो, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेज़न वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेज़न वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेज़न वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा इन्फोसिस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेज़न वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा इन्फोसिस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेज़न वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff.
Well, so what is up, guys? Welcome back to Wings Lifestyle Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2022. Streaming partner Loco, associate partner Ticket Tape, myself Necros, and alongside me it's going to be none other than Inferno.
Hey, what's up, Necros? Welcome everyone. We are back again with the semifinals, day 5, and this is going to be the final day. All right, Necros, and let's see how teams gonna perform. And I'm waiting for all the teams how they're gonna play and how they're gonna apply all the strategies. And let's see, and we'll be having towards the team who all are going to play with us along with semifinals, day 5. Waiting for it, but yeah, Necros, what do you think? Semifinals day 5, is it going to be amazing? All right, we know, but semifinals day 5, what you are actually thinking about the teams, how they're going to play? Are they going to do pretty aggressive gameplay, or are they going to do pretty passive gameplay?
Well, it's the final day, of course. The day number 6 awaits at this position, and we get to see Group A, B, C. The three of the groups. You can get to see all the teams have participated with all their efforts in this entire semi-finals. But it comes down to this final day, the final 4 matches which they are going to play up in this India Rising Series 2022. But what are these teams contesting for? They are contesting for this massive 15 lakh rupees INR, in which, if you talk about, the winner gets 8 lakh, the runner-up gets 3 lakh, the second runner-up gets 1.5 lakh, the fourth position gets 50,000, fifth and sixth position will be getting 25,000 each, while the top fragger gets 1 lakh, and the team with most finishes gets 50,000. But the main thing about this is, Inferno, that the winning team will also take this miraculous, wonderful trophy with them alongside
Yeah.
the entire prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is going to be their achievement, right? India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust, and look at that beautiful trophy. Let's see who's gonna lift that. We are actually waiting for the grand finals, and this is the last step. This is the last staircase, I would like to say, for semifinals, and for all the teams who are laying down on chart number 3. I don't know how they're gonna do the comeback, but they have a really good, I would like to say, analysis, because there was a shift, there was a empty day yesterday, there was no matches. So I would like to say the analysis from the side of team, that would be amazing. But waiting for the team and all the point tables right there. Let's see, we'll be having a look on the strats, and we'll be having a look on the first match as well. But right now, this is it, guys. This is the prize pool distribution, waiting for the matches. What do you think, Nick Rose? Can we see some of those comeback from the teams from laying down on page number 3?
But it might be possible. The difference is not that big. By talking about the overall standings, where the top 8 teams are actually standing at this position, you get to see that total points of 228. Team X acquiring the #1 spot, while #2 gets Celsius Esports with 208 points. 20 points buffer it's created between the #1 and the #2 spot. #3, you get to see Global Esports coming up with 204 points in total, having a great jump ahead after the day number 5. Kevin Esports falling back to the #4 with 201. #5, you can see Entity Gaming with 186, Orange Rock with 176 in #6, and #7 you get to see 2D Sports, a massive comeback by this unknown team. It's not an underdog team right now, unknown team with 173, and TSM with, and the #8 with 172.
So yeah, these are the overall standings after match number 30, and I would like to say Team EXO, Team Celsius, Global Esports, and all the teams on for are on first number page. They're having a slight good chance, right? They are on their safety cushion. But if we talk about overall standings of from #19 to #16, out there we can see Orangutan, Skylays, Team 7C's Godlike, Team Forever, Enigma, Revenant, and 8-Bit. Team 8-Bit is are on the edge of getting eliminated, right? I don't know how they're gonna do it, but they need to make a really good comeback. And I think if they'll be getting a really good chicken dinner in the first match or in the second match, I would like to say Team 8-Bit. We can see them on #13. I don't know, because there will be a slight buffer, and I would like to say slight changes in page number 2 as well. But waiting for the page number 3, who will be having all the look on the teams who are getting eliminated. But let's see, Nicholas, how it goes.
well, they are in quite safer places. If you talk about the third shot, you get to see Team SouL, like Spark, LZ Officials, Revenge Esports. These are the teams, those who are acquiring in 119, 114. They are having the contest between themselves to acquire the spot. But the main thing is that which team is going to qualify. Now, like, which will be those teams, those who will advance to the grand finals? That will be the question standing out at this position, because each and every team is contesting. And if we talk about some of the teams, those are not in this contest, it's going to be Skari Sports, Hyderabad Hydras, and RLN. They did start well, but after that, the downfall continued in each and every match, resulting them to be in the bottom three teams of this entire semifinals overall standing. So the bottom three teams won't have a chance to make a comeback in this, even in the last four matches,
Yeah.
because the difference is way too far, almost a 40-50 point buffer they have got in these entire uh, points table so far, and acquiring and like 40 to 50 points in four matches, it's not impossible, but it's really, really tough for these teams.
Yeah, if you talk about the overall top fraggers, that is going to be Joker out there. And this guy, trust me, Necros, this guy is just a beast out there. We can see Joker, Global Esports Joker in that golden palette, or we can say golden frame out there, having 37 finishes, and it is going to be having 36 finish contribution from Team Global Esports Joker. It's a really great number. But if you talk about Punk out there, having 36 finishes, having 31 contribution of from the team, and 36 and 37. Look at that. Like, if you talk about this out there, same having 36, Nakul out there having 35, and Dilta having 33. So the competition, and I would like to say the contestment in the top fragger list is also hard. Let's see how it goes for all the top fraggers. And there is a guy called Top Dog as well. He can also climb because he was on hashtag 6 MVP rank, so he can also rise. Let's see what team RNT Top Dog got. But these are the overall top fraggers. Congratulations, Joker out there. What an amazing performance for your side, man. You deserve it to be in that golden frame, and you are actually over there placing your spot out there.
Well, of course, what a great game it turned out to be for Global Esports. A sudden jump in the entire overall points table actually perished to Kemin Esports out of those hashtag 1 or hashtag 2 spot, which they were acquiring in the starting days of day number 2, day number 3, or maybe the day number 4 as well. But the day number 5 was a great comeback for Global Esports. They have got day number 4 was also went well, if I remember that much. That Global Esports were playing too much tremendous, and you see this young lads are holding so much great potential. If you talk about Joker, 37 finishes solo, holding the golden card in the overall top fraggers. It's almost really, really incredible thing to watch out for. But the main thing we are very, very looking forward, it's going to be like the overall standings have already arrived. The overall top fragger is alive. Now what we are seeking is the final four matches. What will be the result? Which teams will be advancing to the grand finals? Which will get the maximum number of chicken dinners in today's day? That will be the most questions that we might just get to face at this point. But the main thing we are arriving at this stage, it's that will the favorite teams like Team X Park and SouL will be able to qualify to the next stage or not?
That is going to be a tough question, right? Because we actually don't know. And I'm talking about Team SouL from last previous days, from last previous 5 days. Team SouL is actually doing something wrong with their game. I don't know, but Team SouL are on the edge to getting qualified for the grand finals, and Team 8-bit are on the edge of getting disqualified, because Team SouL and Team 8-bit and I would like to say Team SouL, Team Xpark, and Team LZ officials are on edge to get into the second page, and they'll be getting advanced to the grand finals, because there's a small slight I would like to say lead in Team 8-bit out there. And I don't know how it goes for all the top three teams, I would like to say, on page number 3, but they will be doing their comeback, and I am pretty sure that Team SouL and Team Xpark are going to do their comeback, because Team SouL is amazing team. We all know that, and all the players are amazing. But the semifinals, Group A versus B, has been started. Day number 6, match number 31. Necros starting from nowhere up now and finishing out, passing through Query and Ghatak.
Well, the decider day actually starts with a great bump, and the pilot being SouL Omega. We are just waiting for this match. We are waiting. The fans are waiting. The entire SouL fans and Xpark fans are waiting to see their teams come back, but this decided day, the first match of this final day of the semifinals, arrives with a bang. And starting from Novo, it ends on the areas of the western side, while the teams are taking their usual drop. Kevni Sports and Military Base, you get to see Enigma heading towards the areas of Lipovka. You get to see the team Celsius getting in the Milta areas. 7C will be in the farm split. You get to see RLN having that pancake split for themselves, and we might just get to see some of the teams might be going in the drop of Pochinki. Globally Sports might just take the drop because no other team goes in that area for now, but the circuit shift will be going in the eastern side, having the areas of Prison Mansion, Lipovka Shelter, Milta School, Milta Power, and some part of the Pochinki of this time as well. But according to the shift, I believe it might just happen in the open areas between Mansion Prison or Shelter Prison. The end zone might just travel to that distance, and it might be possible that we can get it in the central part where we can get the 4 routes out there. But the first drop clash, Celsius Dreams gets Enigma Rex taken down. Apollo will be there as well. Dreams will be getting confirmed by Enigma Avi. So the casualty from both the sides continues, and Celsius faces an early loss in the start of this semifinals final day.
As I said, the early loss right there. Celsius Dreams has been down, and that's a really great pick out there. But if you talk about Celsius is also taking a casualty on their enemy team, that's a really great one. But yeah, absolutely, the fights have been started, and only 2 minutes are escaped in this match. Then also we can see the early drop clashes. So I would like to say teams are actually getting into the aggressive stance. Only we have seen two of the teams, that is going to be Celsius out there and their enemies. But waiting for that again, Apollo having that M4 and AKM, the traditional, I would like to say, combination using Vixie out there. They are actually getting settled on Milta section, but I don't know how much time, because there's a lot of team going to get rotated from the side of Milta, and Team Celsius will also rotate. I don't know how they're going to do it, but Team Celsius are having a really good safety cushioning, I would like to say, on page number 1. That's a really good thing, and waiting for Team Celsius as well to do that comeback and to do that elimination and aggressive gameplays out there. Let's see how it goes for Team Celsius. They are on the sweet spot, but having a casualty in the first half.
Well, they are having those casualties indeed, and the 15 teams, 58 players are still remaining in the circle, and we might just get to see TSM versus Esports we used to see in this container areas or in the Georgiapol areas. But right now, if we talk about the overall standing, there's actually a rise where you can't get to see the top 16 teams exactly are having in, like, they're inside this place, because all the teams can't be taken in this account. But Celsius Dreams gets the first pick of this game at this final day. Well, if we talk about TSM, will be having their peaceful loot completed down at this point, and meanwhile, all the loots and utilities will be taken in account. While you can also participate in the giveaway which is going on, and our Instagram handles and the Upthrust Esports, WINGSLIFESTYLE, and UI.India Rising. You have to follow some steps. That is going to be, you can go up, you have to follow those 3 pages, and then you have to go to the post in which the giveaway post, especially. Then you have to go and write the match details of the winner chicken, your prediction, which team is going to take the winner chicken dinner, the day number, the fixture, the match number, and you have to post it, and you have to share that post on your Instagram story and tag those 3 pages. And after that, you will be able to participate in the giveaway. But in the meanwhile, Inferno, the second zone almost starts in this moment, because the zone shrink is already live.
Yeah, absolutely. If we talk about Team Orange Rock, they are also having a really great safety cushioning. That is going to be Orange Rock Esports on the first page, having 176 points. That's a really great one. Aru out there with the all amazing loots for them. And I think so Team Orange Rock is going to dominate in day number 6. I'm waiting for that domination from the side of Orange Rock Esports, waiting for that. But if we talk about Team Orange Rock right now, they are actually playing on a split. 3 of the players are actually looting on the apartment region. And if we talk about Orange Rock, are out there acquiring the main school compounds right now. They are actually on a sweet and safe spot, but how much time? Because the first zone is going to get escaped really soon, and all the teams are going to get start the rotations real fast. But if we talk about Team Godlike having their drop, that is going to be Yasnaya. All the Team Godlike players are having their loot, and I think so GodL God is going to use Uzi at the last zones as well. So that's a really great pick, like using some machine gun and using an Uzi at the last. That is going to be something amazing, and that is going to be in something new meta, rather than using an UMP and using a Uzi. That's a different choice.
Well, if we talk about Uzi, I believe that Well, it's something that the fire rate is really impressive, and if you talk about the split that Godlike is playing, you can see that Clutch God is the only one player from Team Godlike who is having so much split out there, and it might be dangerous for him. But on the other hand, if you talk about LZ officials, they will be having the Pochinki split, while GlobalEsports Sports decides to go for their usual drop, which will be in the areas of Pochinki, might be. But at the point, GlobalEsports Sports want to finish it off in in the hashtag one spot. Definitely will try to finish it in the hashtag one spot in the semifinals, but will it be possible? Because the difference is almost around 24 points. And already, if you talk about the current standings, are exactly in front of you. The things might differ, the things might change. The Celsius have already acquired 209 points. So 20-point difference comes down to 19 points, while Team EXO won't be playing this match. So there is a possibility that Celsius might just climb up the ladder with this match if they get this done in a good way. But Team Revenant, if you talk about, four of the players that are holding on, they're checking out the bridge areas. They want to confirm whether there is any kind of bridge camp or any players are waiting. But the main fact, I believe that the circle needs to become coming up at this point. We want to see the circle shifts coming up because the second zone is almost arriving, and after that we will be able to completely know which teams will have to rotate, because Godlike knows their place. It's completely an eastern circle, so they don't have to take any kind of extra pressure in their heads.
Yeah, absolutely. Team RNG right now, they're on the sweet spots right next to us, and they are getting started to get rotation. I don't know how many teams are actually waiting for them, but if you talk about Team SouL right now, on the section of Paredo Hill, they are just so close from the Pochinki side, and I think so there will be a lot of them. And if you talk about Team Orange Rock, they are actually will be starting rotating, and we are going to witness a rotation clash from Team SouL really soon. Waiting for that because both of the teams are actually so much close. If you talk about global esports Mane out there, TSM are actually pinning down Mane out there, and Mane is the Solomon survival over there in that compound. I would like to say in that sniper tower, and Equinox going with that beautiful molly out there, and I think so. The esports is getting into the hurry, but Mane out there just jumping, but the Equinox has been down from the back ends. We can see Team Global Esports acquiring some of those amazing cover out there, but I think so Team TSM is in a rush, and Team Global Esports are actually getting control in this fight because two of the players from Team TSM has been down, and three players are still surviving from Team Global Esports out there. Mane is getting the revolve, but Edmino out there in the open scenario, getting some shot at from that DT out there. Celsius Max has been down, 7 is also getting into the fight, but out there, if we talk about Team TSM, they are actually getting shattered again and again, but the revolve point of Fakanox has been completed. The beast is actually arising. Shadow Uji has been down. Team Global Esports this time to aggress out there. If they're actually giving time for Team TSM to get regroup and to do that revolve point, I think so Team Global Esports is going to get shattered around. But again, out there you can see Manda. This guy is on fire. But Nakul has been down. Ninja Shot being the Solomon survival out there. And I think so Team TSM, the game is getting over really soon.
Well, Ninja is this last solo survivor. He might just turn up the games in his favor, but Global Esports are fighting back. Manya, Admin, Joker, they're dealing this damage on a very big basis. Admin needs to jump out of this position, but the main thing is that Ninja's position has been compromised, and though it's the first zone, it won't give him so much damage, but TSM loses three early players in a very fast instance. I don't think Ninja will be able to give those revivals. He has a better position just to fall back from this place. Maybe not. We have to just see it around, but Ninja have to make this fallback done as fast as possible. Otherwise, it will be a big hectic for them. While Team SouL, Hector, Goblin, Akshat, Omega, the four of the players are remaining constant on their position, and you might just get to say Celsius have lost two players, while Enigma have lost one. TSM lost three, but till now the two of them are still surviving, but they won't be getting that revival as Ninja have made his back off at this position. Revenge Esports might be on the corners, or it might be Orange Rock. Yes, it is Orange Rock, might be. We have to see it, but the thing is that, well, like Team SouL is giving the rotation over the areas. We might just witness at this position around the shelter places.
Yeah.
But the main thing is that they have to acquire a great spot in the circle, like to get those finishers, to get those points, to qualify for the grand finals, to secure the spot completely. They have to give up their level best, and it might be the last, like, most important four matches of this entire tournament for Team SouL, X Park, Revenge Esports, and LZ Official.
Yeah, absolutely. If we talk about Kevin Esports out there, they are on the Sigdal farm out there, and they will be having one of those team out there. Let's see how it goes for both of the teams. I don't know which team is actually playing with them, but we can see Team CS, and that is going to be RL and Xtod. Okay, both of the teams are amazing, but right now I would like to say Team Kevin Esports are having a slight advantage because the confidence in day number 6 is actually boosting out. But look at that, Necros. How calm and composed still Team Kevin Esports is because they know they are on hashtag. 3 as well on the point table. Then also they are actually not going for the kills. They are actually not going for the aggressive stance gameplay. They're actually being so much calm and composed and making that spot in their name. See, is Justin out there still surviving, and he's trying to spot some of those players, and he's trying to get some initial pick on Team RL and Theory, but they have to do some they have to do some of those damage to get some knockouts. But I'm waiting for it. But Team 7Cs were coming in the fight, but out there you can see having one finish, having zero casualty, the fight are actually initiating really good. But Team SouL from the back ends are actually coming, and we can fight. We can witness the fight. Team SouL versus Team 17 on the outermost exterior compounds of the shelter.
Well, it might be possible. 7Cs versus SouL. They are inside the circle. Team 7C have already got one finish point for themselves. We have to see whether Team SouL, what are their positions so far. Hector, Nakshat will be in the distant areas, but still, Aladdin, Spraygod, Sarang, Savita, the four of the players are still holding on the great grounds. If you talk about Kevin Sports and RLN, well, they don't need to hurry up. RLN knows they won't be able to qualify. Kemni Sports knows that they won't be getting eliminated. And now, if you talk about the sprays, will be coming from different areas, but definitely Goblin gets taken down by this one. I believe Godlike is also in the corners. They will definitely try to get those third parties done at the same point. And meanwhile, SouL Hector will be trying his level best to get those finishes done because the shots are being taken exactly in front line. Godlike is trying to rush it at this position. This is not a great sight for Team SouL at this point. They might have to change the location. They might have to go underground in the shelter areas. It might be a better decision, but well, Omega is there, the experienced Agile you can ever say it out for, but his decisions will be the best thing that anything that SouL expects at this point. Well, Omega is going for the rotation at this point and will be definitely trying to find a sweet spot for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Omega. You can see SouL is now getting rotated
Circle.
because they know they need to. And look at that. That is going to be another side shift. The Lipovka being the only city in the map out there, and you can see all the zone is going to be in the open scenario out there. You can see Team SouL having those compound region and getting hibernated out there. You can see Global Esports how. Look at the rotation of Team Global Esports. That is going to be amazing. Isn't it amazing, obviously, because that is going to be so safe. But out there, you can see Apollo has been down from the side of skills. Vixie being in the open scenario, and he's just behind that. I would like to say Tree. Team Hyderabad Hiders. I don't know how they're gonna do that comeback. But I'm waiting for that. But Gunmaster has been down from the side of comeback. That's a really great and amazing pick. But trust me, Necros, there will be a lot of chaotic scenarios out there, but Frost has been picked out from the side of Team Kevin Esports. A criminal out there going with the 1v1, and the 1v1 has been initiated, but getting the trade out, but Justin has been down and picking out whole Justin. Team Kevin Esports acquiring 4 freaking finishes, but having a really good casualty in the name of Justin. That's a really good strategy that if you are knocking someone and just getting finished, but casualty has been added in the account of Kevin Esports.
Well, definitely, one casualty will definitely affect them a lot. But Hyderabad Hydras, with a total of 4 players having a good situation, having good place into the circle. Indeed, if you talk about Team SouL, has acquired those 2 cluster compounds which they are having right now. But the buggy might be just getting damaged. I'm pretty sure that coming in this direction, Hector will be dealing some of the damages. But if you talk about a Goblin tap shots where the M76 to get dead player taken down, Team SouL might just not try to push in this situation because they know how vital their position is exactly in the zonal areas. Because the third shift is almost coming to this place, and well, the fourth one will arrive very, very soon, while 14 teams and 48 players are still remaining inside the circle. Only one team have already got eliminated. That's going to be Team RLN Xtod. So, well, Global Esports are also standing still with a total of 3, four of the players with a total of 3 finish points, which they have acquired by defeating TSM's 3 players, while Ninja George still survives as a solo person. And we have seen plenty of times in Inferno that solo players might just not be able to win the chicken race, but they can give so much damage to the other teams with are countless, and it costed them a lot of damage.
Of course, indeed. And if you talk about a SouL out there, still, those one tap from the side of Goblin out there, team matches were using Mini 14 and DMR, but out there you can see Goblin is just getting ready with their barrel out there, but you can see Team 8-bit is getting fight against Team Esports, and that is actually part of the zone. But look at that, Necros. That zone cut going to affect teams a lot out there. You can see Southwest and zone shift, and that's not a good one, right? Teams have to get ready. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they are actually going to do it. But if you talk about Tsunami over there, getting ready, and they are out of the zone, they need to get into the zone, having first finish out there. That's a really good spot, right? But they're out of the zone, and the rotations are going to be get hectic because a lot of teams will try to do gatekeeping scenario if they're getting late into the zone. But Team Global Esports out there, you can see having 3 finishes. That's not a bad number. Getting fight into against Team TSM, and they were actually winning that one. Ninja Jord was the only Solomon survival out there. But if you talk about Team Global Esports, they started rotating. Celsius Vixie has been down, and Team Celsius has been also eliminated.
Of course, in that stance, but Revenge Esports against the direct slam, and Global Esports will be trying to get the third-party finishes for their favor. Gets 1 for them.
What?
Total of 5 finishes. Mania gets taken down. Celsius gets eliminated. Hyderabad plus 2 of the players. He will be getting Akshay there as well. But Revenge Esports, I guess they. Okay, my bad. It's not Hyderabad Hydras, but definitely Revenge Esports were holding this compound. The third parties were taken. 6 finishes have been registered by the players of Global Esports. Fan was David getting that rotation. And the space of Knuckle might just not make those connections well, but definitely one of the players of Revenge Esports just survives. He's going outside the circle while the circle stays with Global Esports. Team SouL gets their first finish point. GodL will be holding the central part. Neo is getting some space down there. Akshat gets taken down. SouL are in a bad situation right now. The smokes will be getting done, but SouL Hector gets a retaliation, gets Neo down. GodL versus Team SouL are on the verge of getting into some interesting areas. As you talk about, Team SouL are not in a great position to just look after that. They have to get in those depth areas. They have to hold and make those covers. But at the same time, guys, if you have any questions regarding the tournament, regarding anything in the esports community, you can go and ask the expert option is available in the Twitter. You will have to just get the questions done. You have to tag Upthrust Esports, and your questions will be answered on the stream, either in the Hindi disc or in this disc as well.
Oh, if you talk about LZ, I don't know how they're actually surviving out there, but in the Molotov, he's been also down. I think the SouL Hector has been also down. In the vicinity of Team SouL, you can see there's actually multiple teams. Team Global Esports, Team HH out there, Team LZ, and Team GodL. So I think so Team SouL are in a pretty bad situation out there. You can see Jonathan pick up Global Esports Knuckle. That's a really great one, but Team Community Esports just surviving on the edge out there. Both of the players are sitting in that shack, I would like to say, and they're actually resting right now. Let's see how it goes, and they are into the zone that's having a really great perfect advantage, but GodL Neo has been down from the side of Goblin. I would like to see that fight. What is actually happening over there? Because in the vicinity of Team SouL, they're actually having a lot of fights, and they are actually having a lot of teams, but GodL Neo has been down, and I think so revival of GodL Neo, that is going to be pretty hard, because both of the players and all the players are actually over there, and I think so the all point of Neo has been actually completed. Look at that, like the player has been knocked out after 10 seconds. You can see the player is actually standing in the knees. They are actually standing, and a Team GodL is rising, and they're going to fight. But Team SouL, I don't know, Necros, how they're actually surviving. Look at that, there's a lot of teams, but Team 8-bit is coming into fight, and 8-bit is not looking in a pretty good situation, and I think this Team 8-bit Madman being the Solomon survival out there have to do that 1v1, but Madman going over there. Madman is going to fights are out there. He's just getting so much confused how he's going to do that, but no, he's just still getting confused. What is actually happening? 8-bit, finally they have been actually eliminated. Team 7Cs were in a hectic situation, but right now you can see we are having top 11 teams. Enigma out of the zone having a fight against Team RNT. GodL being in the very having a really good advantage of the zonal scenario. SouL being in the very center of the map. Team RNT has been also eliminated. Multiple teams are out of the zone, taking names. That is going to be Global Esports for sure. I don't know how they're going to rotate into the zone, but they have to do that, and they have to initiate the rotations really quick and really easily.
Well, this is bad. This is bad. 8-bit. If they are getting this kind of eliminations in this final day, it will be really troublesome for them as well. But after gets spotted down, he might be just getting down. But Hyderabad Hydra scary, having the circle advantage. Look at this area. If the last zone arrives in the mansion, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they have got the entire control of the mansion compound, while Team LZ are almost in the squad house, which they have left so far. Hyderabad Hydras have got a great compound. They cannot afford any casualties. LZ is just holding on the grounds. He will be getting some of the fires done. He will be getting some damage, but definitely Hyderabad Hydras still. 4 of the players are surviving. Ninja Jord is arriving in the corner. He might just space some good kind of shots, but Revenant also gets eliminated with a total of 2 finish points in their favor. They are in the safer areas for now, but the main fact is that if 8-bit or Team Forever loses, those early matches in this day number final decided day on an early basis, they will be in a really troublesome position in which they might just face a backlash and they might not qualify. But Orange Rocks Atanki gets Celsius, Esports Delta PG, one of the players taking down Global Esports Joker. This guy is on a rampage, gets Saksha taken down. Team SouL will be in a trouble as Global Esports advances. Ninja John will be taking the revenge. He gets knuckled down there and he will be trying to enter the circle at any cost. He wants to take this difficult situation, but he's just wait, what? Ninja John is getting slammed down. He's just getting in exactly in front of Global Esports. He might just get another one. He gets two down. He will to finish this off. He wants to finish this things off, but Ninja John, what is this guy doing? He's just waiting inside the vehicle. He's changing the destiny. They might just come with a 1v3. Is it possible? If not, Joker gets this done, but TSM, Ninja John, what it was, what it turned out to be, what was this decision for? I'm really surprised to see. But right now, if you talk about multiple fights are being generated at this point, Team SouL are aware there's only one player surviving from Global Esports. Omega is going out with some multiple needs, but Joker still survives inside the smoke, while Team SouL are exactly holding the central part of the circle at this point.
My nerves are getting absolutely destroyed right now because the way actually Ninja John played that game, my god, that was something amazing. That was just something out of the box, because Team Global Esports didn't expect that, because they were actually feeling like they're gonna revive all the players. They're actually having a really sweet spot in the zone, but no, Ninja John is coming out of nowhere and Joker being only Solomon survival team, but Team 7C's out there. Sarang has been down, and multiple players from Team 7C's have been down. Sevitar and Aladdin are the only human survival out there, but Team GodL is just getting unstoppable. Human survival from Team 7C's, that is going to be Aladdin and Sevitar. I don't know how they're going to do it, but Team GodL, they're actually unstoppable, and I can feel the sovereignty and I can feel the dominance in the nerve of Team GodL right now. Jonathan, and look at the 4 beasts out there unleashed in that battleground, going and pushing on Sevitar. That is going to be 7C. Sevitar being the Solomon survival out there. 4 players of Team GodL is actually getting shattered out there. Sevitar being the Solomon head chasing out there, and Neo getting that 1v1 done. Aladdin being the Solomon survival will be having our top 6 teams. I don't know who's gonna win that, but I'm actually getting the vibe of Team GodL and Team SouL as well, because SouL are having a really good time in the zone. Like, look at that, only having one finish, only having one casualty, but you can see Team SouL being in the very center of the map from the 4th zone. So I would like to say they need to get this chicken dinner. Global Esports Joker is out of the zone. I don't know how he gonna make it, but Half Night has been also down from Team Last Zone officials. Team HS versus Team LC, Team 7Cs versus Team GodL, and Team SouL is actually enjoying the zone out there.
Well, this has to be the greatest match. Joker will be the party spoiler for any of the teams inside the circle. Joker needs to be taken down at a very instant basis. With Global Esports having total of 8 finishes on here, and LZ officials, they're also facing some backlash. Rex Boy being solo survivor. Hyderabad Hydras can be the party spoiler, but this need might just make some connection. Hyderabad Hydras carry gets merged down there, and another need. Rex Boy's need makes the connection. Carry gets taken down. Deadplug gets taken down by Clutch God. Jonathan gets taken by Aladdin. Aladdin gets a retaliation from Neo, and with that, 7Cs will be getting eliminated. GodL enters the circle. SouL is in the circle. Hyderabad Hydras waiting. Clutch God gets some pretty random shots inside the smoke. Won't make that connection, but right now, if we talk about Jonathan, will be getting a revival. Indeed, the smoke will be done and dusted. Hyderabad Hydras needs to enter the circle at this point. The advantage that they were facing inside the mansion compounds has all come down to a very end. While if you talk about Global Esports, might be facing some backlash. Joker still surviving out of the circle. He will be trying to go for the heal battles. The smokes will be done by Clutch God to enter a certain position and to get acquired, because he's quite aware that some of the teams like Team SouL might be in the left hand side, while Hyderabad Hydras with total of 4 players surviving. That's decent. Out of those knockouts, they have got the revivals done, but total of 5 teams remaining at this point. Global Esports are still surviving anyhow. It might be possible that LZ have got eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be having a top 5 teams. Global Esports Joker still trying to survive, does still don't. I don't know how he's gonna make it, but I think so. Coming into the zone, that is going to be so hard. But he can, pick one player from Team SouL and going to get eliminated and finishing out there. But let's see how it goes for Team Global Esports. But if we talk about 3 teams, that is going to be GodL, Team SouL and Team Hyderabad Hydras, having 4 players each, and the contestment between all the 3 teams is going to be so much hard, right? The competition is getting raised up. But look at that, in the zone there will be only one team that is going to be Team GodL and Team SouL. But I don't know, there's no players. But Global Esports Joker is getting 1 player down, and this is exactly what I was saying. Getting 1 player down, and he was the party spoiler for Team SouL, and out of play zone, he's been also eliminated. The thing I said that is going to be caustic, because I would like to say from Team SouL, but yeah, you can see Goblin has been down, and they're actually 3 men standing right now. And I think so one of the LZ has been also down, and Team Lawson has been also eliminated. We are having our top 3 teams, and top 3 teams. One name that is going to be shine really soon in this match. But you can see GodL Esports has been eliminated, having hashtag post spot like 10 and hashtag post spot. That's not that match. But out there you can see Tony is just unstoppable, pushing out on Akshay. Skills has been also down. Team GodL is having a squad on 2 teams right now. Akshay is been also down, going with some random fires in the smoke, but that is not going to do anything.
Well, at this point, Hyderabad Hydras placing back-to-back backlashes. SouL versus GodL. Jonathan is going on a rampage. He's dealing a lot of damage. Hector gets Neo taken down. Jonathan gets taken down. GodL are perishing down to the ground. Zygon might just get another knock. He gets knocked down. SouL, Omega, the last player surviving. Zygon is just going on some rampage. The drop shots will be coming entirely, finishing 2 of the most players. But Zygon gets taken down. Now, the last solo survivor, Clutch God remains going, gets taken out. Omega, the solo survivor for Team SouL. It might be the chicken dinner for Hyderabad Hydras. He gets the healing done. Clutch God will be getting finished up. Team SouL comes out in the top 2 sector, but Hyderabad Hydras, they're just rushing with everything they have got. Omega gets plenty of damage. Hyderabad Hydras will be cherishing their first ever winner chicken dinners in this entire India Rising Series semi-finals. But what a match it turned out to be for the teams that were expected to climb up. Team SouL comes in the hashtag 2. Hyderabad Hydras gets that chicken dinner. GodL comes in hashtag 3. This game, this match, the decider day starts up with a bang.
What a match we witnessed. What a match we had. What a match, actually freaking match we had. That was a fabulous, astonishing performance from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, but that fight from the side of Team GodL, isn't it amazing, Necros? How the hell they were actually surviving? Look, Z-God, you were just on the edge to do that 1v3 against Team SouL, but they were actually surviving out there. Team GodL did an amazing job. 100 marks for the efforts, 100 marks for the actually how they played, but the winner chicken dinner goes to Team Hyderabad Hydras. The title goes to Hyderabad Hydras. Amazingly done. The first ever chicken dinner from the side of Team Hyderabad Hydras. But yeah, Team GodL, Team SouL, Team Hyderabad Hydras. What an amazing performance, guys. And I would like to say TSM Ninja Jord, that push on Global Esports and Joker out there. Oh my god, this match was just so outstanding, and all the actually we saw the efforts from the teams. It was just so fabulous. I'm just speechless for the teams right now.
But the main thing, GodL should have waited at that position. If I do believe they had the chicken dinner for themselves, but they were inside the circle. But in spite of that, they decided to rush in. They wanted to get those fights done. They wanted to get those finish points done in their favor, but that actually marked up the end. But what a match. What a match. Global Esports Joker, TSM Ninja Jord, Team SouL, Hyderabad Hydras, GodL. What can we say? At this position, all the teams, all the players are actually showing it off in front of this entire audience that this is the decider day. I believe in this entire freaking tournament, this is the day which everybody was looking for. We casters, the management, the audience itself, the fans itself, they are looking forward to this day. And I believe it is more hyped up than, I don't know what will happen in the grand finals. If it is going like in the semifinals itself, the grand finals might just turn up in a really, really grand manner. But definitely this is an outstanding scenario.
We are speechless right now. I don't have words to explain the level of gameplay and the level of dominance from the side of Team GodL, I would like to say. And then I would like to say Team Global Esports. Global Esports having 10 finishes and they're getting eliminated on hashtag 5. Then also they're having 10 finishes. That's not a small number. But I've seen that one thing, Necros. Joko versus Solomon Survival out there. He was just getting camouflage out of the zone, and he was just having 3 players of Team SouL in just front of him. Then only he just picked out Goblin, I think so. Yeah, he picked out Goblin from Team SouL and then getting eliminated and getting the verge of elimination for Goblin out there, and then just he knocked and finished instantly. That was just a good strategy from Team GodL, and that's why they were having 10 digits. I would like to say 2 digits finishes. That's going to be 10. That's a really, really great performance. But out there, congratulations, Hyderabad Hydras. finally, they are getting a chicken dinner because they're just so happy right now. They're just so confident right now because having a great chicken dinner for the first time in the series and for the first time in the tournament isn't it bad, right? Because having a good finish points and they can actually rise. But this is first match only. Team Hyderabad Hydras are on hashtag 24. I don't know how they're going to do that comeback, but they need a lot of points now. They need actually more than 60 points. All the teams are actually rising, but Hyderabad Hydras, let's see, one more chicken dinner having 30 plus points, so we can see you in the top 16. Who knows, Necros? Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, that's for sure, as we talk about. But the main thing which is coming down to this part is going to be like Hyderabad Hydras played a different, like, brilliant game. They had they had the circle for this entire time. The mansion area was in a great position. Well, the other teams had to arrive, but if you talk about the number of finishes they have registered, it was also good enough. Hyderabad Hydras should have won this match, and they did that actually. They had the entire circle, they had the advantage, they had the height advantage, they got those finishes, they have dominated the teams, and a much deserved chicken indeed it came down to this point. But the main fact which we are talking about is going to be like the matches are going on a next level. The start has been tremendous, but at this point I believe, Inferno, this is just the first match. This is just the first match of the day, the decided day, and I'm really pumped up what will be the other 5 matches coming down to.
Yeah, absolutely. We are actually having 5 matches, and this is going to be semifinals, last semifinals day. I would like to say the end. That is going to be a happy ending for a lot of team, but bad ending for a lot of team. Not every time we say happy endings in the story, right? We have a lot of endings that are actually getting in the negative vibes and getting in the negative part. But yeah, for all the teams right now laying down on hashtag 17 to 24, they will be on the negative part right now. They are not on a happy ending. But the teams are actually in the first page and in the second page. They are going to having the happy ending. But waiting for that because we are having 5 more matches and anything get changed, right? Like the story can go for the one-sided out there. There will be a lot of teams going to rise. Team Xpark out there having in the next group, and they'll be having their match. I don't know how they're going to do it, but next match that is going to be Miramar, and there's a lot of team having a really good hand and hold on Miramar, and I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of team going to try to do a comeback in Miramar, waiting for the position and waiting for the comeback for all the teams out there. All the best for all the teams.
Well, of course, and with that, if you talk about the teams of like group number A and B, they are left with total of 3 matches after this one. The next match is going to be A versus C. After that, the teams of Group A will be left with 2 more matches in this entire day. But after that, the A versus C, as we talk about, some of the teams from Group C will be entering, and the teams of Group B will be having 1 match rest for now. They will be arriving again in the next match of Erangel. So, well, we get to see the multiple matches are coming down, the multiple things are coming down, the results will be going up and down, but the second match also waits because the A versus C, the matches, I am really surprised to see, like, I'm still not getting that out of my mind, but what did Ninja Jot did at that time? Because he could have just waited at this position. He could have just come down to some better decisions, some better conclusions at that point. If you talk about, he could have he had got 1 knockout. He could have changed the position. He could have made a good angle. He had the DP28. He has got an M4. Random sprays could have got 1 or 2 players down, but the decision, just I would go and rush down and I will get those 3 finishes definitely right in this moment. I'm not going to wait at any second. That was good decision. He got 2 finishes, that's for sure. But Joker was the main man who was standing strong as a pillar and guided Global Esports to 1 or 2 more finishes at that point.
That's why he deserves being in that golden frame of overall standings and overall, I would like to say, top fraggers. That's why he's in that golden frame and representing Team Global Esports out there. That guy is just unstoppable, man. The level of gameplay he do and the level of 1v1 and the level of clearance, like I would like to say, in he actually do. So congratulations out there for Team Hyderabad Hydras. But if you talk about the overall standings of semifinals, match-wise standings of patch number 31, Nikros, is all up to you. And you can see Team Hyderabad Hydras acquiring 24 freaking points.
Well, they are playing really well. 24 points. It was a much needed jump, but where they will stand after this one, we have to see it. We have to look onto this matters. But coming back to the other parts, if you talk about Team God, like having the hashtag 2 position with total of 8 total finishes and 18 total points, they have secured Global Esports in spite of losing and getting eliminated on a very, very early basis. They still managed to come at the hashtag 3 with total of 16 points. Team SouL will be coming down to hashtag 4 with 15 total points. 7C will be coming down with a total of 10 total points with total of 6 finishes. LZ with in the hashtag 6 with 8 total points. Orange Rock in the hashtag 7 with total 5 finish points. Hashtag 8 Kemny Sports with total 5 points in the board for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about how the the teams on rank 19 to 16, you can see a lot of teams out there. And Team 8-bit, this match didn't go was not good for Team 8-bit out there. And if you talk about Team LZ, they are having a really good match and they can actually do a good comeback in. I would like to say overall standings, and we can see a slight buffer in overall standings. I'm waiting for overall standings, but before than that, if we talk about the finishes and placement match-wise graph of pass number 31, that is going to be Team Hyderabad Hiders acquiring 9 finishes, having 15 points. Team Godlike having 8 freaking finishes, having 10 placement points. And look at that, the most team, I would like to say, the most amazing and dominant team, that is going to be Team Global Esports having 10 finishes. Isn't it amazing, Necros? Not going for the placement points, just going for I would like to say finishes, and then you are having 6 placement points, so having 16 points isn't bad, right? If you talk about Team SouL out there, they were actually focusing for the position points and they are having 12 points. That's a really good number. But if you talk about the finishes, they're having 3 finishes out there. 7C is having 6, Last Zone having 0 finishes and having 8 placement points. My god. And these are all the standings you can see on the screen. But if you talk about the top fraggers, Joker, man, oh man, he's just unstoppable. Necros, what do you want to say on him, on his behalf? Because this guy is just not stopping. Like, why would he stop, right? Because he want to be the best players out there in India, and he's actually doing that thing in that lobby. This guy is just a beast. Like, the individual fraggers, I would like to say, all the way he actually play from Team Global Esports, Joker, man, you're just unstoppable. What an amazing performance, having 5 freaking finishes and having 50 contributions from his team.
Well, can you believe it? This small lad, he's standing as a pillar, he's defeating each and every person, but acquiring the hashtag 2 spot. 8 points remains in the difference between EXO and Global Esports. I believe EXO will be coming back in this match, in the match number 2, and they will be increasing this buffer very soon. It won't be like it's taking too much time, but right now, if you talk about 8 points buffer, Celsius with 209 still in the ladder. Kemny Sports is holding. TSM will jump 1 position up, while Theory Sports will be going 1 position down. They will be coming back in this match. They want to sort out this matter at this match only. Orange Rock entities still remains in the same position. The first chart almost there is not much changes except that hashtag 2, hashtag 3, and hashtag 7 and hashtag 8. The other positions are quite same. But if you talk about the second chart, it might be a difficult, but Orangutan with 171, Godlike climbing up the ladder to the hashtag 10 with 169 in their pocket. They might just come up in the top 8. At the end of the day, we have to look into that matter. 7C, Skylights, Enigma, Revenant still being consistent in their individual position, while Team Forever, they will be coming back in this match. Team 8-bit, they had a really, really disastrous match in the previous one, and if that continues in the next 3, they will be in a serious, serious trouble. While if you talk about, well, the third chart also remains as well, Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. Third choice are actually remaining, and teammate we can see right now they're actually having a really good Sons, having 145 points. That's not a bad number, but waiting for the third page, I want to see the points, what they're actually standing over there, and for where they're actually having their level out there. But waiting for that. But Orangutan, really amazing job, having 171 points. That's not a bad number, but. Any message, Necros, for the teams laying down on the hashtag 17 to hashtag 24? And there we go. Teams all out there having 124 points, and LCs having 122 points. Any message for them? Any suggestions for them?
Well, I'll just say that stick to your main tactics. If it's not giving you success, go for the position points, because the finish points will automatically come you in the end zones. I'll just say that, because if you're going for the finish points, it will be a bit difficult for you to climb up with the position points, because if you go for finishes, you will definitely have some casualties, necessary or not unnecessary. But if you go for the position, if you stick with your four of your players in the end zone, you will definitely, for sure, at least for 4 to 5 finishes, you are eventually getting in the end zone. So you have to be prepared. You have to get more and more finishes in the end circle when you're quite sure that you have acquired a decent position in the circle. You have got decent placement points for now, and now you can go out all open for your finishing points. And if you do so, I don't think anybody will be able to stop. But talking about the overall top fraggers, you get to see the two of the players acquiring the top 2 spots of the end, like the overall top fraggers. Global Esports Joker with 42 freaking finishes, and Knuckle with 37, while
My
Punk remains
God.
with 36. Chem Esports, Testro, Delta are just falling apart as Global Esports lads are shining brightly in the table.
That is unstoppable, right? Look at that. The buffer created from the side of Team Global Esports, both of the players out there, Nakul and Joker, 42 finishes, surpassing Destro, Delta, Punk. Like they are not able to do that competition against them, but Team Exo Punk are having the next match out there, but Nakul from 36 to direct 37. Okay, that's a not that much massive, but in overall top fragger, that's actually a massive boost for him, because having 37 finishes and like I would like to say having a hashtag 2, that's a really good number. And Necros, you can see both of the players from Team Global Esports, that is going to be Joker and Nicole. Both of the players are actually contesting to, like I would like to say, come in the top fraggers and to want to come in that, like I would like to say golden frame. But if you talk about Punk out there, 36 finishes, that's a really good number that's out there from Team Community Esports. The match didn't go really well for Team Community Esports out there. You can see having 36 and 35, both of the players are having the same I would like to say finishes. But yeah, amazingly performed by Team Global Esports and the astonishing performance. But waiting for Team EXO, 3 teams in the top fragger list, and we'll be having some of those new faces, but I don't know when, because Team Global Esports and Team Community Esports, both of the teams are actually acquiring top fragger list right now.
Of course, the top 3 teams are acquiring the top fraggers as well, but there might be some chances that there might be some new faces coming down in the grand finals, because this overall top fraggers, the overall standings will be going to zero from tomorrow onwards, as the grand finals will be starting from tomorrow, and the main contest for this massive prize pool and the trophy awaits in this page and in this scenario. Well, I'm really excited, because when you see the points table going to zero, there might be some new more contest. The top teams, those who will be advancing from the semi-final stage, will be having a great spot. And well, it's really something that I'm up to at this point. The map of Miramar is still waiting, is still counting down, because you never know which team will rise and shine, because Skylights Gaming and the company will be also joining in this match, as it's E versus C. This Group C teams are really steady, they're really pumped up, and they're really good to go with what matches they wanted to be. The last 4 matches of this entire semifinals, it will be the decider, though I believe that Skylar's Gaming and the other teams in the second chart will eventually qualify. But talking about the phantom of the match, 87 rating, 5 solo finishes, match contribution of 50%, total finishes 42, and MVP rank of #1. Global Esports Joker, this lad, not stopping at all.
I'm speechless for this guy. What I can say, this small guy, this small lad is just doing all the things and all the wonders for Team Global Esports. And he deserved that spot, right? And the level of gameplay actually he do, that is just amazing. Global Esports Joker, amazingly done, man. Amazingly performed. And go for it, man. You can do all things out there, and you are actually doing for Team Global Esports and for your all the mates out there. They can be the winner. Like, I'm actually getting that vibe for Team Global Esports. The way actually they do the comeback in semifinals. They were on #13. Now they are in top 3. Isn't it amazing? Like, doing these kind of comeback and from whole #13 to straight on top 5 and top 3 is, it's just so amazing. And I don't know what they do and what kind of gameplay actually they did, but it's all about the grind, right, Necros? They're actually doing grind, and all the team talks and all the team communication, coordination, and strategy. That's why they are actually being the best right now. And you can see the example over there, that is going to be Joker, match finishes 5, contribution and total finishes, that is going to be 42, and match rank, as the Necro said, that was #1. Amazingly done, no, Joker. Waiting for more and more finishes, I would like to say, and please don't stop this journey on 100. Like, do your century, man, and you are going to do your half century on 50. I'm waiting for that, because he needs only and only 8 finishes, and I think in today's day, like, in semifinals day 6, he's going to do his half century, and then in grand finals he's going to pop off with his century, I think. What do you think, Nikros?
Well, it might be possible. It might be possible. 8 finishes in next 3 matches, which Global Esports is having. Joker, can you do it? Can you take up the challenge, boy? If you can take it, we will be really
Take this
obliged to see that half century coming up from your side. But well, in the grand finals, I'm not quite sure, but yes, there might be some clashes between. There will be top 3 picks from my side if you talk about the overall top fraggers, uh, in which I believe that competition will arrive. One is going to be Joker, another is Punk, third might be Goblin from my side, because he is also playing really well. If SouL qualifies for this grand final, definitely he will be the one if I would definitely try to pick up. Well, if not, then Destro will be there, of course, but one man is very constant, which will be godlike Jonathan. And if godlike is qualifying, there's no doubt in that. Jonathan will definitely try to play all the matches of grand finals, and when he plays each and every match, Inferno, you can see that lad coming up out of nowhere in the I believe in the day 3, maybe from day 3 we can see Jonathan, because day 1, day 2 he never comes up in the top 5, and after day 3, out of nowhere, he pops up in the MVP rank, he gets in the top fragger list, he secures that MVP rank at the end of the grand finals, he names it MVP or what.
MVP award, absolutely, and we can see Naughty award. And like, that guy is also, like, unstoppable. We are waiting for godlike as well. Like, I need Johnny. Like, they're actually losing their pace. Same goes for Team SouL. They're actually losing their pace, and Team Xpark as well. I don't know what is actually going wrong with both of the teams and both of the players out there, but they can do that comeback, because we know Team Godlike and Team SouL, both of the teams are actually known for their comeback, and we have seen the comeback from the side of Team Godlike. But we are actually talking about the comeback of GodL Johnny out there in the MVP list. But if we talk about Team SouL, they need a hectic kind of comeback, right? I don't know how they're gonna do it, but I'm waiting for it. Because from last 4 days, we are actually waiting for the comeback of semifinals of us Team SouL. But Negros is the only, day 6, and it's the last day, and we are still waiting. How much time, Team SouL? How much time more you are actually going to give us? Because actually we are getting bored now. Do some wonders, do some almighty games, right? You need a lot of finishes, and you need a lot of finishes to come in the second page, and then only you gonna secure a really good chance to get qualified for grand finals in India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust. But yeah, they're gonna do it. I don't know how it goes, but I'm waiting for that.
At the same spot, if you talk about, well, they have started. Last 3 matches are yet left in this India Rising series for these teams of Group A and Group B. I really want to see what kind of performance they might just bring it up. Group B will be having a rest, as if you talk about Team SouL and the other teams of Group B will be having a rest in this match. The teams of Group C will be arriving in this match with alongside Group number A. So Group number A, after this map of Miramar, they will be left up with 2 more matches. So we have to be ready. We have to be steady, because, well, when you were talking about Inferno, that what about the circumstances we might just face in this one? And well, Team SouL, they have already come up with some new strategies. They have got those. First match #2, though they didn't have a number of finishes, but they still came up with some good matches. They have got some decent points around for themselves. But the main thing is that now in the end zones with 2 or 3 finishes, you cannot actually take the chicken in, and you cannot get high amount of points. You have to maintain the balance. You have to get those finishes. You have to get those chicken in as
Absolutely.
only and only. That is the way that you can climb up in the second chart.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. And it's all about the teams, right? It's all about the strategies. It's all about your game style. It's all about your playing semifinals day number 6. And you need to change something. You need to change your mindset out there, because teams are evolving, right? They are actually changing your games day by day. They are actually implementing some of those strategies that the opponent teams, the enemies of them, they cannot predict. But if you talk about the semifinals, Group A versus C, that is going to be day number 6 and match number 32. Necros, The Miramar has been started. Semifinals day number 6, match number 2. What do you think, man? How it gonna be?
The pilot stays as Skylar's Gaming Somraj, and when this lad comes down to the pilot, like in the plane pilot slot in the cockpit, I'm really scared what might just happen to the other teams. But well, if you talk about Godlike, TSM, Revenant, Enigma, Kemen, Celsius Revenge, Todd, you get to see them 8-bit and the company. They will be having a bit rest. And if you talk about the Group C teams like Skylights, X-Park, Exo, Orangutan, Team Forever, Entity, Scar, and Tude will be just entering. Well, that's something interesting part. If you talk about Team Forever, this team, like if Team Forever goes well, I believe they will be creating some good buffer between 8-bit and themselves. And if they do that thing, I believe Inferno, it will be really really tough for the bottom teams. Like 8-bit has already faced one backlash in the starting of today's final day. They are still on the verge of getting the slot of grand finals or not. There are pretty much chances. But talking about the circle, it's going in the northeast corner where you can see the LSR, Cruz del Valle, Tierra Brunoca, Junkyard, Menas, X-Park might be just happy. Same goes for Team God. Like they don't have to come up to the side of the power grid or etc. in that positions. They have to enter the side of Cruz del Valle, which might be suitable for them as well. Enigma Gaming will be having the drop in the areas of San Martin. Entity Gaming will be having the power grid spread for themselves. Skyless Gaming will be there in the Pozo Orangutan in the areas of Ruins, and Hyderabad Hydras will be there in the areas of La Cobreria.
Yeah, absolutely. Skyline's out there and having no contestment. All the 4 players out there going to do their loot, having that M249. That is actually an amazing gun, but he's having that Uzi as well. But it's the only start and initial weapons. He is going to do the changement out there. But yeah, waiting for Team Skyline's Gaming for having a wonderful match. Waiting for that comeback as well. Let's see how they're gonna do it. But yep, if we talk about moreover all the teams, I want to see the zone as well, where actually the zone goes, because the zone is your steering wheel. The zone is your steering wheel for all the vehicles and for all the rotations. Where the zone goes, you need to respect the zone. Then only you can win the chicken. Then then only you can be the champions out there. But if you talk about Team Entity out there, going to loot the outermost exterior components of Lost Neonis, and that's having a really good drop, and that's their traditional drop out there, and they're not going to change that. Team Entity having a really good spot, and Sharo, I think so, he's also rotating. But if you talk about Rage, having that M4 and using that DMR, what do you think, Necros? SKS or what do you prefer? I would like to listen your answer. What do you prefer, SKS or SLR? You have used both of the guns, so what do you actually prefer from your side? Because both of the DMRs are actually amazing.
Yes, like personally, I would say that both the guns are really amazing, and the main thing is that which guns recoil you can control. Actually, the fact comes down to this place because both the guns are having recoil, but some are familiar to SK, some are familiar to SLR. It depends upon them, but one thing is for sure: if you connect 2 heads, you're getting that knockout for sure.
Yeah,
The main thing is that connecting the heads are really important. It won't work out like the Mini 14 or any other DMRs. You have to go for the head, then only you can get the advantage. And 2 heads, if you can connect it anyhow, you can have and cherish those finishes or maybe the knockouts, because the main fact comes down to that preset. But personally, if you talk about, I actually liked SKS more over SLR, as I was much familiar to use as SKS rather than the SLR. As SLR, it did not suited me that quite bad as compared to SKS.
Yeah.
So well, some people also use SLR more than SKS if they get the option. So it depends upon the person. It depends upon the DMR specialist, how the way that person wants to actually play that gun. So it's completely a person-to-person thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, I would like to say we are so close for the 2K likes. So please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. That is going to be a really, really good opportunity and achievement in today's day. That is going to be 2K likes, and we will be heading for 5K like goal. So please guys, that's a really big number, I know, but you guys can make it happen, so go for it. But if we talk about Team EXO out there, on their traditional drop, that is going to be Lost Jonas. Snax is also playing the Beast from Team EXO out there, and how we can forget the Punk and the Igel from Team, that is going to be Sensei, and the Doctor from Team EXO, that is going to be Immortal. But if you talk about Team Xpark right there, so Xpark started their rotations, and I think so loot has been also completed, and they are having a really good compound, and you can see Mavi and I think so Gil hibernating themselves in the compound. That's a really great thing. But if you talk about Snax out there, look at the points of Team EXO, the first ever team in semifinals of India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust. The only first team that they have touched 220 points. Isn't it amazing, Necros? Like, touching 200 points really fast. Like, your opponents are not able to reach that marker as well. But you guys were just so on point and so amazing that you are actually, like, predicting and coming up with the 200 points. That's a really great number, I think.
At the same point, of course, if you talk about like EXO, even if you talk about the MVP from that team, it's going to be Punk with total of 36 finishes on board. But EXO, can they make the difference more and more? Because till now, the difference that Global Esports is making in the table, it's coming down to like in a match of 8 or 7 points. And after that, if EXO fails to get some good ones for themselves, it will be really difficult. But talking about the changes in Team X Spark, you can see Gyro got playing in the place of Ultron, and well, after Team Xbox performance, they have to come up with some decent starts, because if they want to make the comeback, they have to play it like Team SouL. But yes, a bit more aggressive will be much more appreciated, because the point difference is way too far from those criterias might be, but still now, I don't think any of the teams have reached those heights. But Xbox Movie, the same rotation, the same checkpoints they are utilizing, and it is quite readable. If you talk about the big teams, how are the underdog teams targeting, or I won't say the targeting, but how are the unknown teams are making the contest with the top teams, because they have got a certain fixed path, they have got certain fixed checkpoints, and they're catching them up in the checkpoints, maybe one or maybe two. They're getting those things done, and they're creating a mess amount of problem for the top teams like Team X Park or the other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. They're actually analyzing and they're reading all the things out there, because they know where all teams are actually rotating. And like, we also did a lot of analysis, right, Necros? The same thing actually all the underdog teams are doing. They are actually making those analysis. But if you talk about Scout out there, amazingly done, man. All the finishes are just for you, and like, this guy is just a legendary guy. And like, we all know that Scout, we all are familiar with the DMR action from the side of Scout. And if you talk about Enigma, we look at that, the info is actually shining. Damn, that skin is too good. But yeah, if you talk about him, so right now Team Enigma is also having a really great contestment, and they are actually performing really well. But waiting for that again, how are they gonna do an aggressive stance gameplay? Because we have seen Team Enigma out there in the first day, they're having a really good chance, they're having a really good command, I would like to say, on point tables. But now they're actually getting shattered around, and they are actually getting buffed out from another teams, from all the opponents team. Waiting for Team Enigma for having a really good chicken dinner, surpassing 10 finishes. But if you talk about Revenge on the Fox, KO them out from Team TUD Esports, getting him down.
At the same point, the casualties might just turn up, but NTT Gaming, they have to go with the fixed path, they have to go with those rotations. At the same point, if you talk about TUDX's C9UI gets Revenge Esports, Akshay taking down Revenge Esports. The hopes they are taking up just to qualify for the next stage are just coming down with each and every casualty at TUD Esports. This team, they were an unknown team at the start of the semifinals, but right now, if you talk about this team, they are way too dominating than the other teams you might see in this entire lobby. They're in the top 8, so you have to be coming up in another time. C9UI is the first one to take the first pick of this game at this stage, and the early clashes and the early contests continues in the outskirt areas of Impala, where you can get to see Revenge Esports are being shattered by the players of TUD Esports.
TUD Esports, they're actually unstoppable out there. You can see C9UI having an initial pick and having the first pick out there, and Sonic Fox has been down. Team Revenge Esports, oh no guys, I don't know how you guys going to make it, because you guys are just so apart, I would like to say, from your team. And I think so they need to regroup really soon, or else Team Revenge Esports is going to get eliminated really soon from the match number 2 of semifinals, day number 6. That is going to be Miramar out there. But if you talk about all the teams, but GodL Neo is coming in the fight against Team I would like to say NTT. You can say Neo has been down and Neo has been all finished out. Team Enigma is also over there, and Team Entity is also over there. So I would like to say there's a lot of teams, I think so. No, there's only Team Entity and Team Godlike. 2 of the players from Team Godlike has been down, and I think so Team Godlike is actually surpassing some struggle time. But Team X-Park 420 OP has been down, and you can see Johnny is getting a close range fight, and he's just unstoppable. Look at that, but he's coming back out there. But you can see Team X-Park coming in the fight. Justin has been down from the side of Scout. That was something initial pick out, and I think so. Team Portway of Team Xbox can win this one, but you can see he's using that grenade, and I think so they will be some of those connections from the side of Team Xbox, but Team Kevin Esports, they are just getting shouted around. Murphy is going for the revolve point. Gyro God has been also down. No, that was something initial, but Delta PT, look at that team. Kevin Esports, they're actually doing some aggressive gameplay, and they're actually trying to push on Team 420 and Team Xbox.
Well, they have to just come up. Team Xbox, Gyro God has been taken down. Scout is trying his level best to get the momentum taken up, and the pre-nays might just not make some different connections. Comeback is there, holding in the left-hand side. The position is still not compromised yet now, but the 1v1 will be coming. The drop did not arrive at the great time. Comeback gets Scout, OP down, Murphy, and 420 will be having, but Gyro God also gets that revival done. 420 is dealing a good amount of damage from the back end, like the snax gets in the areas. Team Exo are making this third-party turn, and at this point, Team Xbox are now doomed. Complete.
Okay, Gyro God is losing out. Out there, you can see he's going for the fights and getting some initial picked out. One has been done. Murphy, the ideal of Team Xbox is the only survival out there. Going for the 1v1, but no, from the back end you can see Team Exo Fierce is coming out there from nowhere, and Team Exo eliminating Team Xbox out there. There's only one team. The Team Community Esports versus Team Exo. We're gonna witness really soon, but out there we can talk about Team GodL out there. Oh god, they're actually resting right now. They were actually having a great contestment against Team Entity, but they're still surviving. GodL out there having Clutch God and only Jonathan having 2 casualties, having 0 finishes, and the name of casualty that's going to be Z God and Neo.
At the same point, if we talk about Xbox, the downfall, the backlashes continues for themselves while Kevin Esports loses too. Still now, Exo will be there in the outskirts. They're waiting for Team Kevin Esports to hop up exactly in the open areas while they're not. Sorry, my bad. They're not stopping. They're not holding. They are creating the angles. But eventually, if you talk about the rotation will be done, while I want to see those places. I want to see those faces coming up and up while Team Godlike are still in the Hacienda areas, and the circle goes exactly onto their home grounds. The Celsius will be having a green split. ESM are there in those onboard areas. Exo Snax gets in a close range, and in the meanwhile, the Phoenix are coming exactly on point. This need might just make some connection, but it won't give a good amount of damage indeed. Well, Snax is still trying to maintain some of the critics. He wants to get those knockouts. The first openings will be really much crucial for Team Exo to make a great comeback. If you talk about Punk, he's got a brilliant angle by Entity. Troy will be getting Scary Sports. One of the players like Inspire gets taken down. Scary Sports is still on the back ends of the back foot. We might just get to say Rush God is trying to rush in, but he gets that back off done, while Troy might be utilizing the situation in favor.
Oh man, Troy is the only superstar out there. You can see the one from the backlashes. You can see the another teammates out there. You can see Shadow 7 coming out of nowhere and having a really good I would like to say vicinity cover, and Team Entity still surviving, having 3 finishes out there. But you can see Team Enigma is going with some of those rotational flankers. But you can see Team Kevin Esports has been eliminated on hashtag 15. That's not a really great number, I think, so for Team Kevin Esports. But yeah, they're on hashtag 4, so having a really good cushioning out there. But yeah, having a really good advantage, but in this match they're not actually performing really good. But if you talk about Team Enigma, Avi, look at that flank. We'll be having 3 teams out there: Scar, Enigma, Team Entity. 3 of them are still surviving, but you can see I think so Orbit is going to get with the hibernations out there, and yeah, absolutely, he's just not stopping. Look at that rotation from the side of Orbit, and look at that. Still he's in that compound, but the positioning has been revealed, and I think so Team Entity can push on them. But out there you can see from the backwards, you can see the vicinity. Team Enigma is just getting shattered from the side of Team Entity.
At the same point, if we talk about Entity Gaming, they have to get the Rage revival done. 4 finishes have been registered on an early basis, but the teams from the outskirts area, if you got to say, like Scar Esports will be there. Kemen gets eliminated, that's for sure. But right now, 2D Sports are also on these outskirts. They are outside the circle, definitely will be spotted down by the Enigma. Shaggy gets taken out by TSM Shadow at this point, but player 5 will be getting spotted. Some brilliant sprees coming from this side of Shadow. Scar Austin will be getting finished off, and meanwhile, Team Entity will be having the 5th finish point. Kyulimao gets spotted, but Exo Snax gets Enigma. Evie taken down. Enigma Gaming might be on some different split out there. You can see Evo and Rex inside that single compound, while TSM, the players of TSM, are getting multiple shots done. They're doing those nades in that area, but snax will be getting taken up with TSM Blaze. So the triangular formation continues as you
No,
can get
no,
to see
no.
some different direction shots are coming down. Evo gets spotted, Ninja gets taken down,
Holy.
Shadow gets taken down. Blaze, he is on the upper ridge, but definitely won't have a chance to get those cover fires done because Blaze or Aquanox, well, Aquanox has to be the one who have to give those revivals. But in the meanwhile, Ninja and Shadow both are getting eliminated from this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, two of the players from Team TSM is getting eliminated, and they're in a certain drawback. They are in a certain disadvantage out there. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but Team TSM can do it because both of the players are just so amazing and they play really, really well. But they are out of the zone. They have to go for the zonal area as well. Team EXO started rotating out there. You can see Team Enigma are also having two players standing in that compound. I think so that is going to be a 2v2 early skirmish between Team Enigma and but between Team TSM. Waiting for that, but Sunset's dream has been picked out from the side of Clutch God out there. Clutch God is coming in the fight really well, but Team GodL are actually 2 men standing, and Team Celsius are actually 4 men standing. But Dreams has been also down from the side of Somiraj. Skylight's coming out of nowhere in the fight vicinity and stealing the kill of Team Godlike. Isn't it amazing? Like, you can see a lot of third parties from Team Skylights, and that's all the part of IGLing, and IGL out there, Somiraj stealing some of the skills.
At the same point, if we talk about the zone is also shrinking in just few more seconds, and the fifth zone will be arriving shortly. NTT Gaming might be a nightmare for this match for the other teams because the way they are playing is quite dominating. Rage gets stopped off, taken down. He got to confirm those finish points in this moment. NTT are playing really strategically. They are playing really coordinated way. They have got a brilliant coordination coming up at this point. 6 finishes have been registered. Cortex might just be taken down, but Clutch God gets Esports, C9 UI taken down. Orangutan is getting those third-party shots from a distant hill as well. Orangutan Belief might just face some backslash, and there you go. Esports player 5 gets Orangutan Belief taken down. Revenge Esports facing another backlash, and it might be the end of their journey in this India Rising Series 2022. Will score Scar BT might be getting some more of the knockouts, but Evo gets him confirmed at this point, and Scar Esports will be another team might be just taken down as well. Enigma Rex gets finished off. Orangutan looking quite strong and steady, while Exo Immortal takes the drop. Immortal getting plenty of shots around those places. The stab shots might deal him a good amount of damage, but Team Godlike have the central part of the circle, and they might just dominate because it is their home ground after all.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk about OG's trigger out there, going with the shots, completely look at that 360 rotation from the side of Buggy out there because the back tire was punctured. That's why the Buggy get this balance out there. But you can see OG's trigger is going to spot a line and going with the shots. Look at that. Clutch go out from out of nowhere, getting that knocked out. Oh my boy. Look at that. He's using that SLR, and I was saying, because this gun is just outstanding. Look at the shot from the kill. Oh my man. Clutch God is unstoppable. He's just switching on the M4. He's just switching on his SLR, getting some shots, getting some damage, but getting some of those knocked out. Immortal has been knocked, and Clutch God is trying to pivot, Clutch God is trying to hold and make a pressure on Team EXO, and I think so. The pressure is so well that EXO Immortal is not going to get that development at any cost out there because both of the players for Team Godlike is making pressure, making current in this pressure on Immortal and on the whole team EXO. But if you talk about OG Orangutan on the edges of the maps, they need to take a fight against Team TUD Esports, and that's going to be a fair 3v4 fight going to be get started really soon.
At the same point, if we talk about NTT Noob gets Revenant, Austin Botics taken down, NTT Troy gets Austin Botics confirmed, the Punk will be getting Clutch God taken down, Z-God and Neo are already out of the game, Team EXO just holding on the ground, Jonathan's this Chumneys, will it make the connection? We have to see it around, but no, it's not. It was too pre-cooked in the belief, but if Godlike 4 players would have survived, this would have been a great match for them, as the circuit is exactly in their favors in their home grounds. I don't know what happened actually, but if we talk about as position, they're not looking quite strong, while Fierce might just need some revivals at this point. Aquanax gets finished off by the play zone, Blaze gets eliminated by the play zone, and TSM are out of this game in the 9th spot maybe, but Revenant player 3 will be getting called Rage taken down, player 3 will be getting a retaliation in Troy, Punk will be getting Rage down, and Entity Gaming are shattering out in this position, while 30 Esports with a total of 3 players are looking quite steady. And if we talk about the top 3 players, you get to say Exo Fierce, you get to say Paran's Shadow, as well as you get to say Entity Gaming's Rage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. EXO out there. Immortal is bit down, Fierce out there, and I think so. Revolve point for Fierce is going to be pretty like, tough for them. But if you talk about Johnny out there, going with a really good advantage of the high ridges, and you can see he's just on the roof of that villa out there on the Hasandat and Petron, and I think so he need to get some knocked out. But you can see from the backlashes, from the backends, you can see team Entity is have to go to the zonal area as well. Theory player 5 spotting some of the players out there in the smokes, but Theory Frost has been down from the side of some Somras, and Team Skylight coming in the action out there, but Johnny is not in the zone, and I think so he have to go for the zonal area as well. Clutch got out there having a really good advantage of the compound, but Skylights, and you can see Team Orangutan is just so close against Team Theory East was going for the Molotov, and I think going for that grenade out there, and the connection could be made, but Daljit out there picking some of those players from Team RL and Theory.
Team point, we will talk about Esports player 5 are just getting multiple knockouts, as well as the 2 of the players are remaining at the same point. NT Shadow will be getting into a punk taken down. GodL have already advanced. Clutch God is the one who have entered the circle, but Jonathan will be getting Kill Lamau down. Somraj is getting multiple shots, as you get to see. Skylights Gaming have got a good spread out there. Viru will be getting NTD Troy taken down at this point, and Skylights Gaming, Kamla Boy, what will be the stances? What will be those situations coming down? Because Skylights Gaming, if we talk about, they've got a better hold, they've got a circle advantage, they have got the man advantage, they've got everything that Skylights Gaming needed. And Somraj and IGL is preferring the position more than the finishes, but in the meanwhile, Orangutan believe will be confirming the last trend with that Esports gets an elimination in the 8th spot of the game. But right now, if you talk about the godlike Jonathan, he's in the backyard just to check out the backstabs once to get those finishes for himself, but Somraj will be getting spotted. He's just creating some trouble for Team Forever to enter the circle. They might have some good entry points, they might have got a good position, but right now, if you talk about Team Forever, total 8 finishes, that's a brilliant position, and snax gets confirmed by Jonathan at the same position, but RL and Gunmaster is just exactly in that tower. He gets 2 down. Team Forever is just shattering down in this area. That this is a brilliant, surprising situation for Team Forever. Well, always might just come as a savior, but right now the great match which was turning out for Team Forever is just battering out, while Team RLN's Gunmaster, he's not stopping at all.
Now he won't stop out there. You can see the IQ plays from the side of, and the sneaky and PK plays out there. You can see this grenade would be some connected grenade. Yeah, absolutely. 20% of HP of Maxkash has been down, but not that much out there. You can see they are actually aggressing, and this is not a good thing. Look at that. Oh man, he's just rotating over there, getting a really good knockout, and I think so that is going to be a 1v4 out there. No, that is going to be a 1v3 from the side of Gunmaster out there. Theory Gunmaster just getting started, and you can see, and he is actually starting out whole Team Forever, and Forever has been eliminated on #6. Amazingly performed by Gunmaster. Outstandingly performed, man. If you talk about Orangutan, they are in the zone and they're cherishing that zonal area. But from Team God, like the only Solomon Sawal that is going to be Clutch God, I don't know how they're going to make it, but they will be making it out.
Of course it is. It was a very bold decision just to make Jonathan go and stay in the back and get those finishes done, while Clutch God will be securing the positions. Like, if you talk about the circle, if you talk about the position, Godlike, if 4 of the players remain at this point, I believe they would have got the chicken dinner very easily, but they didn't. They do not have a man advantage. But the same way, guys, top 5 teams are remaining. The giveaways are live. Go and get the giveaway done as fast as possible, because if it goes out, you won't be having a second chance of having that total of 5 chances, including this one, remains in this final day of semifinals. Other days will be there for the grand finals as well, but for now you will be getting these things for done and dusted. But if you talk about Orangutan Trigger, has already been spotted down some. Okay, there might be some different DMR actions. The SLR arrives at this position. The shots are being taken by Clutch God. He's just barely surviving the pixel. HP 2 or more shots will be definitely I guess will be sufficient to get that knockout done. But right now, Clutch God's position has been compromised. RLN gets eliminated. GodL again comes down to the top 4 position you talk about. But now the fight, it's all coming down to Clutch God. He has to check out the backstab, because NTD Gaming's Noob is still waiting out that position, and it might be possible he can be the party spoiler again for Team Godlike.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk about Clutch God out there, oh my god, look at that. Entity Shadow 7 has been down. We have the top 4 teams out there, and we have our top 10 alive players. I don't know who's going to win, but we are actually waiting for that out there. You can see he's using that M4, and that M4, that Glacier is going to get shunned really soon from the side of Team God and Clutch God. Taking that Esla, trying to pick out some players. But Team Skylights, they're having a really good set advantage. Orangutan out there, Team Skylights are out of the zone, but GodL Clutch God need to be get ready because he's going to get slammed really soon from the side of Team Skylers or Team Orangutan. I don't know. Both of the teams are going to really slam out soon because both of the teams need to go into the zonal area. But look at that. Either they're gonna win or either they're gonna lose. But out there you can see Trigger going with the all, I would like to say, energy drinks, and he's actually getting ready for the war. But Gamla Boy has been picked out from the side of Orangutan. God, that was something initial. Yeah, absolutely. Look at that circle, and the circle is not actually even favoring all the team. Only Clutch God, the only IGL from Team God is in the zone right now, and he's actually hibernating himself in the zonal area. But I don't know, who's gonna win. That is going to be a 4v1 fair fight against Team Orangutan and Team Skylights. But you can see Orangutan is actually rushing on Team Skylights out there. Two of the players has been down. Gamla Boy is just sitting and resting in that vehicle out there, and Gamla Boy has been also down. Is he here? Something, I don't know what's actually happening out there. He's got with some of those amazing grenades, and actually Team Orangutan is rushing on Team Skylights. That is going to be so hard for you, man. Look at that. They're actually rushing out there and stopping with speed. But Pukar out there. Only solo with survival. Last 1v1 is going to get shattered. Both of the players are actually surviving on that golden HP. Pukar or Trigger. That is going to be the last surviving 1v1. Pukar is just getting ready, and play zone is going to get shattered. And you can see the play zone has been also started. And Pukar, look at that, going again and again. He's just starting. Look at those grenades. Oh man, look at that. And GodL, they're actually sitting over there, but the positioning has been spotted. Ash from behind and Ash from the backslashes. Pukar, I think so he's not going for the revolt point of Vixie. What do you think, Rekros? Isn't it amazing? The intensity of this match is getting actually heated up.
At the same point, I'm quite sure that whichever team is taking the fight, God likes Clutch God, he's cherishing that place. He's really cherishing that place. But no, it's not. Pukar arrives. Trigger gets taken down. Ash has to be the one person who has to arrive. But if he gets spotted by any of the players of Skylights Gaming, it will be a devastated position. If you talk about Clutch God, is still there. He will be confirming Vexy's finish point. Total 5 finishes have been registered by Clutch God. 3 teams, 3 players remaining as a solo contest. Ash gets spotted down. Ash gets spotted down. The freeze might coming, and he gets Ash. Clutch God gets there and confirms there Ash, and right now Pukar versus Clutch God, the final 1v1. Can it be Pukar? Can it be Clutch God? It has to turn up. It has to come up with empty status up, and Clutch God gets taken down. Pukar wins it for Skylights Gaming, the king of Miramar. Skylights Gaming are on the top. The final 1v1. I wish Skylights Clutch God could have got some nades, but a consistent performance coming up from God in both the first 2 matches. Skylights Gaming with the bagger comes up with a chicken dinner and a brilliant position jump. It will be turning up for themselves at this position. I believe Upthrust chicken dinner, Skylights Gaming might just hop up in the first chart, while Godlike will be bouncing back because total of 5 finishes. #2 again coming back with total of 12 position points. 17 points again from this match. I believe after this matches, Godlike's consistent performance is just going on next level.
Absolutely. And the way actually they did that 1v1 Clutch God, my nerves were actually popping off, and I was actually popping off from my seat. That 1v1 was just so amazing, and that was just so intense out there. But Team Orangutan, that was just a kind of mess. They pushed in, we know, but that 1v2, that instant 1v2 from the side of Skylights Pukar, that was just a game-changing thing for all the teams out there. You can see that Orangutan was just getting on the backside. They were just going on the backside. They were just going on a disadvantage out there. But then also, amazingly performed from the side of Clutch God. Solomon Survival, he was in top 6 out there. He was in top 8. That's why, from top 8, he was actually surviving, I think so, Solomon Survival. Then also, but you can see him. He is on #2 right now and having a really good, I would like to say, finish points of Team Godlike as well. So that is just so outstanding, astonishing performance from the side of Team Godlike. But yeah, absolutely done. But if you talk about Team Skylights, amazingly done. It is just so outstanding. I'm just speechless right now. Pukar, that 1v2 just changed everything for Team Orangutan. I'm actually getting that imagination again and again. I'm just recapping all the scenes were going over there. But if you talk about over there, India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust, you can see total points. That is going to be 22. Pukar out there having 4 finishes. Gamla Boy out there having 2 finishes. Sombra's out there having 1 finishes, and Vixie having 0 finishes. Skyla is amazingly done. Pukar, that 1v2 was just so amazing against Team Orangutan out there. Gamla Boy, amazingly done. But what Gamla Boy was actually doing, Necros over there, he was just sitting, or else he was AFK. I was not able to understand.
I don't know, like Gamla was just holding that position, I believe, because he wanted to get those finish points done and dusted as fast as possible. Because that was such a crucial position, I believe, Inferno, that it could have turned the entire game for their favor. Orangutan were rushing. Visgod's nades were so much precise. He assumed that there must be one of the players hiding behind that buggy, and it actually worked out for him. He got those knockouts, he got those openings, and Orangutan cherished that moment. But after that, Pukar, he outplayed every of the person who came to rush in. If you talk about Orangutan, if you talk about GodL, each of the players were devastatingly dominated by this single player with 4 finishes from the side of Skylights Gaming. Well, that fight actually did not turn well, but Somraj, as an usual, he always prefers positioning more than the finish points, because he is quite aware that if you get the positionings done, you will definitely get to see those finishes in your favor. It won't be like so much like so much troublesome for you guys as well. So the things will continue. The things will be continuing in the same way. But the main motto, the main things we are looking forward, it might be just Skylar's Gaming's charm. Godlike's consistent performance is definitely coming this final day. But what about the next match? Because it's going to be B versus C, where you get to see Team SouL 8-bit coming up again and again. Team Forever, they had a brilliant match, 8 total finishes. But still, a devastated way to get eliminated from this game. It was that Arlen Todd's Gunmaster who spoiled the entire gameplay of Team Forever in a very, very key position, or in a key moment. And I really believe that Skylar, like Team Forever, will get 8 or 10 points lead in this match. But eventually, if 8-bit again falls down in the next match, I believe Inferno, it will be really, really trouble for them just to retain their position.
Absolutely. And guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We are just so close for the 2k likes. We need only and only 100 more likes to go for it. So guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. But Nicholas, what an amazing match of Miramar, right? We are waiting for the third match as well. That is going to be Erangel again. And the groups will be getting shuffled really soon. But if you talk about the semifinals match-wise standings of match number 32, Skylights, astonishing performance, and I can feel the sovereignty and dominance from your side, guys. And Pukar, absolutely amazingly done job, man. Like, you were just a beast over there. But if you talk about the total finishes, that is going to be 22. Entity out there having 19 finishes, sorry, having total 19 points and having 11 total finishes out there. If you talk about Team Global Esports, having 6 points of finishes and having 18 total finishes. Orangutan out there having 16. Then also you can see Team Forever out there having 12. Theory having a really great comeback. EXO, the match where EXO was not good, having 7 finishes. That's okay, not so good. That's a win-win situation for Team EXO as well. But if you talk about TUDE Esports having 5, Enigma, and you can see all the standings. Enigma, TSM, Kemen, Xpark. The 4 head-to-head fight against Team Kemen Esports was just not in their favor. But then also both of the team performed really, really well. Remnant out there, Celsius out there, Scar and Revenge Esports. And I think so the story for Team Revenge Esports is getting on the end. Necros, they're not having a really good matches, and they are on page number 3. So what do you think, Necros? Is the story is getting ended for Revenge Esports for semifinals and for the India Rising Series 2022?
Well, the chances are way, way too high if you talk about at this position, because I would really say that they are trying. They had their try, and at this position, if you just start to just go and face those backlashes in each and every match, it's really, really sure that in the next 2 matches, if you even take the chicken inners, I believe it will be really, really like a bargain thing, whether you will win or not. It comes down to that place. But if you don't take those back-to-back chicken inners, it's completely sure you're not making up to the mark.
Yeah, Mashama. If you talk about the top fraggers out there, Clutch God over there having 4 finishes, Pukar out there having 4 finishes, and all the players you can see, it's a pattern kind of Necros going over there. You can see 4, 4, 4, and then 3, 3 out there. You can see Gunmaster and Fears having a new faces, and 5 new faces, 5, I would like to say flags, and 5 all the flags are representing all the different teams. You can see from Team God, like that's going to be Clutch God having 4 finishes, Skylights having that Eagle out there and having 4 finishes. You can see Team Shadow out there. You can see from Entity having 4 finishes out there. Then Master from RL and TOD having 3 finishes, and Spheres from EXO having 3 finishes. Amazingly done, guys.
Of course, the 5 of the players from 5 of the other teams will be just now coming down to this part. But the main fight that comes down to match number 32, the map of Miramar, ends up in this position. But after that, if you talk about the graph standings, the match-wise graph, it comes down. Well, we might just see that the finishes and the placement, it comes down to this part. But after that, the things are like Skylights Gaming have got the main entire section for themselves, the placement points, the highest number of placement points, but the highest number of finishes in this match stays with Team Entity. And in the second, you get to see Team Forever coming up, but then you get to see Orangutan and Godlike having equal distribution of finishes for themselves, and that's the way that the graph is going. But the graph did not change for neither Revenant, Celsius, or Revenge or Scar. They are in such a phase, even X-Spark included. The 5 of the teams haven't got 5 or 6 coming out as well. We also get the 5 or 6 teams haven't got a great things for themselves. 2 or 3 points max to max they have secured in this match, which is not acceptable because Team X-Spark is in such a vital spot. They have got 3 matches for sure, but if another one goes bad, they're just out of the game. But as you can get to see, total 15 points buffer have been created in the overall standings by Team EXO, and total of 220 and 235. The difference remains. The Celsius will be in the hashtag 3 spot. Kemen is still in the hashtag 4, and Entity Gaming will be having the hashtag 5 spot, while Skylights gets a Skylights ranked and God. Like these 3 teams have got a brilliant jump, the same number of total points they're acquiring, and the 6, 7, 8 position respectively they have acquired in the overall standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And these all are the teams like having a really good safety cushioning, I would like to say, Necros. And they're just like, under pressure, under control. Team GodL Esports from the 3rd page, man. From the 3rd page, they're coming in the 1st page. That's what actually we call the comeback for Team GodL out there. But if you talk about Orange Rock Esports having 181 points, TSM out there having 179, and you can see all the standings out there. Team 8-bit. My God, like Necros, you can see they are actually standing on the edge from last semifinals day 3, and they are actually so constant with that number of hashtag 16. But that number is not good, right? Like if they go on 17, that's not going to be fine. But yeah, they all are playing really, really well. But if you talk about the overall standings of page number 3, that is going to be 17 to 24. Team SouL out there presenting themselves on hashtag 17 on the edge and on the mark to getting qualified for grand finals, and they are actually having a limited number of matches because the semifinals day 6, and this is going to be last day out there. But if you talk about the points, that's going to be 134. Team LZ out there having 122, and you can see Team 19, that is going to be X-Spark. But if you talk about Team 19 to Team number 24, it is going to be way, way, way too hard for them to make the comeback in grand finals, to make comeback in the top 16 teams, because it's not easy. You have limited number of matches right now. You are actually having limited number of matches. Like I would like to say 2 more matches. You need 2 chicken dinners in those matches. You need 60 points buffer. Then also you cannot do it because it's going to be so hard. Like 130 points, 140 points. Then also let's see, because it is going to be pretty hard and it's pretty tough from hashtag 17 to 24. The journey is not being good, but yeah, we know that Team SouL and Team LZ can make the spot. They need only 1 chicken dinner, and we are waiting. Look at that match played from the side of Team SouL is going to be 21, but there's actually 0 chicken dinner. But if you talk about the top fraggers of match number 32, Joker out there still standing in that golden frame, Knuckle out there, Punk having only and only addition of 1 finishes, 1 kill. That is going to be 37 from 36 to 37, and the Team Community Esports out there having 36 from Destra and Delto. Simultaneously, amazingly performed both of the teams, both of the players out there, and all the players out there in the top fragger list. But Punk out there, and I'm waiting for more and more faces to get joined in top fragger list. So these are the top 5 fraggers in all the amongst match 32. Amazingly performed from the side of Global Esports Joker, Unstoppable Beast. Let's see, and there's actually a challenge going out there that he can do that 50, half century or not. Just what do you think? Can this beast make it happen or not?
Well, at the same point, if you talk about that, Joker has been tremendous, but we have got some more stuffs coming up. I believe it might be possible that there might be something special, as I got some rumors that there is the birthday coming up from Entity Shadow. But right now, I really believe that Inferno, you will be taking the leave right now, and the other caster, the back end, the boss, coming up and joining up in our lobby and sharing the caster desk. It will be none other than Raider joining up shortly, very, very shortly. And we'll be hearing his casting as well. And if you like the casting, guys, make sure to follow Inferno as well. He's very close to 1K followers. If you like my casting as well, you can also follow him. You will get the caster's description, caster details in the description of the live stream. You can go and support the casters if you like their efforts for this tournament and you like their casting as well. Of course, that's really important. But I believe, Raider, have you joined up or we're just waiting? Well, I believe it will be some sort of time. We might just be able to hear Raider very, very soon. But till that, we talk about these things will be just coming as same. And as we can get to see Raider, he is here exactly on the screen and in front of us. So I welcome you again. Welcome to the caster desk of the final day of the semifinals. Your face is looking so much happy. I believe one of your favorite
Indeed,
teams is
indeed.
having a good time.
Oh, indeed. Why one of the favorite team? Well, that's EXO. They are just absolutely crushing it at this point. But let's see how the game is going to go on. Because if we talk about teams like Skylights Gaming, teams like GodL Esports, they are doing a tremendous job. In the match number one, I saw Team SouL also being in the top five, and that was also absolutely lovable. But before that, let's talk about the phantom of the match. Well, it's going to be none other than GodL's Clutch God, who has got four amazing finishes, and the match contribution for his team is going to be 6.7%. If we talk about the total finishes he have got in all of the semi-finale, and let's say the whole matches of semi-finale is going to be 17. Well, I guess the average is a bit too less as compared to the guys which are in the lobby. Let's compare it with the GodL Esports Joker. He has got, I guess, 42 amazing finishes. Good enough, but I guess Clutch God will do some tremendous job in the lobby in the upcoming matches which he is left with. If we talk about the MVP ranking, it's going to be hashtag 49 for him eventually. In the lobby, I guess Team Godlike is coming back and forth, and yes, they are doing a tremendous job. They are doing a great number of finishes. They are creating a lot of buffer in the lobby. And interestingly enough, we are going to see teams like Team Godlike Esports once again in the finale, where the clean slate will be there, I guess, Nikros. All of the teams are going to start from zero, and eventually those top 18 teams can eventually get some good finishes, eventually get some good points. But before that, yes, of course, we have the giveaway coming up for you guys, where you just have to follow some simple steps. For example, you just have to predict and win. The only thing that you have to do is going to be that you should have to actually follow us on Upthrust Esports India, you WINGSLIFESTYLE Lifestyle India, and other than that, you India Rising 2022 on Instagram. You just have to follow that page, and eventually there is a post for this giveaway. You just have to comment down on that post that which team is going to get that winner chicken dinner. Let me give you a slight example. It's going to be that you just have to comment winner chicken dinner in the semi-finale day number 6, match number 3, team name Godlike Esports, or should I say Team EXO, whatever team you want to support, and the option should be option number 1 or option number 2. But I believe option number 2 is pretty much out of stock, Nikros.
Well, if you talk about this, option two might have come back again. We never know because we
Oh,
haven't got the updates. You can check this out on the site as well. But for now, if you talk
mhm.
about a believe Raider, that it's better if you just take the part because it's not our option. But
Yeah,
if you also take the option number two, you might just get it in your favor when the stock arrives because definitely Wings Lifestyle won't be hesitating in giving any of their beautiful merchandise or sorry the goodies or the equipments they're having in their bucket list. If they are out of stock, they are going to make a new set and they will definitely send one into your house for at any cost. They will definitely try to get
indeed.
those things to yourself. But yes, it will take some bit of time and definitely you will be announced as winners. You will be contacted by the management very soon. So make sure to take the part in the giveaway and you can just you win the wings very soon. But talking about the first two matches that has already went away, the group A versus B, A versus C, both the two matches have got done. But I guess you're vibing, right? You're really vibing on some songs or something.
Oh,
But the
indeed.
third match is almost coming, the B versus C. I guess you're more excited with this final day than the other casters or maybe the fans, I believe.
Oh, indeed. I'm way too excited at this point just to see those top 18 teams getting qualified and eventually getting a clean slate to perform in the grand finale, because that is what we are all talking about. That is what we were all, let's say, consulting about from previous 5 or 6 days. And eventually we are going to see, I guess, 7 days of the finale also. And it will be full of joy and cherish. Every moment will be cherished by every other team right now. The teams which are playing, they are going to get some good kind of experiences. Yes, of course, the teams which are going to not get qualified, I believe we have to say that yes, either you are going to win it or learn from it. It's nothing that you are going to lose at this point. Eventually, yes, the confidence will be back in the lobby, and I guess orgs like Upthrust Esports will be providing you with some more new unofficial tournaments. And yes, one more official tournament is also on the way at this point. So I guess that is why this tournament particularly have provided these teams with a great part to, let's say, grind in the lobby and eventually get the best of the best confidence and competition also, so that eventually these kind of things will help them a lot in the future. And that is why I guess I love the whole vibe going on at this point, and I'm just looking to see how those guns are going to pan out and how those bombs, how those shots, how those arms are going to play in the lobby. I'm literally excited to see how the match of an angle is once again going to pan out for us.
Well, we might just say these things will turn up in a different manner as well, because God, like the way they are actually playing, and at this point we are really seeing that God, like the performance we were hoping for the past few days in the semifinals, they're just arriving at this final day. And at this point, if we talk about, well, the things will change, the things will differ, but the result stays permanent as this quote comes up. It's just a
Indeed.
random quote, so don't think that I am learning and telling it. So it's
Necros
just
Baba.
something I. It's just thing coming up as a random thing. But coming up to this point, we get that Godlike have got a good performance. Team SouL is still up to see three more matches, including this one. After this match number 3, B versus C, another two matches will be left for the group number B, which you get to see LZ officials, Team SouL, 8bet, the three of the teams those who are on in such a vital position. One team chokes out, other gets the benefit, and another team makes the benefit, the other two makes that choke. So these things between these three teams are actually exciting up the heat more and more and more. And by telling and by seeing the stuffs, I believe it will be really exciting to watch out for Team SouL. They have definitely got some new strategies, some new plans upon their
Indeed.
sleeves. I really want to see how are they going to perform in the last three matches of the semifinals.
I believe Necros, the gap of, let's say, one day, that's 14th March, was really very beneficial for every other team which was performing in the lobby. I guess, if I'm not wrong, Hyderabad Hydras also gave a great comeback. They got the victory into their perspective in the match number 1 of day number 6. So you can see that how the teams which are the bottom dwellers are actually trying to compete. And I guess that is the kind of competition that we wanted to see in the lobby. But eventually, I guess day number 6 is a bit far away to actually, let's say, talk about those competitions coming back and forth. Teams like Hyderabad Hydras should have done this kind of job in, let's say, day number 5 or the ending of day number 4. Then also they might have actually have a clear chance to actually win this qualification. But let's see what happens. Eventually the leaderboard will be there at the end of the day. We are going to see those top 18 teams getting qualified and eventually getting that victory into the perspective. So yeah, other than that, if we talk about teams like Team SouL doing a tremendous job in the lobby, teams like Revenge Esports not that good in the lobby. Eventually they will also bounce back once again. Scar Esports looking a bit shabby, but yes, they will compete. Yes, they will try to put their 110%. I believe even though if you are not able to qualify, one thing you should be consistent on is your performance. Giving you 100% is going to be the goal for every other team, every other player at this point. And I believe that is going to uplift a new level of competence and a new level of competition in the lobby. And yes, once again, across that gap of one massive day was really very brilliant, because yes, Godlike is back in the form. And I guess we can say that same code for Team SouL also. But yes, teams like Team Xpac, they are facing a lot of wrath, and I believe they have to do something wonderful in the lobby, and that might be the case for Team Xpac. And if something wonderful happens in the lobby, Team Xpac is back in the game. They might get one or two victories. They might easily just get qualified. But yes, that hashtag 70, hashtag 15 to hashtag 18 is some of that critical positioning at this point where any other team could just qualify, and that is the position where every other team is having a tug of war.
Exactly that position of those second and third chart, the edges are actually
Yeah.
determining the factors in which team will secure the spot for the grand finals. Those edging areas are the main concern for the fans, the teams, and the players as well at this point. And at the same point, if you just talk about the things we are really hoping that uh, Team SouL might just go for with some brilliant performance. Team X Park are now just left with 3 more matches again from their side as well. So Team X Park also needs some
Mhm.
big bounce backs at this position. If they cannot make it happen, it will be really, really difficult for other teams as well to make those things continued up. But the main fact, I was hoping that Revenge Esports might have some good strategies up on their sleeves to make some great comebacks in the final day of semifinals. But the first 2 matches actually shattered them up in the overall points table. I believe after these 2 matches, they won't be able to sustain their position in the top areas on which all those teams are going to qualify for the grand finals. But the main thing that drives, there are some pretty chances for LZ officials. They are also up in the ladder. They will also definitely try to make their position stable in that criteria in which the teams are going to qualify. But talking about that, the match number 3 of day number 6, the match number total of 33 will be starting, and the flight path of Erangel continues, in which SouL Omega will be the pilot.
Oh, indeed. That absolute level of north shift is going to be in the terms of flight path. Let's see what is going to happen. It's starting from Georgia Pool, northwestern corner, ending towards the vicinity of Lipovka. So let's see which team is going to go where. And eventually, I guess the teams which are actually having their own drop are going to drop at the same location. If we talk about Team X Park, Ruins, and the surrounding areas of school backend areas, is going to be the case where teams like Team X Park is going to jump. If we talk about Team SouL, Gatka 6 houses will be the place where this team is going to find the gaps. And if we talk about Team 8-bit, the place they might choose is going to be Prismark, because looting that extreme western corner of the road can be actually the case, and eventually getting some good vehicles and then rotating all the way towards Prismark is going to be the case for them, because I want to see the zone coming up right now. If the zone goes towards the military base, that would be really very interesting, because all the other teams have to just rush down at that area and eventually get some good loot and be in the vicinity. And if we talk about the northern corner, it is interesting enough that Severny is pretty empty. Shooting range is pretty empty. Stalber is the place where I guess Team Tar Esports, or should I say Scar Esports, could go easily at this point. So let's see what is going to happen. And if we talk about Skylights Gaming, Pochinki is going to be the place where they're going to cherish the loots. Team X Park, meanwhile, is actually accumulating all the vehicles they could get. But now the zone is pretty much, let's say, Central Eastern. And it's interesting enough that how this zone can easily affect a lot of teams. For example, if we talk about Team LZ official, they are pretty out of the lobby. If we talk about Team Orangutan, I guess Team Orangutan is pretty out of lobby, but still eventually they could just easily cut up a rotation, because northern corner is pretty empty. There is nobody who is going to contest them in the areas of shooting range, or should I say 70 also, and they could easily cross all the margins and be in the Yasnaya Polyana and make a safer rotations for themselves. Meanwhile, Team SouL is just contributing and trying to get more and more vehicles so that rotations would be much more easier, and eventually Team SouL members can easily go for more and more locations. Yes, SouL is at hashtag 17 at this point, and eventually they are on the verge of getting qualified, but some other teams which are lurking in the shadows at hashtag 19 and 20, 21, they might just have a one good match and eventually they could just climb back on this ladder, and Team SouL might be out of the qualified teams. So they see what is going to happen, because the total placement points was 57. Yes, they are trying to play it really very good in terms of, let's say, positions also, but the finishes, if I talk about it, it's actually interesting. If we talk about Team SouL's Goblin, 30 amazing finishes into his perspective is going to be the case. Finishes per match in the whole semi-finale, the average is going to be, let's say, 1.4. And if we talk about finish contribution, is going to be 39%. So interesting enough. Yes, SouL Goblin is doing a tremendous job, but I guess day number 4 and 5 was not that into his favor. Let's see how this one is going to go.
Well, the way they have played the first match in this day and the hashtag 2, they finished up in the match number 1. I believe SouL will definitely try to make some good efforts in this match. And as you can see, EXO, you've got zone hold. The circle stays in the favor of Team EXO, I would say, because the way I had seen the circle in this kind of matches, there are big possibilities that the circle might just end up in the areas of farm or in the place of Melta in the above hills. So the possibilities are way too high, but we have to see those hardships coming up from all those circle shifts, as the teams will have a greater hold. And talking about one of the best teams in the lobby after Team EXO, you talk about Global Esports, they are playing tremendously. And talking about this factor, you can see those smiling faces of Mayavi, Nakul, Mania, Joker, and Admino. These players are just going so well. They are playing so well. I just cannot actually say it up, but well, a brilliant performance by these 4 lads. They're just playing tremendously. But at this point, if you talk about 15 teams, 60 players will be there, and total of all the teams are making their rotations, and the MVP for Team Global Esports, it's going to be Global Esports Joker. The small lad is just creating histories at this point, because the way this man is playing, the way he's just securing the top fragger position is just tremendous.
Oh, yes, of course, that is the case. But before that, look at that. Hyderabad Hydras, meanwhile, is trying to actually circle around, and I guess that might be the case for Team Orangutan. One good player can easily be taken down at this point. If I talk about Carry and the other guys, they are also trying to actually contribute to the fight. Let's see how the fight is going to pan out. If I talk about East Black, he's just trying to configure from the back end, trying to actually, let's say, get some good rotation knowledge. And if I talk about Team Hyderabad Hydras, rest member that is Skrills, Carry, and Dead player, well, they are absolutely trying to figure out that where the player might be. And if we talk about Team Orangutan, well, there we go. Ash is just trying to sneak his way, but there we go. They have been spotted. One good guy. Oh, two members have been taken down. Man, oh man, Ash was the opportunity, was the one who actually scooped that opportunity into his perspective. And with this, I guess New Rise is going to rise once again. Meanwhile, is going to. I don't believe it is possible for him, but still, WizGod is also going to configure this kind of fight. I don't know what happened at that point. Eventually, Team Hyderabad Hydras, two players were just standing at the same position, and that was the case for Ash. Once again, the shots are there. Once again, the damage is there. And this is the first thing to go down in the history of semi-finale match number 3. Let's see what is going to happen. You can see that WizGod is a bit too late. I believe he's actually going to heal himself. And then what happens? That player has also been taken down. Now the last man standing, that's going to be East Black, is going to flee from the situation, and that could be the case for the position points. Now Team Hyderabad Hydras is looking very bleak at this point. I don't know what happened at this moment, because Ash was the last man standing, or should I say the only man standing in this kind of compound, in this small compound, where Team Hyderabad Hydras had a clear upper hand onto that fight, but still they choked out. I don't know what exactly happened at that point. Necros, could you please decipher it for me?
Well, at this point, if we just talk about like the way they holded the compound was tremendous. Hyderabad Hydras, they could have just got this one in their favor, but Orangutan actually overpowered themselves so brilliantly. I'm just mesmerized by that one, because if you talk about 3 of the finishes have been secured by Orangutan, and the first pick of the day of this match comes up from the favor of Orangutan Ash. But at the same point, if we talk about Hyderabad Hydras, are just left with one player at this point. Esports are also down, as you can see the overall standings as well. They are also down in those bottom position in the second chart. They were not hoping for, but Orange Rock, TSM, they have also faced some backlashes. 7 Cs, if they want to climb up the ladder, they need one good match coming up on their sleeves. And you can see so Spray God, Aladdin, Sarang, and Savitar will be the 4 players are surviving in this lobby with those 4 players. But Team X Spark, 420, Gyragod, Scout, and Mavi, they need a brilliant match, not a good match. They need a brilliant match, like with a chicken dinner with more or less 10 finishes on board. Then only they can make a comeback, and then only they can make a good difference in the overall standings and can secure the spot. Maybe it might be a luck factor, it might be a practical factor, but you have to make it up if you want to qualify.
Indeed, indeed. One good match for Team Expa could easily land them into the area, into the criteria of getting qualified. But still, that one good match is not going to be that easy for them, because every other team which is in the lobby are trying their level best to get that one good match into their perspective. Eventually, the teams which are at the top also are trying to compete for the same stance. And if we talk about the teams at the bottom, they are the bottom dwellers. And I guess that is why they are trying to figure out some good rotations. And if we talk about Team number 8, we just saw a small glimpse of that team. Mavi is trying to put up a rotation. It's going to be Global Esports which is securing that compound, and that could be the case where Team Xpac could easily have the upper hand right now. But there we go. Admin is also here right now, and now they are going to slam onto it. Scout and the other guys are going to slam onto this compound right now. With this, the rise of the battle is going to once again be there right now. Manya is meanwhile getting contested. Manya is getting some good shots into his perspective. Still 420 OP. That's Doom is trying to retaliate. Let's see how much contribution they can provide in this kind of fight. Doom goes for a right rotation, and just like that, one shot was there. But the trade-off is also going to be there. Admino puts one down. Team Xpac is losing a lot of ground. Scout has been taken down. Other guy is also going to get down really very soon. One good nade by the hands of Mavi could easily turn the tables. Let's see how that nade is going to turn the tables for them. Oh man, look at those nades coming from Global Esports. This is it. I guess Gyragod has to do the wonders. He has to do all of the hard work at this point. He has to actually patch himself and eventually get a revival for his mate also, and eventually Scout could get a revival anytime soon. So let's see how this revival is going to help Team Xpac at this moment, but I believe the contribution is absolutely amazing. The fight is absolutely amazing. Yes, Gyragod has to do something amazing in the fight. Let's see what is going to happen, because Doom OP is knocked out. I guess that's Mavi who has been taken down. Another 1v1 comes up. Team Xpac is going to go down, and yes, with that back shot by the hands of Manya, Global Esports is back in the fight, and the other angle is going to be Team Xpac, which is going to go out at asset 15.
Well, the downfall continues. The downfall continues for Team X Spark. This is not turning well, and Tudy Sports are also facing some backlashes against the team Scar Esports at this point. Skeo Lamau gets taken down. Inspire will be in the backyard. Rush God will be getting seen, and you are taken down. A line will be waiting. X Spark gets eliminated. Scar Esports, Inspire. can make some difference. Well, some needs will be definitely going in that direction. One will have to be taken down. He gets one down. Line might have to come up with some more and more gunfights like this. At this point, Inspire is just trying to climb up the ladder while he's talking about the positions are being compromised, the damages are being deemed by Line. Might just get that one. We know it's not. Inspire gets that cover fire, and instantly Scar Esports wipes out two Esports in this game with a total of 4 finishes and one casualty in their favor.
Indeed, that one casualty is going to be amazing. But eventually, if we talk about Team OR Esports, well, they are trying to cut up some good rotations. They heard those shots, and eventually they might just actually engage in that fight. But before that, I guess they're just trying to. Aru is just trying to call out that yes, there were some shots right here. Let's go and fight it out, or should I say, let's figure out that how the rotations could be there. Team Energy Esports is with 0 points, and if we talk about Team X-Pac is also 0 with 0 points. But now 13 teams and 48 players are going to fight it out. So let's see which is the team which is going to get best of the best finishes into their perspective. Meanwhile, Turdy Esports also goes on with only 1 finishes into their perspective. That's not a great start for Team Turdy Esports because they were one of those teams which have actually acquired 1 or 2, 3 chicken sinners into their perspective, and I guess they're more than capable to get more and more into their perspective. So let's see what is going to happen. Meanwhile, Nakul is going to face off New Boy. New Boy tried to actually retaliate with some good shots, but he was unable to tag anybody. Now another rotation is going to pan out because the zone is shrinking in about 9 to 7 seconds. So let's see how the next zone is going to play a vital role into the fights.
Well, we have to see it. We have to look into this matter. The circle shift depends a lot, while Orange Rock's New Boy, well, he's having those visuals exactly set on the grounds, while Manya will be there on those off funds. The single tap shots might just arrive, might just create some problem for Global Esports. Atan Kiaru, Aditya looking very quiet and steady. Jelly will not be playing in this match, so there might be some changes, but giveaway is on, guys. You can participate, and you just have to follow the steps which was mentioned in the giveaway post in those 3 pages of Wings Lifestyle, Upthrust Esports, and UE.India Rising. The like goals is set, and the subscriber goal is for 350k subscribers on YouTube. And I believe the support you are giving to each and every team, you can support Upthrust Esports as well. For that, Upthrust Esports definitely is going to bring more and more tournaments like this as they always do. But at this point, coming back to the match, you also get to say Orange Rock's New Boy has already been spotted down by Punk. Team X, who are in the corners, they might just get some more knockouts. The vehicles have been spotted, so Punk might just have some chances to create some problematic situations for them. And the same way, we also get to say Ask the Expert option is also available for you guys. You can go into Twitter, you can tag Upthrust Esports and ask your questions, or you can also DM us on our Instagram handles. As some of, if your question does not get selected, you can also DM us on our Instagram handles. You will be getting those in the description of the stream, and we will be definitely answering you personally as well as possible. Indeed.
Indeed. You can just go ahead and ask some vital questions that you want to go with. But before that, we have Team EXO going with a battle blow. Let's see what is going to happen. But before that, if I talk about Team Entity, they have put 1 down from Team Scar Esports. I guess that's Austin who has been taken down. But other than that, if I talk about Inspire, he was trying to cook up prone nade, but then also he has also been taken down. Rush God is going to be the last man standing. He is going to be the only hope for this team to acquire some good amount of finishes. But then on the back angle, it's going to be Team Entity and a Team Orangutan as well, trying to retaliate. From the other angle, it's going to be Team Global Esports also coming. Look at that, how much of that decimation is going to be here. Is Rush God trying to flee from the situation, but Trigger was like, hold my gun, buddy, where are you going? Just go down to the crate and eventually enjoy the whole lobby situation coming up for your whole team. But if I talk about Team SouL, Omega pops up 1 from Team Skylights Gaming. That's going to be Pokar, who is going to go and down into the dust.
Well, we have to see it out. Orangutan is there, but NTD Gaming, the tremendous match after that. But Skylights Gaming, as Gumla Boy has been taken down by, on the other hand, by Omega. Basaran gets New Boy taken down. Omega gets taken down, confirmed by Vexy. SouL loses 1. Troy gets in some serious troubles, while NTD Gaming are going for the rotation. Akshat gets taken down. Goblin gets taken down. Team SouL might just fall apart, and this is a very crucial moment. We are looking forward. Hector, can he make it to the 1v2? It's really tough, but it's not impossible. One of the stairs might just get this taken down. He gets 1 down, but no, it's not. Vexy arrives and Team SouL takes an exit in the hashtag 12th position. A good match indeed. It was starting out, but the nade just arrives by another team, and Vexy, he has to survive. The smokes will be getting created. Exo Fierce is waiting. 8-bit is making the rotations possible, but right now Skylights Gaming are not looking in a great form. He has to get the revivals done of Somraj as well as Gamla Boy. Otherwise, it's going to be a disaster position for Skylights Gaming.
Well, the position at this point for Skylar's Gaming is looking very bleak at this moment. Look at the HP that Vexy is holding at this moment. Yes, Vexy was able to patch himself. He's at 80 HP right now, good enough. But now let's see what is going to happen. The vehicle is there right now. There might be a possible rotation coming up. Somraj, meanwhile, is way too late. Gomla Boy is going to go down in the history. But now, if we talk about Skylar's Gaming, they're completely trying to flee from the situation. Look at the person who is driving the vehicle. It's going to be Somraj. Way too late on his HP. And yes, look at that. Somraj has been taken on. Vexy could be finished off just like that. The gate could be opened up by some good shots, and eventually one good shot could easily land onto the head of Vexy, and he might just go down, but still they are surviving. Even C, meanwhile, is trying to decimate Team Exo. Panku has been taken down, and he's actually down to the knees, but he might just survive by the back of Team Exo. So let's see what is going to happen at that moment. There we go. 7C once again pops one from Team Exo, but now Exo Fears actually puts one down from Team 7C also. Interesting enough. Exo puts Aladdin down. Interesting enough. If we talk about Global Esports, they are not going to go down that easily. Well, Manya has been knocked out. That's interesting enough. But if we talk about Nakul, look at those brutal shots coming up. But from the other angle, Team Exo is managing to wipe out Team 7C. Interesting enough. But still, Exo Hacker, the Panku has been taken down. I guess getting those tabletoppers listed in terms of top fragger is not going to be that easy for Panku at anytime soon. On the other angle, Global Esports, Nakul is facing a lot of wrath. Nakul has been taken down. Joker and Mino are going to be the only two men standing for this team, but Team Orangutan are giving up one hell of a show, and now it's all about Edmino.
But the same point, if we talk about at this moment, we might just get to see that. Well, it's something that we really want to see that. Well, 10 teams, 27 players are just surviving at this point, though. We might just get to see that at this point. 8-bit also looking very confident. 8-bit are seeking for a great match because the first match actually went to really bad for them. They got an early elimination, but if 8-bit performs really well, I believe Raider, it will be really trouble for Team SouL to strive and get back to their position, as they have already got eliminated in this match in the hashtag 12th spot.
Indeed, that could be the case. But before that, if we talk about Team Exo, 6 amazing finishes in a single match is good enough for the team. But loss of Pankur could easily be very detrimental in the upcoming few zones, because now, as you all can see, is the 4th zone coming up. And in about 20 seconds, the 4th zone is also going to mash in really very harshly. But before that, Team Exo is going to cherish some good loots. They are going to get some good utilities into their perspective. Getting some good utilities is easily going to uplift a lot of moral for the team. And if we talk about Sensei, well, he's not in the lobby, but I mean, from the back end, he's absolutely going to guide the team to eventually compete with the fights. But look at that, how Team Exo is beautifully holding the western compound, southwestern areas of the zone, and they have an upper hand in terms of the zone. But from the back end, it's going to be Global Esports, which is going to secure some good compounds close to them, and they might just easily wipe them out. Look at that, Admino is trying to show his face a little bit, but then Fierce has actually spotted him out. Fierce is M416 and 6x scope is already open onto his face. A good spray could easily turn really very ugly for Global Esports Admino. So let's see what is going to happen. There we go. I guess spray might be there anytime soon. So I'm eagerly waiting for that initial pickup. I'm literally waiting and crucially expecting some good kind of throws coming from that angle. But I guess at this moment, none of the team are going to able to, let's say, push onto another compound, because this is the 4 zone where you are still left with 10 teams and 27 players, where a lot of third parties, a lot of random shots can be flying onto your faces.
Well, of course, random shots inside the smoky areas and the slammings inside the compounds, which are very crucial inside the circle, will be very like expected, I believe, because even on the other side, if you talk about Team Forever having a good match, indeed, Orangutan, Exo, they're on a verge of getting a great match again and again and again. But the main team in the lobby, I believe, Exo and Global, they are performing tremendously at this point. But if you talk about in this match, well, I believe that 9 teams, 26 players, we get to see total 9 teams will be there. But eventually, like Orange Rock, Global will be surviving with 2 solo player, while Skylar's giving with 2, and Exo with 3 are they going to survive, and Orangutan will also have 3 players. The 4-player stack will be there with Entity, Forever, LZ, and 8-bit. Hyderabad Hydras gets eliminated. Orange Rock's Aru is definitely spotted. He's definitely spotted. Viru is not willing to compromise this position because he's quite aware if he gets spotted, he's done for at this point.
I mean, there is no way that he could flee from this situation, because the zone is also getting crushed down. His whole teammates are actually on the verge of getting distracted by the zone also. So yes, a possible rotation could be possible, but eventually when he is trying to rotate, some people could easily tag him down while he is actually on the stairs, and he might just go down. So that is why I guess he's looking carefully after the whole fight, and he is actually carefully trying to plan the whole situation. If we talk about our esports Aru, he is also trying to figure out there from which location the fights could be there. But look at that mini map. I guess Team OR Esports Aru also knows that there is one good guy who is sitting on the top of that tower and eventually trying to figure out where the rotations could land out. And if we talk about Team 8-bit, on the verge of getting qualified is going to be the case for Team 8-bit, but let's see how much they can actually contribute in the lobby, because they are holding a great chunk of the zone. Also, the southern compound is completely into the hands of Team 8-bits, and that's interesting enough. But now the zone is actually taking a different toll, and it's going to be Team Entity which is going to hold the major shrink of the zone. But now, at this moment, if I talk about Team EXO, or should I talk about Team 8-bit, they could just easily cross the areas, but then 8-bit Juicy pop down from Skylar's Gaming. It's going to be the end of Skylar's Gaming, and that's it for the guys. I guess 8-bit Juicy manages to wipe them also, and that's it for the squad. And finally, Team 8-bit has got two amazing finishes in their perspective. Interesting enough, that was actually, let's say, a brutal shot coming from their angle. But now Team EXO and Team 8-bit, both of them have to actually acquire a great number of enthusiasm in the lobby, and eventually slamming onto the compound of Team Entity could be the case where Team EXO might survive or Team 8-bit might survive.
That's the possibilities, but 8-bit wants to make this match bigger for them, and they want to create some more trouble for the other teams who are surviving exactly below in the overall standings, and 8-bit can make it possible. There are pretty chances. EXO looks strong, the 8-bit looks strong. GodL Esports, they were looking strong, but they haven't got that man. They don't have that man advantage at this point, so there might be some really, really bad chances, but if Joker is surviving, we never know what can happen right now. And if he is there, I believe it's going to be Admino. Yes, it is. Admino is surviving at that point, but it seems way Ranked will be having some split ups exactly on point of team 8-bit. While Riot comes in a very close enclosure area, the nades are cooked out. The pre-nade will be entering exactly on point. Some pre-nades will be going on and on and on. This nade might just create some good amount of damage. The splits have been already occupied. Juicy and Riot both are in a very low SC. Well, if you talk about Trigger needs to enter the circle, while the other players like Ash and WizGod, they are completely on a different angle. They might have some chances, but Madman will definitely try to get some visuals on point against Trigger, as the play zone is giving a very harsh damage to them.
Zone absolutely is going to give a harsh damage at this point. If I talk about Team Orangutan, some good nades are there, and there we go. Ash connects one more, and eventually he has got 4 amazing frags into his perspective. But right now, I guess he could get more and more, because Team 8-bit is looking very bleak in the lobby. They might not survive for a longer period of time, but yes, they are still trying their level best to actually get some good finishes. If I talk about Fierce, he's constantly trying to figure out that where Admino could go down, from which angle Admino could actually choke. But Admino on the other angle is actually figuring out Immortal's demise, and yes, Immortal has been taken down. With this, Team EXO has to figure out a slam-in, and they just have to be in the zone eventually, because zone is something which is going to tag them a lot. But snax is already there to configure this location into their perspective, and now I guess snax and Immortal could easily PS could easily figure out some good shots. 8-bit meanwhile is actually getting on the verge of getting destructed. 8 means I guess last 2 members are still surviving in the lobby, good enough for them. But I guess the last 2 members which are going to compete with teams like Team Entity, which have the 4-man standing in the lobby, or Team Orangutan, which has the 3-man standing, or Team EXO, which also have 2-man standing, or Team GodL Esports with 2-man standing, is going to be a difficult task for teams like Team 8-bit and GodL Esports also.
Well, the same way, we also talk about the finishes they have registered. Raider, it's completely mesmerizing. Orangutan might have got the highest number of finishes so far in the lobby, but right now, if we talk about EXO, well, GodL Esports also takes an exit at this point. But definitely, if you talk about EXO Global, they also have got 6 finishes individually. But LZ officials with a 4-man stack, they haven't took up any fight so far, and they're playing it really safe. But right now, if they want to enter the circle, they have to get Entity Gaming out of the game, or Orangutan is just surviving in those edges. But right now, if Shadow gets spotted down, he's done for at this position. But LZ, what will be their move? Are they going to enter the circle exactly straight in, or is it going to be Entity Gaming?
I mean, there is a case that they might just exactly go straight away into the zone right now, but then they will be welcomed by Team Orangutan, because it's a narrow circle at this point, and it's a narrow path from which they have to cross, and they just have to be undermined at this point. And eventually, if we talk about teams like Team EXO also, they also have to confront Team 8-bit. And at this point, Team 8-bit and Team Entity could be the one who can easily backstab Team EXO. Other than that, if we talk about Team Forever, they are holding a best ever location in the zone, because they are getting the whole northern corner into their perspective, and this is the area where you might easily get those finishes. Then if we talk about Team LZ, look at those. The finishes coming up. Moksha has been taken out. Snappy on the other angle is going to finish off Entity. Shadow 7, that's interesting enough. Viru 99 is actually holding the whole compound. And if we talk about Team LZ, Snappy has been taken on with some good nades. Entity Troy goes on by the hands of Viru. That's interesting enough. Entity Troy is going to go down and get dusted into the zone. And now if we talk about the next clash coming up, it could be Team Forever versus Team Entity. But Entity is also on the verge of getting destructed, because they are holding the center compound. And that is why I believe they are going to become the center of attraction. And that is why they are receiving a lot of chaos. Look at that. Team LZ officials are absolutely going to crush onto that location. They have got two amazing finishes. Half Knight is knocked out, Snappy is knocked out. The revival is possible at this moment. Rex Boy is going to stand out for those revivals. Moksha is also going for the revival, but eventually they are holding a major content of the zone, and that is why this zone is going to uplift their spirits a lot. On the other angle, Team EXO is trying to cut up a rotation, and that might be the demise for Team EXO because snax and Fierce are completely trying to clean the zone. Meanwhile, snax could easily go down. Look at those shots coming up from the other angle. snax puts one down. I guess Team 8-bit is on the verge of getting destruction. 8-bit Juicy manages to actually go down, and if we talk about Tsunami, he's going to be the last man standing, cooking up a molly. That molly could easily attack snax right now. Let's see what is going to happen. snax is actually on the verge of getting that molly connected onto his face. Other than that, snax also pops one molly, and this molly is easily going to connect with Tsunami, but still Tsunami somehow manages to deflect that molly. And now if we talk about snax, he's trying to figure out from which location he could just put him down. Spears from the other angle says to snax that, buddy, wait, let me do the job. Now you can see that Team EXO is trying to survive in the top 4. They have got 8 amazing frags, meanwhile trying to contest with a team Forever, Orangutan, and it's going to be the team of Team LZ official, which is trying to survive.
Well, LZ are having a tremendous match. They wanted this kind of match, but Team Forever, they're just having the circle advantage. They're holding onto the grounds. They are quite aware that this game is completely ours. The free pass will definitely come from the side of Team EXO, but I don't think they will be able to take any knockouts in that kind of position. The smokes have been taken for their position. Team Orangutan might just need to enter the circle. Even gets eliminated at the very good spot, but indeed Team EXO, Team LZ, these two teams are so much in a crucial position that they can be easily converted to the finish points by Team Forever. But Orangutan from the different side, we're also taking some shots on Team Forever. So right now, the main concern for all these three teams except Team Forever is that this team, we know they have to enter the circle, and this is the only team who is exactly waiting. And every of the teams in the like, if you talk about LZ, EXO, and Orangutan, they have the complete aim set on Team Forever. They want to get this team eliminated from this lobby. If they can make that happen, I believe they will be having an easy entry inside the circle. They won't be facing any kind of backlashes. But at this point, if you talk about Orangutan, comes up from the behind, he gets Fido taken down. They haven't spotted the backstab yet, but EXO, if I'm talking about Orangutan, might have some brilliant strategies coming up on the seals. Oasis might just give that revive, but this gets spotted down. He gets taken down by Oasis at that point. Orangutan, the flank which was arriving, gets spotted down and gets easily taken away.
Indeed. At this point, Team Orangutan is the one team which is actually assisting Team LZ official and Team EXO also to just be in the zone. Look at that, how fiercely these teams are just trying to sneak in. But meanwhile, snax has been spotted, and the nade is going to pop in really very soon. Let's see what happens. OS both his HP is way too late. One good shot, one good nade could easily put him down, but still he's just trying to put some good nades. Daljit on the other hand is going to go down with that brutal nade. OS both his nade has actually got a connection onto Orangutan's Wizgod. Interesting enough, Fierce could be spotted. Whoa, man, look at that absolute beast of a nade coming from the hands of EXO. Fierce. Daljit is taken down by the hands of Exophius, but then after that, what happens? Exophius has been taken down by the hands of Mashkers. A great battle coming from the team Exo, but still they are going to go down in the dust. Now it's all about Team LZ official with the 4-man power, man oh man, and Team Orangutan with the 2-man power. And if we talk about Team Forever, same goes for them. They have got the 3-man power. Viru is going to go down. On the other hand, Snappy has been taken down. That's a great trade coming from their angle. If we talk about Orangutan's Ash, is actually on the verge of getting destructed by the zone, sneakily surviving in the zone. But other than that, Half Knight is going to cook up a beautiful nade. One good spray is going to be there. Let's see how this spray is going to land for them. Rex Boy manages to put one down. Half Knight is still trying to survive. So let's see what is going to happen. 2 more teams are left in the lobby. It's all about Team LZ official versus Team Orangutan. Let's see which team is going to survive. It's Trigger who is going to survive. The last man standing, who is actually trying to configure more and more fights. They're just easily trying to figure out that where the rotations could be there, from which location they could just easily retaliate. If we talk about Trigger, look at those shots coming from his angle. From the other angle, if we talk about Half Knight, he's trying to configure some good shot. Mox could easily go down, but Mox successfully did it. And that's it for the team. LZ official finally does it. LZ official has got that tremendous spirit once again back in this game. And yes, they have successfully got that winner chicken into the perspective. Meanwhile, choking teams like Team Forever, teams like Team Orangutan, as well as teams EXO also. That was a great victory for Team LZ official. And this is just the beginning of an end.
Well, we have to just look into this matter, but the way they have played was tremendous. Team LZ have got a brilliant comeback upon their sleeves, but well, we have to take about like LZ. They have played a way to great game from them, but now standing at this point, this chicken dinner will eventually boost LZ up on a great jump. And if they manages to go with this, I believe LZ might just be in the top 16 as Team 8-bit they have got the points. It's not like they haven't got the points, but definitely after that they got eliminated. So taking on to the situations, taking on this matter, I believe it will be a bit tough, but still it is possible that LZ might just climb up in the second chart and manages themselves to the top qualifying sectors. The criterias might be they might just qualify to the grand finals. You never know, but still, if you talk about two more matches are yet to go, that will be a deciding factor whether the this team is going for the grands or not. We have to look into that. We have to see into that matter. But what matters the most is the points table, which will be coming very, very shortly.
Indeed, indeed. I'm pretty excited to see that how the point table is going to play out for the teams which are actually surviving in the lobby. And exactly if I talk about teams like, let's say, Team EXO, teams like, let's say, the teams which are retaliating on the back end, teams like Team Forever. Team Forever was holding a major chunk in the, let's say, 6 or 7 zone, but still they were choked out because teams coming from the northern corner, that was, I guess, Team Orangutan, which was trying to confront them. And that was the way Team Orangutan actually got the upper hand, and eventually they tagged out Team EXO from the other angle. It was Team Forever trying to retaliate, but from the angle of Team EXO's Fierce, he was the one who actually popped two guys from Team Forever, and that is why I guess a great spark of new retaliations were started from the last zone, and eventually you can see that how Team LZ official actually gain that upper end. I guess, Necros, we were talking about Team LZ official when they were confronting Team Entity and trying to be in the zone at the fifth zone, I guess. But after that, look how brilliantly that team has actually acquired the zone. So that is why I believe India's rising teams are actually crushing and putting up some new strategies in the zone. And eventually, these new strategies are actually going to be really very valuable for these teams to compete and eventually gain some good experiences in the future also.
Of course, it is because the way they have showcased their skills, and LZ were very, very looking forward to this chicken. And if you talk about at this position, it was very vulnerable. But
Yeah.
now, if we just see it out, the position, the way Team LZ have played is very, very tremendous. If you talk about the overall stats of their team, it's exactly in front of
Mhm.
you.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. At this point, Team LZ officials securing 15 position points just because they got that victory. But I guess they are actually slightly less in terms of the finishes they have got. And I believe Team Orangutan could easily surpass them in the terms of match-wise standings. They could easily be at #1, or Team Forever could be the one who is holding that position. But if we talk about Team Rex, LZ official Rex Boy is going to be the guy who has actually done the most of the efforts. He has got 3 amazing finishes, and the team contribution in terms of finishes is going to be 50% for the buddy. If we talk about Moksha, one of those people from LZ official who is absolutely tremendous in the lobby, still he has got 2 amazing finishes. Team contribution for the finishes is going to be 33.3%. On the other hand, if we talk about Snipe, it's going to be 1 finishes into his cover, with the frame finish contribution is going to be 16.7 percentages. And if we talk about Half Knight, 0 finishes for the guy. He is trying his level best to get some good finishes, but still, I guess the cover was massive by the hands of Half Knight, and I guess this is the synergy which these teams are trying to look after, and that gap of 1 day has actually provided that kind of synergy and that kind of motivation to grind once again and be back in the lobby, and that is why Team LZ official with some good brutal blows have acquired 21 amazing points in a single match, and that is going to uplift their spirits a lot.
Well, of course, the spirits and souls will be boosted up and up. But right now, if you talk about the first three matches, the first set of the game, the first half of the final day has already been completed. The second half is going to start up in a very short span of time, because the A versus B, the groups will be again shuffling up in the same manner from the start of the day. But the match number 4 will be very crucial for both the segment of teams. It will be the third for the team of I must say Group A. Maybe yes, it's going to be the third match for them as well as for Group B as well. So they have to be prepared. They have to come up with some new strategies. They have to pump themselves up really, really hard as the nomination, the things we are looking forward, it might just turn on some different manner, because the way Team 8-Bit, Forever, LZ, SouL, they're playing on the edges of a certain criteria when in which we
Mhm.
might just face a backlash anytime soon. And the way Team LZ have taken the lead with a total of 6 finishes, 21 points acquired, I really, really believe after this one they're going to make a great jump in the overall points table.
And indeed, that jump will actually uplift their spirits, and eventually they are going to grind for more, and eventually thriving for more is going to be the case in the grand finale also, where you are going to actually get the bragging rights of being in the grand finale of Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2022. Other than that, you are going to actually be one of those teams which can actually uplift that trophy of winning it and eventually getting the bragging rights of also winning the whole championship. So let's see how the fights are going to pan out. But before that, this is a last day and 3 more matches are left right now. Just 3 more matches, Necros. How is your suspense about that?
Well, these three matches, I believe it's going to be the most interesting, most awaited, and
Mhm.
most pressurized three matches of this entire semifinals or the entire tournament so far. Because these three matches actually determine which teams will definitely secure their place in the top criteria in which they will qualify for the grand finals. It all depends upon that. It all depends, and it all comes down to that particular place. LZ officials, Team Soul, 8-Bit, Forever, Xpark. Which of these teams will have their spot fixed up for the grand finals? Because I believe the top chart, the first top 8, I don't think anybody is looking forward to that. But yes, the performance from the top teams are coming tremendously well. But I believe the main factors of the SouL fans will be, will Team SouL will make it to the grand finals after this chicken of Team LZ? That question, that suspense actually stays open till the very last match of this day.
Oh, indeed, that is going to be the nerve-wracking situation of the whole semi-finale because it's all about this. It's all about the qualification. One good match could easily make SouL into the qualification, and eventually one bad match could easily land them out of the lobby, and we are not going to see them for the upcoming 7 days. And that could be the case where SouL fans, and including me, will not be, let's say, happy about it. But before that, if we talk about Team Orangutan, that's what I was talking about, Necros. That despite of getting a winner in the contender, Team LZ official could be at #2 or #3 because the number of finishes they have got is not that good enough. Orangutan, meanwhile, if we talk about 10 finishes they have got and 12 position points they have acquired, and that is why the total will be 22 points that they are cherishing, and the match standings are going to be into their favor. But before that, let me remind you once again, LZ official is the one who has got their posters onto the left corner, who has got the winner chicken, who is cherishing that victory. Now, if we talk about LZ official, 21 points for them. Team Forever, on the other hand, has got 18 amazing points. Team EXO also 18. Meanwhile, if you are confused at why Team EXO is not on top and Team Forever is cherishing the third position, the reason behind it is as simple as that this is a survival based gameplay. After the whole ban situation, you guys know that Battlegrounds Mobile India is comparatively a whole situation of survivability, and in this, the team which is actually going to survive for a longer period of time, getting more and more points for the survival, is going to be the team which is going to cherish the position of, let's say, upper position to be exact. But if we talk about the whole finish and placement graph coming up for you guys, this is match number 33. 3 more matches are left. But if we talk about Team Orangutan maintaining that, let's say, a narrow gap, they have got 10 finishes and 12 for the position. If we talk about Team LZ official, 6 finishes and 15 is going to be the points for the placement, if I'm not wrong. Team Forever, on the other angle, has got 10 for the placement and 8 for the finishes. Team EXO, a vice versa situation coming up from their angle because Team EXO has got 10 finishes and 8 for the position. If we talk about Team 8-Bit, well, look at that consistency coming up, 6 for the placements, and if we talk about 3 for the finishes. Now, if we talk about Global Esports, only 2 for the placements because #7 is the position there where they went out. But Global Esports was the one who actually tagged out Team Xpark, and just like that, you can see that Team Xpark is lurking in the shadows with 0 points. That is interesting enough. But now let's talk about the match-wise top fraggers of the map of Erangel. Match number 33, it's going to be Orangutan's Ash. 6 amazing finishes. Finish contribution for the team is going to be 60 amazing percentages. And if we talk about Exo's Fierce, man oh man, 5 amazing finishes. Finish contribution for the guy is going to be 55.56%, 55.6% to be exact. That those two beautiful nades by the hands of Fierce and Necros was absolutely amazing, and that was the moment where Team Forever actually fumbled.
Exactly. If we talk about that situation, those needs which was coming upon the demise of Daljit, that was the opening, I believe, that come down. And at that point, the Team Orangutan, they actually Team Forever handled that situation really, really well. If Orangutan stayed in their
Yeah.
position intact, I believe Team Forever could have got those finishes easily done for Team LZ and EXO. But talking about the overall standings, you get to see 253 for EXO, 228
Hmm.
for Global. Celsius is there with total of 210, acquiring the same points of NTD Gaming in the same position. Orangutan will be there with total of 209. With this match, a banger comes down. Kemi Sports faces a backlash, comes down to #6 with 208, while Skylets looks confident and strong with 192, and Godlike remains in the #8 with 187 so far.
Man, oh man, what a carnage coming from the hands of Team EXO, the only team which has got the 250 margin at this point. I believe 300 crossing 300 points is going to be a bit difficult for Team EXO, but yes, 250 are into their perspective. That's interesting enough. But the only team which is cherishing four back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner, or should I say four winner-winner chicken dinner as a whole in the semi-finale, it's going to be Team Scarlet's Gaming, which is the only one which is actually uplifting that trophy. But still, they are lurking at #7 because consistency, man, oh man, is something that they are lacking. But before that, OR Esports 182 points from Group B is still qualifying at #9. Taddy Esports looking strong at #10. That's interesting enough. Team TSM 179 points on the verge of getting qualified. Team Forever also looking very bleak with 178 points. Team 7C Esports 171 for them. Enigma Gaming 157 for them. 8-bit worth 154 points to be exact. If I talk about Team Revenant Esports, looking sharp at 150 points at this moment, but I believe the teams which are from #14 to #18 are looking on a very narrow bridge, are actually holding a very narrow passage where any other team lurking from the shadows could easily bounce back with good one match. Look at that, Team SouL remaining at #18 right now. 136 points for them, and the team which is at #17 is having 143 points. So yes, they are actually uh, thriving and lurking for one good match, but teams like Team Xbox could easily get that one good match, and they might just get qualified. Team LZ official with that winner chicken is actually acquiring that position, and that is why I believe teams like Team SouL and Team Xbox has to do a tremendous job in the lobby, and that is the case where they might just get that victory, might just get that chance of securing their position in the grand finale. But other than that, if we talk about teams like Scar Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, relentless, man oh man, their performances is going down and down at this point. Team Hyderabad Hydras with that good victory in the initial one of the day #6 was good enough. I thought that they might come back once again, but performance is not looking that good for Team Hyderabad Hydras.
Well, they started today's day with a great chicken dinner, but if you talk about the overall standings, it just remains the same with total of 42 finishes for Joker, 39 for Knuckle, 39 for
Oh,
Punk, Destro 36, and Delta 36. So there's no changes in the positions, but there might be some one or two finish changes among the players of Knuckle and Punk as well. But still, the much awaited three other matches are just waiting in the corner, and we might just witness some better domination coming up in just few minutes. But in the meanwhile, Inferno will be also joining up very shortly. In place of mine, of course, I will be taking a break. Raider and Inferno will be continuing, guys, as well as you also can take the chance to participate in the giveaway, which is actually going on the Instagram handles of Upthrust Esports, India Rising, and Wings Lifestyle. You have to just go and follow the instructions told in the giveaway post, and you will definitely get a chance to participate and win one in your favor.
indeed, and that would be really cherishing for you because you are enjoying the whole experience, you are enjoying the whole carnage, and we as the cast are actually enjoying the earbuds at this point. So I believe you are also going to cherish it if you are able to, let's say, enjoy that giveaway, win that giveaway, and if you are not going to get that giveaway, you can just easily go for the sites of Wings Lifestyle India, or you can just purchase one good earbud on Flipkart or Amazon, wherever you want to go. And the streaming partners are, of course, Loco in association with Ticker Tape also. So, yes, make sure to follow them also, and make sure to actually appreciate them also for their efforts they are doing and putting forth at this moment. But eventually, if I talk about teams like, let's say, Global Esports doing a tremendous job in the lobby. Yes, despite of their average performance in the last match, they were able to, let's say, get 10 amazing points from their perspective. And if we talk about Joker, they have got 42 amazing finishes into perspective. If we talk about Nakul, he's lacking behind from his buddy with only 3 finishes. And if we talk about Panku, same goes for Panku, 39 finishes. If we talk about Kimin Esports, I don't know what happened to this team, but their performance is absolutely going down and down and down at this point. But with this, I guess on the desk, we are going to invite Inferno once again for the casting, and eventually, Inferno, if you are back, man, how are you?
I'm all fine. I'm feeling the carnage, right? As you are telling, you are also feeling the carnage, and you can feel the
Indeed.
sovereignty of the teams and the dominance actually teams are actually showcasing in all the matches. I would like to say congratulations, Team Last Zone, for having the winner chicken dinner, and you were the champions. Amazingly performed. What do you think, Reda? Can
Mhm.
Last Zone Gaming make to the grand finals? Because I am feeling that because they are actually showcasing some of those amazing matches, and they're actually doing it really well. They need some of the points. They need some of those leads of the points, but They need a really good match. They need one more chicken dinner, I think. So then only they can make to the grand finals. But I don't know what's going to happen over there. But if you talk about the final of the match, that is going to be match number 33 of Orangutan. Ash out there having 6 finishes, and match contribution that is going to be 60, and total finishes that is going to be 35. And look at the MVP rank. He's going to surpass some of those players in that total ranking of top fraggers. I think so. We're going to see a new face in top frag rankings. That is going to be Ash. What do you think, Raider?
Well, for your first ever question of LZ getting qualified in the grand finale, well, I would like to answer that because Team LZ official has got one good victory into their perspective. I believe their motivation is going to be uplifted. But yes, the same goes for teams like Team Hyderabad Hydras, because in the initial day, in the initial match of this day, they got their victory. But what happened after that? They were actually choking. And in the previous one, you saw, I don't know you saw the match or not, but I was actually able to see that what happened at that moment. Hyderabad Hydras was sitting idle, and Team Orangutan Ash did a 1v2 onto their faces, and then after that, what happened? Team Hyderabad Hydras, just like that, was choked out. Man, that is the kind of inconsistency that these teams are trying to provide, and I believe Team LZ official will be able to provide that consistency. They might just be able to provide that kind of gameplay, getting 10 to 15 average points in the next upcoming 2 matches also. That could be the case for the team, and if that doesn't happen, I don't know what is going to happen, because teams like Team SouL and XPark, they are not going to let it go that easily, because you have seen in the leaderboard, in the overall standing, Team XPark is lacking behind at I guess 19th position, and Team SouL is at hashtag 18. They both are actually on the verge of getting qualified. One good match would easily surpass Team LZ official, and they will be back in the lobby. They will be back in the grand finale, because these last 3 matches are going to be full of suspense. And for now, we don't know what is going to happen. But yes, the fights are going to be tremendous. Yes, the gun game is going to be tremendous. So let's hope best of the best team is going to win, and either you are going to win it or you are going to learn from it, and that is going to be the case from my side.
Absolutely.
Let's hope the best of the best teams are going to configure.
Yeah, absolutely. Either you're gonna win or you'll be having some of those amazing experience out there, because this lobby is just all different, right? Like, the experiences in this lobby. I would like to say, if you are applying one of the strategies in semifinals day one, let's just get into the boss, right? We have a lot of time for the lobby as well, and we have a lot of time to see the strats as well. So let's have a look over there. But if you talk about the semifinals day one, right, Raider, we are just casting from all the semifinals. So yeah, team were playing a bit different. Like, they were playing some of those amazing strategies. They were applying some of those different strategies. But if you talk about the day number 2, there was some slight changes out there, because teams know, because the analysis from the opponent team, the analysis from the enemies has been done. So they need to get ready for the next day. You cannot go in the war with the old strategies. You need to do something out of the box that has been not predicted from your opponents, right? That's why the semifinals day 2 were a bit changed, and I still remember that was a pretty aggressive stance gameplay. All the teams were doing pretty aggressive gameplay. And if you talk about semifinals day 3, that was also a bit changed. Some of those teams, we have witnessed that changing their drops, changing your rotations. That's what we actually do, right? It's all about your strategies. If you're changing your strategies, if you're doing something out of the box that your enemy didn't predict it, your opponent did not predict it, then only you can have the win. That's why teams are actually doing the chicken dinner. You can see Team GodL as well. That's a really great example. They were playing their natural gameplay, right? They were doing their natural gameplay from last semifinals day, I think so. They continuously doing it for 3 days. That was not going in the favor, but changing the strategies, changing their mindset, changing their aggressive stance gameplay, changing their pace in the game. Now you can see from page number 3, sudden boost on page number 1. Isn't it amazing, right? You are coming from hashtag 19 to you are coming to hashtag top 10 teams. That's an amazing boost, amazingly performed from Team GodL. And there's a lot of Team TUD Esports changing their drop, changing their strategies, and presenting some of those amazingly perform gameplays. So that's actually what I call. So let's see. It's all about the teams, what they do and how they're gonna play. But yeah, next match, that is going to be pretty aggressive, pretty amazing, pretty astonishing. Waiting for that. And what do you think, Raider? Is all the chaotic zone. We are actually witnessing all the chaotic zone. What do you think? Can we witness some of those early drop fights? Because I know you love drop fights, man.
Yeah, I love the drop fights, but at this moment, my body is just shaking at this point, because these amazing last 3 matches are going to decipher for us that yes, which are the top 18 teams which are going to play it out for the grand finale. 7 straight days, and eventually we are going to get the holidays for Holi, if I'm not wrong, the festival which is going to be there. But before that, the grand finales are on the verge of getting started. Tomorrow we are going to see, let's say, same faces of the casters are going to be there. Pretty much same lobby is also going to be there, but still we are going to get only 18 teams which are going to compete. So yes, for that I'm pretty excited. But before that, if I talk about teams like, let's say, which are going to compete in the next upcoming group is going to be Group B and C, if I'm not wrong. It's going to be a battle between the teams. Okay, it's Group A and B. In the map of Miramar, the fight is going to rise. Teams like GodL Esports, TSM, Revenant Esports, Enigma, Cayman, Celsius Esports, Revenge Esports, Relentless are going to rise. And once again, I would like to answer your question, Inferno. You were asking that either if I want that initial drop, initial clash coming up in the lobby, I don't want it at this point. I want every other team to put their 100%, get some good loots, eventually get then clash it out, so that I would, as a caster, I would be satisfied. Yes, that this team has done their effort. Yes, they were unable to, let's say, compete with this fight. They were unable to, let's say, decipher this fight into their favor. But still, they have done their job. It's not like that a stupid mistake was there, that yes, they went out for the initial clash and eventually they were taken on. But yes, I might see one or two initial clashes coming up, because zone and flight path is something which is never going to prefer any caster, never going to prefer any team, because that is something which can easily turn the tables for us. And BGMI gods are just like playing with us at this moment like a puppet at this point. They could just easily turn the tables anytime soon. Yes, I'm eager to watch that how the first flight path is going to go on and how the play zone is going to be associated with it, or a very different flight path is going to be there, or a very different play zone could be there.
Let's see how they're going to be, and there will be a lot of fight down scenarios. But if you talk about, this is actually going to be the semifinals, right? Teams are changing their play style. Teams are doing something different. We all know that. But semifinals, we have seen a lot of drop clashes in the starting, and in the second zone we have witnessed a lot of, I would like to say, fights. But if you talk about the future, right? Because the future, it is India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust Esports. So if you talk about some kind of future, so yeah, I'm talking about grand finals, because this is semifinals day 6 and that's going to be the last day of semifinals. But if you talk about grand finals, we are not going to witness even a single, I would like to say, early drop clashes, early skirmish, early intense fights. No 4v4 fights, I would like to say, because the teams will be less, the competition isn't less, I would like to say, but the competition in the starting zone is less, because, like, there's a lot of vacant space in Irangal, I would like to say, and Miramar, I would like to say, so they can change drop, and, like, there's a lot of space that they can hibernate themselves from the compound, and they can do loot out there. But if you talk about vehicular contest, if you talk about rotation clashes, we cannot tell anything. But we are talking about the drop clashes, so I can just predict one thing: in grand finals, no drop clashes, only and only last chaotic zone fights. What do you think on about that? Because, like, grand finals, there will be a lot of changes. Semifinals, you cannot, like, do the same thing like you are doing in semifinals. But I would like to say grand finals, this is going to be pretty, like, intense, and this is going to be pretty chaotic and change things. There will be a lot of things from teams. I think so.
I would like to contradict on that statement, because yes, in the semi-finale we saw 16 teams fighting it out. 64 players were there in the lobby, but in the grand finale, as you know, per the schedule, 18 teams are going to be there. 2 more teams will be there in the lobby, and yes, all of that 18 teams are going to fight it out for every single match, which will be there 6 matches straight out of the day and 7 days straight out of the whole grand finale. But those 2 teams can easily affect a lot of rotations. And yes, of course, there's like a prior I discussed that play zone and the flight path can easily decipher some good new clashes, and there might be some clashes coming up. But I guess one thing, I guess, Inferno, from your statement, I would like to decipher that yeah, you are trying to say that teams will not be able to, let's say, team willingly, they will not be initiating any kind of fight in the initial zone, and that would be the case which I want to witness. But before that, we have the zone coming up once again. It's going to the map of Golden Sands, where a diagonal flight path which is cutting the map in 55 to 45% of the ratio. Interesting enough, it's a central shift coming up, but now I'm eagerly waiting for the first ever play zone to come in, and that could easily decipher a lot of things. If the zone goes onto the compounds of Al Azhar and on the northeastern corner, it could be really very tiring for teams like, let's say, Revenant and Team LZ Official, which is going to drop in the Walad Al Mar vicinity. But if we talk about teams like Team SouL, well, they are going to choose their, once again, exact job application of team of Picardo. Other than that, some other teams are also trying to compete. Let's see what is going to happen. I want to see Cayman Esports also coming back once again in the lobby, because Inferno, I believe we have seen Cayman Esports holding that location of, let's say, #1 for straight 3 days. But what happened after that? That they were choked on. But how? We have another clash coming up. Man, oh man, we never expected that Team GodL is going to clash at this same exact location. Team SouL already looking so bleak. They are unable to qualify at this point. They're at #18. And if Team GodL did it successfully, Team SouL will not be able to qualify. And that's for sure, because Team LZ Official is also there in the lobby, and they are maintaining a safe strategy. They are not in a clash. Now Team SouL has to think about something. They still have to actually figure out some kind of clash. They still have to figure out some kind of interesting thing. Because if we talk about Team GodL, the 4-man power of Team GodL, the same same exact roster which every other Indian gaming community's esports team actually fear about is here right now. Jonathan is there, Neo is there, Z-God as well as Clutch God is also going to be there right now. I don't know what Team SouL is going to do, but I just wish that Team SouL should play it out a bit safe, because Team GodL is absolutely here with one goal, that they don't want Team SouL to qualify at this point.
I never imagined this thing. Like Team GodL versus Team SouL on Picardo. Oh man, welcome to the Picardo, man. Like, you know, now we can say welcome to the Picardo. Team SouL versus Team GodL. Oh my god, Jonathan is kicking out Omega. That was something initial pick out. Team SouL is getting started in the starting. They are actually 3 men standing. I don't know what's gonna happen for them. But Johnny, we can see one thing, that this guy is just getting some wonders out there. I think so. Revolve point Omega, like, you know, the ideal of the team Omega out there, he's been knocked out. The backbone of Team SouL has been knocked out, and they are going to get shattered. And right now they're actually in a pretty bad situation. Team SouL, they have to go for the revolve point, but no. Team GodL is not going to give a chance. IGL out there is going to finish the IGL of Team SouL out there. Clutch God is aggressing on not person, that is going to be Omega. But you can see both of the players, 2 of the players of Team SouL is getting back out, and one of the player from Team SouL is trying to play some of those split gameplay. That is going to be Hector out there. Omega is getting finished really soon, and they are actually gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Whoa. Just go back out there, Clutch God. There's some of those grenade out there coming, but you can see IGL out there, and I think so this is time to aggress on Clutch God out there. And yeah, Soul Goblin is coming on the back foot, but oh my god, Johnny is getting a knockout on Soul Goblin out there. Hector being the Soulman survivor. 2 of the players has been split out. Hector coming up with a 1v1 out there, and I think Clutch God is going to do that absolutely. Soulman survival from Team SouL. This is pretty hectic for Team SouL. Absolutely. This is just so unfair for them. And this is something different I am witnessing for the first time on Picardo. I have never seen Team GodL. This is for the first time Team GodL is coming on Picardo.
Well, Inferno, it's not like that it is an unfair fight, because yes, Team GodL is changing their compound. They're holding this compound where actually Team SouL actually calls it their home ground. Still, they are able to contest it, and in the first zone, before the start of the first zone to actually start, they are able to crush down Team SouL's spirit right now. You can see that Team SouL's Omega has been taken down, Entity, should I talk about Hector has been taken down, Goblin has been taken down. It's all about Akshat at this point, and Team GodL did it successfully. Jonathan with 2 amazing blows has actually created a great buffer in the lobby, and Team GodL already on the verge of getting qualified. I mean, despite of their 0 points, I mean, even if there is a match there where Team GodL goes out at #16 with 0 points, they are still going to get qualified. But now, which team they are going to target? The team which is actually on the verge of getting qualified or disqualified. One good match or one bad match can easily actually turn the tables for Team SouL. But at this moment, Team SouL is completely going to flee from the situation. It's not like Akshat could do a 1v4. I mean, he might do, but why to risk that kind of situation when you are actually going to be on the verge of vicinity to get qualified? But now, it's interesting enough. The irony is here right now, because SouL Akshat is actually going to hold the same exact compound where Team GodL is actually where Team actually like to go. Look at that. This is going to be the San Martin area, if I'm not wrong, where the Golden Mirado resides, where Jonathan actually goes for that Mirado to actually be into his perspective. But now I guess Akshat could easily go ahead and get that Mirado and eventually rotate onto that angle. And look at that. He is now exactly going to do that kind of strategy. I don't know what he's trying to plan for. Look at that. Mirado is actually going to be here. He's going to loot this compound, eventually go with the Mirado. But I guess Team GodL, after getting that victory into the perspective, I bet that Team GodL is going to go for that Mirado, because Jonathan is one of those guys who actually absolutely loves to cherish his draw. But look at that Enigma, he was trying to climb that hill, but globally Esports Knuckle was like, hey buddy, I'm here first of all, and you are going to go down. And that's for sure what happened. Enigma is going to go down. On the other hand, if we talk about Knuckle, he is going to go down. Fall damage could be massive, but still he survives. Still he actually thrives for another fight. He's going to patch himself once again. He can be back in the fight, and that's interesting enough. Global Esports got that initial preg into their perspective. Team GodL, meanwhile, has turned the tables. Man, oh man, every other member as a caster, I'm too, let's say, excited, or should I say too mind blown at this point, because I never expected that Team GodL could do this. But yes, they did it, and they successfully went in a home ground of teams like Team SouL. They destroyed their home, and now they have actually thrown Akshat out of their home. And at this point, Team GodL is going to cherish the loots of Picardo, and after that they are going to go for the San Martin, that's for sure, because the zone is absolutely favoring them also at this point. That could be the case for Team GodL, and I just want to see how the future of this particular match is going to pan out. I told you, Inferno, last 3 matches are going to be full of interesting moments, and look at that. From the initial moment, you saw one of those interesting fights, one of those mind-boggling fights with which I'm absolutely mind blown.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen over here. GE Joker out there. You can see this guy, this small lad is just so powerful. This one is just so outstanding. You can see having 42 finishes. That is in the golden frame, right? We can see right now he's just in the golden frame out there having 42 freaking finishes. That's a really, really big number. And Team Global Esports is actually doing a really well gameplay. They're actually like, going to the teams and taking fights 4-on-4 head-to-head fair fights, and they are actually winning it. But out there will be some slight changes, I would like to say, in the gameplay of Team Global Esports. I don't know what's gonna happen over there, but we're gonna witness and we're gonna analyze that. But if we talk about Team TSM OG, Shadow OG out there having that MIDI 14 and watching the woods and watching the colonies of Picaro, and there will be no one out there because the team got like, I think so they rotated, but I'm not able to understand over there. But let's see. But if you talk about out there, Team TSM having 179 points, that's a really, really great and big number for Team TSM. And out now, you can see they're having actually 0 finishes. I don't know, there will be no fights out there. We're waiting for the fights. Let's see what's gonna happen over there. There will be a lot of teams rotating on the same part, and I think so. Team TSM, they are not having a pretty good loot, or else they'll be completed. Yeah, all the loot has been completed, but having only one vehicle raider, this is going to be a pretty hectic task, because if you guys are rotating in the only single vehicle, if players are actually taking a spray on you, you are in just the same vehicle, and you all gonna burst at the same moment, and that could be a fair 1v. I would like to say unfair 1v3, or else a single person gonna take all the kills out there. So better to take somewhat more vehicles, go with some of those more pickup trucks and some of those, I would like to say, Mirado and buggies.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. I guess at this point, they're just trying to figure out that way the vehicles could be there, and eventually that rotation could be possible from their angle. Meanwhile, if I talk about Team 7C, it's going to be Aladdin who is trying to figure out that there might be a rotation from which they could just flash out. If I talk about the whole placement for them, Hashtag 13 is going to be the place where Team 7C is actually chilling it out, and they are on the verge of getting qualified. Interesting enough, total 85 placement points, and the total finishes they've got is going to be 86, and the total points they are cherishing at this point is going to be 171. They are also on the verge of getting qualified. So interesting enough, Hashtag 13 is going to be the place they are lovingly cherishing. So let's see what is going to happen, because now second zone going to compromise in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, and after that the second zone will plan out where some more fights, where some more aggression can easily be there. 15 teams, 56 players still surviving, 55 players to be exact are still surviving in the fight. And if we talk about Team SouL, I don't know where they are trying to rotate. They are constantly trying to rotate. Akshat is just constantly trying to go on the northern corner. He's just trying to loot some small compounds through which the loots could be sufficient enough for the guy. But if I talk about Team Revenge Esports, on the verge of getting qualified is going to be the case for Team Revenge Esports. Also, Hashtag 20 is going to be the place where they are trying to play it out. So let's see what is going to happen, and let's see how much they can retaliate with. Team Revenge Esports, meanwhile, is actually about to hold a center compound. That's interesting enough. But on the northern corner, we have hell lot of a clash coming up. So yes, in this small zone, or should I say close to small zone, which is going to be here anytime soon, we are going to see a lot of clashes starting up. But after the third zone will be there, we are going to see some new desperation and new fights also being there. But team number 9 is also very close. Look at that, we have that mini map small spectre of that team coming up. It's going to be Team Celsius, which is going to hold on to that compound. Let's see what is going to happen. It's Max, Vixie, as well as Dreams also coming on that same location. Let's see, is it a possible clash coming up or not? Or from the other angle, it's going to be LZ Official. Let's talk about that Inferno, because LZ Official is one of those teams which was actually getting a clash from Team SouL from previous 5 days. Previous 2 to 3 days was the case where Team LZ Official was constantly actually trying to tag them out, constantly getting those initial clashes. But if I talk about this one, last 4, 5th, and 6th days, Team LZ Official was completely trying to bail out from the areas of Picardo, and look how it actually benefited them. Team LZ Official is still surviving. What happened to Team SouL? Well, a new clash was there, and Team Global Esports just did it. In day number 5, also I said Inferno that Team SouL is becoming predictable at this point. There is nothing like a suspense, nothing like a uncertainty about that team. We all know as a caster, and I guess as an esports athlete, everybody know that where the Team SouL is going to hold, which compounds they might hold, which compounds they are going to land on, how many vehicles they use, how Goblin rotates, how Omega does the job, how the Agiling census is going on. Because SouL is one of those teams every other Indian esports team looks after too. But then you can see that Team SouL has been decimated. It's all about Akshat at this point. And if we talk about LZ Snipey, the vehicle is about to go kaboom, and yes, that's what happened. Team OR Esports is on the verge of getting destructed. So let's see what happens. Aru on the other angle is also trying to configure some good shots.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk about Team Celsius, so they're actually 3 men standing. Okay, Team Celsius isn't doing really well, but then also they are actually 3 men standing. There will be some of those shortage of the players, or I would like to say they would be busy. But Team Celsius, they are actually enough. 3 man standings are enough. But OR Aditya, he's just in the front ending range, I would like to say. OR Aditya still is not spotted, and I think so. The location has been not casualized out there, but I think so. He's going to get spot really, really soon. But in the backlashes, in the backends, you can see Team Enigma Raider. They are actually coming up and they can take a fight against Team Celsius Max. He's the only Solomon survival. None of the players I can see of Team Celsius, they are been not in a regroup situation. They are not just regrouped out there, and you can see out there. If we were talking about the other players, they're actually doing a flank. Celsius Dream out there on a flank angle, trying to spot Aru out there, but he's behind that rock out there. That's a really good advantage. That's why he's not able to get knocked out there. But Vexy's been down. This is not favorable. You can see Team Celsius is just getting shouted again and again, but Team OR, on the other hand, they're having an ironic meaning. They're just shining out there. But you can see Team Revenge is coming out there, and they're actually 4 men standing. I think so. Team Revenge is going to get that party right. They are actually going to enjoy that third party, and from the from here, you can see Celsius Dreams are in the open ridge. From the backlashes, from the backends, we can see Team Revenge Esports coming up from slowly, steadily, and sneaky peeky way. Look at that. Atanki is going to win, but Atanki is going to win that one. Absolutely. But Team Revenge Esports, get ready, boys. You are just get ready for the third party out there.
Oh, indeed, that is going to be the case. But before that, if we talk about Team Celsius, man, oh man, their strategy is not looking that brilliant. Well, I think he goes down, kaboom, with a vehicle blow. Let's see what is going to happen for them. If we talk about Team GodL, well, Shadow OG is going to receive that brilliant shot on the other hand. And look at that ninja dot, just played it really very cool. Jonathan has been taken on. That could be the moment where Team GodL could choke down. Look at that, Neo is also getting destructed. Neo is also getting and receiving those damages. Meanwhile, Team GSM is just trying to hold a great compound, but if I'm not wrong, Inferno, it's a great opportunity for Team TSM to just put down Jonathan. And if Jonathan goes down, that might be the opening where Team Godlike could easily go down. But before that, Clutch God is going to secure this compound, and he might just actually enter a clash. He might actually just enter this fight into this perspective. On the other angle, if we talk about Clutch God, he's trying to figure out that rotation going on. TSM's Ninja Jot and Blaze OP is also in the minivan. They are trying to figure out some great location. There might be a flanking situation from their angle from which they could just retaliate. On the other angle, if we talk about Clutch God, he's trying to rotate. Jonathan is trying to rotate. Neo is trying to rotate, because every other guy from the team knows that zone is something you have to actually be concerned about, and then eventually rotations could be cause. But now at this moment, I'm feeling a bit bad for Jonathan, because that open top mirror is there, but still that golden color is not there into his perspective. But I guess that that is something they are going to cherish, because they have wiped out, let's say, close to wiped out situation was there for Team SouL. I don't think that Team SouL is still surviving in the fight. Interesting enough, I can't see Akshat at this point, but I believe he's actually a bit out of zone. He might be surviving in somewhat shadows at this point, and that could be the case for him. But Ladriala, beyond that area of Ladriala, that western compound could be the area where Team SouL could easily reside at this point. If they manage to survive, that could be really very good for Team SouL, because they are on the verge of getting distracted. And if we talk about Team Relentless, Team LZ official is going to receive a lot of damage.
Absolutely, you can see GodL, Johnny, and Neo playing in a duo queue right now, and the whole team Godlike has been actually surviving out there. That's a really great thing. Also in the first zone, we have seen Team Godlike having some casualties out there, and that's not actually fair for them. But Team Godlike, I would like to say they are going to do that comeback out there. But LZ is Rexboy out there trying to spot out those players of Team RLN. But you can see more and more fights are actually getting initiated. There's a lot of teams, there's a lot of players are coming in the fight down scenarios. But Rexboy using that mini 14, having that 8x, the positioning has not been compromised of Team LZ, I think so. But they feel the presence of the opponent team, and the opponent team also feel the presence of their enemies. But if you talk about Team Gemini Esports, Destroy has been down. That is something initial. The top fraggers amongst 32 matches has been down, I would like to say. But going with some grenades and utilities, a really great damage has been predicted on the players of Team TSM. Justin out there having that grenade in his hand, unpinned, going with the throw out there. But look at that, multiple grenades, 2 grenades, 1 grenade, 3 grenades has been thrown. Oh my god, the small mini artificial red zone has been converted, but that grenade coming on the face. TSM Equinox having a really great knockdown, and 3 players has been knocked out from Team Gemini Esports. Delta PG being the only Solomon survival out there. Team TSM can eliminate them, but Global Esports in coming fight against Team Godlike out there. Team Gemini Esports has been eliminated. 2 of the players of Team Global Godlike has been eliminated. That is going to be Neo and Johnny. From the backlashes, from the back end, you can see Clutch God has been down. My god, Raider, we have seen this scene. They were actually doing imperfectly perfect out there, but you can see right now 3 players has been down and Team Godlike has been eliminated. What? just in some factor of minutes.
That's it. That's it. I guess wiping it out for Team Soul in the initial one, I guess, gave a great motivation and great boost of confidence. Team Godlike Esports, and they did something wrong in the lobby. They were trying to decimate Team TSM. They were a bit out of zone, and they were trying to just say be in the zone. And after that, what happens? Teams like Team Global Esports is one of those teams which is never going to lose any kind of opportunity. They make their own opportunities. If an opportunity is there for them, they're never going to lose, and that's the case. But look at that sneaky spray, right? With that amazing M416 dead stream, managed to put one headshot onto his face, and we say just like that, Aditya has been decimated. It's all about Atanki. Let's see what Atanki can do. Let's see how his destruction can actually pan out for the fight. If we talk about Madman, trying to destruct one more shot, and that was interesting. Madman on the verge of getting destructing. He's also way too late. Teammate but is receiving some good shots. If I talk about Global Esports, they are going to take a fight with the team. Hyderabad Headers, if I'm not wrong. On the other angle, if we talk about Aru is going to be here, trying to decide with the fight. Another 1v1 comes and that's it for him. 8-bit Juicy manages to wipe him out also. He actually burst that gate open, and just like that, the fight is into their perspective. 8-bit is able to let secure two amazing points into their perspective with the number of finishes they've got is interesting enough. The third and the last one is going to be OR Player 5 with one good nade. That story could easily end in right now. So let's see what this nade is going to do for him. OR Player 5 is meanwhile securing that location onto that stairs, if I'm not wrong, and that could be the case. He's just trying to boost himself. You have to put a space over there, but still Juicy's 1v3 is there right now, guys. Juicy did a 1v3, that amazing 1v3 onto the face of team OR, and that's it for Team OR Esports at this moment. OR Esports is actually, if I'm not wrong, Inferno on the verge of getting qualified, but still this kind of matches are going to put their faith at a bad side.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe. We are hitting 8,000 watching on English. That's a really big number. So guys, can we hit 6k likes? That is going to be so much easy. So guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button if you guys are loving the casting. So please make sure to follow us description. You can find out the links. But if you talk about Global Esports, Admino has been knocked out from the side of 7C Sevtar. So Sevtar is just one of the most amazing individual fraggers from the side of Team 7Cs, but you can see Global Esports Admino, the revival point for Admino, the revival option for Admino from the side of Team Global Esports. Nah, that's not going to be the option for them because he's just one split area right now. Team Global Esports is getting into the zone right now, and they started rotating. We can see SouL Akshat in the pixel, right? Is the Solomon survival out there from Team SouL? The Team Global Team Connect has been eliminated. The rivals have been eliminated right now. But if you talk about Hyderabad Hydras coming with the shot connection is really well. But you can see having one kill in the pocket right now. Oh my god, from the back ends, you can see still they're getting some shots at, and Team Hyderabad Hydras Ace Black has been down. I think so they have to go for the initial and instant revival point, or else Team Hyderabad Hydras, they are on I would like to say backstab. I would like to say they are on a back disadvantage out there in the point tables. So go for the revolve point. You will be on a safe spot. Then you can just regroup and re-question the things, and you can just reset the fight out there. But Team 7Cs, they're just unstoppable, man. Right? They're just not stopping. They're just pushing on Team Hyderabad Hydras. They are just flying players, pushing on Team HH. And I think so. Absolutely, this is the thing I was actually saying. You go for the revolve point, but no, I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Dead player has been also down. Team Hyderabad Hydras, they are not looking so good.
Indeed. Their gameplay is actually looking a very bleak situation at this point. From the other angle, you can already see some of the teams are also trying to tag it out. But I believe Team GSM is actually on the verge of getting disrupted, and they might just go down in the history. And if we talk about Team 8-bit Raid, he has been taken on once again. Team Hyderabad Hydras, Ace Black has been taken on. Another player who can actually get revival is going to be this one. But I'm actually blessed to see that Team SouL is still surviving in the fight, and that's interesting enough. Team SouL is just trying to play it really, very cool at this point. If LZA official goes down with some brutal blows, they might just be was trying to pan out and eventually figure out that where the players might be hiding, but he never expected that there is some guy who is just lurking in the shadows at the left corner, and just like that you can see that to go down. But if we talk about Team Enigma, when he is actually opened up at this moment, as Rex and Sagi are actually going to be the last two men standing, which are still surviving in the fights. Now if we talk about Team SouL, Akshat is just trying to figure out that where he might just go, from which location he might just survive, but he's going to pressurize, and I guess that could create Team SouL. That's the moment where Team SouL might just go down in the pits. Some shots are there. Interesting enough, 11 teams, 30 players are still surviving. And if Team SouL goes down at this moment, only one position. And that is something we never want to see.
Absolutely, you can see RL and TOD locker out there, having 4 finishes. That's a really great number. You can see Frost out there has been knocked out, and I think so. Revival option from the side of Team RL TOD, that's going to be a bit hard option out there, and they're actually going with that thing and passing through with that thing. That's a really great one. But if you talk about Criminal going with the flank, and you can see he's just in the deep out there. RNT Austin Vortex has been down, and Team Top Dog is going to be also knocked out. I think so. It's going to be so much hard, and yeah, absolutely. Team Enigma has been eliminated on #7. We have our top 16. Let's see who's gonna win. I'm waiting for that. You are waiting for that, and all the audience are waiting for that. Let's see. Sonic Fox out there going with the smoke and making those smoke screens for having the zonal area. Yeah, that's a really great thing. Celsius Max over there, you can see he's just out of this area and he's just out of the zone, playing on the edge out there. But you can see this nade can change whole the story. This nade can change the story. But I think so. The connection would be so less. Yeah, absolutely. Team RNT is still surviving and they're having a really great advantage. He's been spotted out there going with the grenade, but the connection will be so much less. Top Dog beat the Solomon survival.
Oh, indeed, that could be the case. One good nade, one good molly could easily connect there, and eventually he might just go down, and that could be the number where Team Revenant Esports would not like to actually play with it. But if I talk about Team SouL, just like that, I saw Team SouL Akshat did a 1v1, and he was successful in actually wiping out Team 7C. But after that, what happened? Team SouL was wiped out by the zone, and Akshat was the last one standing. He was taken out by zone. 3 finishes, and I guess #7 is the position that where he went out. So I guess only 5 points for them in this match. So I guess particularly that's not a great start for this team. Now if we talk about Team Hyderabad Hydras, looking sharp in the lobby, they are in the top 6, and interestingly enough, they might just easily thrive. They might just easily bounce back, and if that happens, I believe teams like Team Xpark and Team SouL are going to get a lot of competition, because this team Hyderabad Hydras is lurking in the shadows at #22 to 23 if I'm not wrong, and if they are managing to qualify, that's it. That's it for Team SouL. That's it for Team Xpark. Now, if we talk about Team Revenge Esports, it's going to be funny. Sonic Fox and the other guy, that's Akshay 5K. Let's see how much they can just retaliate. Let's see how much they can just pan out. If we talk about Team Revenant, one good guy from Team Relentless has also been taken on. But Inferno, one best of the thing that is actually happening in the lobby is going to be all of the teams which are actually in the bottom of the list are the one which are actually surviving in the top 7, top 6 teams which are there in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see LZ's out there. We have a top 6 team still. There's a lot of not teams I would like to say been not eliminated. Fanbo's out there going with the grenade, going with the utilities usage, and he's going to be exhausted really, really soon. But you can see Rexboy has been eliminated. But look at that. He's not just exhausting. He's just exhausting the players of Team HS right now. They're just getting exhausted. That how they're going to survive with those grenades out there. And I think that Kiri has been down. But still, oh my god, look at those reflexes from the side of finals. But the final boss will also be out. Dead being the tournament survivor from Team Hyderabad Hydras. Hyderabad Hydras dead do an amazing wonderful catch out there. But no, it is going to be so hard. And Team Revenge Esports out there acquiring 7 freaking finishes and doing really a great job. We have our top 4 teams. 2 of the teams have been eliminated. One of them is going to be Team LC's, and one of them is going to be Team Hyderabad Hydras out there. And Team LC, look at that trader, unstoppable beast. Look at that confidence. Look at that moral boost up right now. Team LC is actually showing us, and I think Team LC is getting hunger that they need to come in top 16 team. They need to fight back for the top 16s right now.
Oh, indeed. That is the case at this point, and I am absolutely cherished to see that this kind of fight is there right now. As the Snappy has been taken down, they might just go down into the street right now, but if I talk about Half Night, he's just trying to figure out, but he never expected that. Yes, Frost is just trying to lay in the shadows. Frost might go down really very soon. Let's see. Oh, Frost did a 1v1, and once again, he was successful in it, but finally, Moksha with that UMP45 tried to tag him out, and he was successful in it. Team Revenge Esports might just get that winner chicken into their perspective, because the teams which are lurking in the shadows are actually going to be the one known as LZ Official, and the other team, if I'm not wrong, is going to be Team Revenant. Look at how the last man standing of Team Revenant is lurking in the shadows. He's just not trying to mess with any kind of shots. He's just trying to play it really very passive at this point. But if I talk about Team LZ Official, they are not going to be cherished with some kind of zone. If I talk about Team Revenant, Top Dog, he's going to be the last man standing, still surviving in the fight. Rex Boy is trying to take a 1v1. Let's see what is going to happen, because Final Boss is trying to hide out in the last angle, and one good nade is going to be there. 5k, Akshay 5k manages to stack 40 HP out of Rex Boy. Still another nade is going to be there. Let's see how much they can just actually provide in terms of damages. Rex Boy meanwhile is also actually going to get contested a lot. Look at the damages which have been received in the lobby. Final Boss has been taken down from the back angle. Now it's Team Revenant Top Dog who is going to initiate a level of energy, and now I guess Team LZ Official still has a chance, still has an opening from which they could just retaliate and get that winner with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be having our top 3 teams. 3 teams, 1 winner and 1 champion. I don't know about the champions right now, but I know who's going to be the winner out there. But I cannot predict, right? but let's see what's gonna happen over there. But Revenge out there, you can see Hunter out there, but Team Production team can give the prediction who's gonna win, and Team Revenge Esports, you can see 42.86 predictions for Revenge Esports. That's a big number out there, Raider, and I think so they can grab that winner chicken dinner. Let's see how it goes for Team Revenge Esports, but I actually need that Team LZ gonna perform really well. Let's see how it goes for all the three teams, all the top 3 teams out there going with the grenades, and I think so Sonic Fox can be knocked out from that one, I think so. But Top Dog out there, you can see how sneaky peaky play he's doing that. Team Revenge Esports is behind that smoke, and I think so they didn't feel the presence of Top Dog, and that is going to be a bit difficult for them.
Oh, indeed. That is going to be the case at this point. If we talk about Team Revenge, 5K is going to be the guy who's going to, let's say, figure out some good shots. And if we talk about Moke, she's actually lurking in the shadows, trying to figure out some good close calls. If we talk about Revenge 5K, he's trying to figure out some good shots. Let's see what is going to happen, because Fox has been taken down. It's like opening, and the spray comes up. That's interesting enough, I guess. But could have been taken out from the other angle. Look at how the backup is there. Look at how beautifully Hunter turned the tables for them right now. Moke should easily be choken down, and that could be the end of the story for Team LZ official, and that might be the winner of the game we all were waiting for. And yes, that's what happened. Team Revenge Esports got that winner with a chicken into their perspective. Absolutely a brilliant one. That was an interesting one. They managed to put down Team Revenant. After that, what happens? Team LZ official was trying to retaliate, but they were also face down, wiped out into the earth. And just like that, Team Revenge Esports has got that victory. And I guess this is going to be one of those victories which Team Revenge Esports was waiting for a longer period of time. And that might be the case where Team SouL is going to be pushed down at hashtag 19, Team Xpart at hashtag 20, and Team Revenge Esports just might be at hashtag 18 at this point, and they might just qualify. Look at that faces, look at those faces. You should remember these faces, because these are the one of those guys which can easily turn the tables for you. And eventually Revenge Esports with that sneaky winner and a chicken dinner, that's absolutely and let's say tremendous effort that they did in the lobby, and they were able to get that victory into the perspective. That's an interesting one. But now if we talk about teams like, let's say, Global Esports trying to tack it out, trying to take some good amount of finishes into the perspective, but still they were taken down into the zone. Getting into the zone is somewhere Team Global Esports is choking at this point in the day number 6. But still, the efforts are tremendous. Global Esports is one of those teams which is actually holding the hashtag 2 position at this point in the leaderboard. They are for sure going to qualify. There is no chance that they are not going to qualify. We are going to see them in the grand finale. But grand finale is somewhere is that place where we are going to get a clean slate. Every team is going to start with 0 points. Then what will happen, we don't know. But before that, 2 more matches are left, man. And just like that, we are going to lose 2 more matches really very soon, and we are going to see top 18 teams which are going to get qualified. But man, oh man, what an energy, what an enthusiasm. And as a caster, I'm pretty much excited to see what is going to happen and how the matches are going to pan out, how the fights are going to pan out, and which of those top 18 teams are going to get qualified. Because if I talk about the position of top 10, I'm pretty secure that those top 10 teams which are in the leaderboard, they are for sure going to get qualified. But from top 11 to top 18, these are the positions where things might just get changed. Let's be at a safer side. Let's talk about top 14 teams which are going to get qualified are pretty much secure. Yes, they are going to get qualified. But if I talk about teams from hashtag 15, 16, and 17, these are the some narrow positions where we just want to see something amazing to go on. If we talk about Team Revenge Esports, 26 points are the points that they are going to cherish, and for no position points with that winner on a chicken is going to be 15 in number. If I talk about the finish point, it's going to be 11 in number. That's interesting enough. Well, they have maintained the balance. They've got some good amazing points. 26 points in the last upcoming matches. I guess that's good enough.
Yeah, of course, and amazingly well done, amazingly done. And guys, this was an amazing chicken dinner from Team Revenge Esports, and that was indeed right. They were laying down on page number 3, but the comeback would be a bit difficult for them. Let's see, 26 points. It's not a bad number. If you talk about the position points, that is going to be 15 because they have that winner chicken dinner. But if you talk about the finishes point, that is going to be 11. That's a really great one. You can see out there 7 finishes, 2 finishes out there, and having 1 and 1 400. That's a really an amazingly done. And what an amazing, astonishing performance. But I'm waiting for the match by standing, and I'm waiting for the overall standings out there, because they can change all the things, and they will be summarizing all the things that what is actually happening all amongst the team and what was happened in the last match for all the teams. This was Revenge Esports for you all, guys. Amazingly well done, Revenge Esports. Congratulations for this one. Match number 25, 35, I think so, but I'm not able to recall which number is this, because we have plenty of matches that we've casted in semifinals. So yeah, there's a slight confusion in that. Yeah, it's 34th. Okay, thanks for correcting me. So this was 34th match, and congratulations, Revenge Esports, on having it. Waiting for more and more comeback from your side. I wish you guys qualified for grand finals.
Interesting enough. Man, oh man, what a carnage coming up right now. I just love to see that how the fights are going to pan out from the next matches, which is going to be there anytime soon. If I'm not wrong, only two matches are left right now. Match number 35 and match number 36. That's it. That's what we have in the semi-finale. I mean, it's like just like yesterday we started match number one. Yesterday we inaugurated the whole semi-finale. We had that opening ceremony. We really enjoyed some songs. But now, after 6 days, we are going to see those top 18 teams which are actually going to cherish. Man, oh man, what a journey by these teams. I believe every team had actually put down their best of the best efforts in the lobby, but still the best of the best, the creams of the lobby are going to be get qualified. I guess teams like Team EXO, came in, Skylights Gaming, Team TSM, and if I'm not wrong, teams like, let's say, Global Esports have done a tremendous job in the lobby because they are in the top 10. And Team EXO is one of those teams which have maintained their consistent performance of being in the top three. They have not gone actually, let's say, beyond top three at this point, if I'm not wrong, in the semi-finale. Every other match was there into their perspective. Even though they were unable to get their winner chicken winner, they were able to, let's say, climb that position. But before that, let's talk about Revenge Esports. The whole match-wise standings of match number 34 is going to be here. This is the semi-finale. As you all know, Revenge Esports has got that winner chicken winner. Of course, the smiles are going to be up there in the faces. 26 points for them. LZ Official on the other handle has got 18 points. In the previous one, they got 21 points with that victory. In this match, they've got 18. So yes, maintaining a great number of average in the two matches. They have got, let's say, 49 points. That's interesting enough. If we talk about the team Revenge Esports, how much they have got, it's going to be 14. Relentless, 13 points for them. Celsius Esports, meanwhile, have got 7. And I guess from hashtag 5 to hashtag 14, look how the whole situation is going to go down. Hyderabad Hydras, 6 points only for them. Team TSM, 6 points for them. Team 8-bit as well, 5 points. Godlike Esports did a tremendous number. I mean, at this point, Godlike Esports has no fear of getting disqualified and all. Still, they have actually done a tremendous job. They have got five amazing points into their perspective. Interesting enough. Now, Revenge Esports, the match-wise graph is there, where you can easily see that how Team Revenge Esports has balanced that thing. Same ways goes for Team Relentless also, where they've got 8 amazing flags and 5 for the placement also. 5 for the finishers and 8 for the placement. Interesting enough. In front of, I guess, the teams which are lurking in the shadows like Kemin Esports as well as Team OR, SouL and 7C, they are not looking that great.
Of course, look at that. But man, performance from the side of Revenge Esports, this was indeed. Look at that. All the I would like to say all the teams laying down on page 3. They are actually coming up forward in finishes and placement match-wise graphs. You can see Revenge Esports. You can see LZs out there. You can see RT. Yeah, I know they are on their second page, but yeah, amazingly well done. And you can see Akshat. This guy was having 0 kills, but we forgot one thing. Radar. He did an 1v3. Isn't it amazing? Man, 1v3. Like, amazingly done from the side of Akshat. Amazingly astonishing performance from him, fabulously done. But if you talk about Akshay 5k, 7 finishes, that's a really big number. Top Dog out there having 4 finishes, Moksh having 4 finishes, Akshay amazingly done, man. That 1v3 was delight to witness. Amazingly, we have witnessed it. But if you talk about Juicy out there from Team 8-bit having 3 finishes, so these are the overall top fraggers of match number 34 of Miramar. Waiting for the overall top fraggers. Let's see, the finishes are going to get changed because Top Dog, you can see this guy is also an piece out there. The match MVP rank, I would like to say the MVP rank is right now is on I think so top 8. I think he's in the top 8 MVP rank. So we can see Top Dog, a new face joining in amongst of the top 5 top fraggers in the overall list. Waiting for it, but over to you, Raider. We all have the overall standings right now after match number 34.
Man, oh man, EXO 253 points. The only team which has actually crossed the 250 margin at this point is absolutely lovable. But now, if I'm not wrong, Global Esports is actually going to play with one more match, and Team EXO has 2 more matches into their perspective. So yes, with this, they might actually cross 270 points. But let's see what is going to actually happen at this moment. Because if I talk about Global Esports, this might be the team which actually can cross 250 points as well. Celsius Esports 217 for them. Meanwhile, in the last match, they were unable to do any kind of damage, but still they have got 217 points into their perspective, and still they are at hashtag 3. They are going to get qualified, that's for sure. Interesting enough, NTT Gaming 210 for them, Orangutan 209 for them, Kemin Esports 208 for them. Scarlets, on the other hand, has not even actually able to cross 200. The double century is not there into the perspective. Same goes for Godlike also. Yes, Godlike is going to for sure get qualified, but still, I guess the job is to be in the top 5 and be in the top table toppers list. But yeah, Godlike, Scarlets Gaming, Kemin Esports did a tremendous number in the lobby. Godlike, meanwhile, actually, let's say, surprised all of us with their drop shift and eventually crushing down Team SouL. That was the end of Team SouL's reign, which was there in the Picardo. But now, if we talk about Celsius Esports, we are going to see once again some good faces from their angle. Team TSM on the other angle has got 185 for them. And if we talk about Roar Esports, 184 for them. 30 Esports, 179 for their angle. Team Forever, 178 for them. 7C Esports on the other angle has got 174 points for themselves. If we talk about Revenant Esports, 164 points for the teams. If we talk about Enigma Gaming, 161 for them. LZ Official, 161. And I guess that's what I was looking forward to see Inferno, because now LZ Official is clearly looking strong in the top 16. They might just easily be climbing in the next upcoming matches, but now 8-bit is in the rear in the area right now, and Team X Park, man oh man, is going down into the dust, and Team X Park might not be able to, let's say, qualify, because they are still left with 2 more matches. They have to do something amazing in the lobby, dude. They just have to outperform every other team at this point, because 2 more matches, that's what they have. In those 2 more matches, they have to do something amazing. If we talk about teams like Team SouL, hashtag 18 is going to be the position that they are cherishing, but one good match for Team Revenge Esports, 2 or 3 more points for them. They might easily be at hashtag 18, and Team SouL might not get qualified.
Yeah, this is going to be a factor to be think, right? Like, there's a lot of things, but Team 8-bit, how much time more, guys? Like, how much time more? You can see that Team LGS is coming up, and you can see one thing out there, that Team SouL is getting shouted around, Team 8-bit is also getting shouted around. Yeah, I was actually conducting my segment that I was saying, Team 8-bit, how much time? Semifinals, day 4, okay, we now know that 4 days acquiring on, I would like to say, hashtag 16, it's all fine, but you need to step up, right? You cannot, like, face that hashtag 16 again and again. And the last match that I've casted, I said the same thing, that how much more time, and this is it. You can see it, the team 8-bit has been shot around on page number 3, and they are on the verge to getting eliminated. But you can see overall top fraggers out there, 43 finishes from the side of Joker, Knuckle, same faces. You can see there were no slight changes. 2 players from Team Global Esports, 2 players from Team Community Sports, and 1 player from Team X. So that is going to be the only Solomon survivor in the top fraggle list till match number 34. That is going to be Punk, Global Esports, Joker, and Nicole. Amazingly done, man.
Man, oh man, the job they did was absolutely amazing. Global Esports are looking sharp in the lobby. I just want to see them performing like this once again in the grand finale also, because this is the semi-finale. You performed really very well. I guess you got the experience, but now you're not going to get any kind of trophy, or let's say any kind of, let's say, prize and all. So yes, in the grand finale, you have to do the job again. Same goes for Team EXO, same goes for Team Kimin at this point. Panko, meanwhile, with 39 points, is looking sharp in the lobby. 30 amazing percentages for the Finnish contribution. If we talk about Distro, he has got 36 into his perspective. And if we talk about the Finnish contribution, he has got 34 into his perspective. If we talk about Delta, 36 again, and same goes for the position, same goes for the Finnish contribution in terms of percentages also. But Nakul and Joker, these are the 2 mates which are trying to do a great job. They are just sandwiching Nakul and Joker and Distro and Delta from the other angle, as just sandwiching Exos Panko at this point to actually climb once again. But now let's see what is going to happen, because 2 more matches are left for Team Exo, and in these 2 matches, Team Exo could do wonders, or they might just go in the dust. I don't know what is going to happen, but still, what is inevitable is going to be the one thing, that Team Exo, Team Global Esports, and Team Cayman Esports as well is going to get qualified. That's for sure, and that's interesting enough. But yeah, I just want to see something more going on in the lobby. But before that, Inferno is going to take a short break. He'll be back with the 6th match, with the last one. But before that, we are going to welcome Necros once again onto the English desk. Well, how are you, buddy?
Well, it's all been fine, Raider, but the way the teams are playing, the new teams, like the bottom teams from the 3rd chart, are playing Revenge Esports. If you talk about LZ Officials, if you talk about the other teams as well, they are actually perishing the top teams. They're creating so much suspense among the fans, among the audience, that which will be the teams, those who will make it to the grand finals. This question arises, and the question will continue for a so long period of time that we don't even expect it how to end up in the last 2 matches. Well, it's going to be the second last game of the entire semifinals, but the main thing, the final match, will be the decider. But still, I'm so much hyped up, because that total position is so much crucial, so much vital. But talking about the phantom of the match, you get to say Akshay, 5k coming from, and having total of 7 finishes for himself, with a match contribution of 63.6%. Total finishes 13. MVP rank will be hashtag 80, and total rating will be having 80 in his favor. So, well, it was a great match for Revenge Esports. They needed one. They have got that one. But the main fact that arises, will they be able to outcome against Team SouL? That determines that match will be incoming in a very short span. Each and every match at this point counts up in such a great way that we might just not expect. It's going to be the match of A versus C. the matches for Group B will be at least left for the last match. The last match of the semifinals will be left for them. But if you talk about Group A, will be facing their last match in this entire semifinal. So the teams from the Group A, if anybody wants to gear up, it's your time, it's your last match. If you want to prove it, you have to go it for right now, because it will be a dead end for you guys if you cannot make it to the grand finals at this stage.
I mean, the stakes are way too high at this point because getting this close to victory and not even getting qualified is going to be something which is going to set you back a lot. So let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how many teams can actually retaliate from group number A. As Necros, you said that this is the last match for group number A. I believe they have to put down some great number of efforts in the last match. Necros, I think that you would also have been surprised by the shift that GodL did. Do you think in this match also something amazing like that will happen?
See, the drop clashes are very common, of course, but the main thing is that surprisingly, if you change a drop in a very last game where the other team is in the striving to compete and
Yeah.
enter into the grand finals, that's the main devastating thing. I guess it's going to be a friendly rivalry between Team Godlike and Team SouL, but talking about the giveaway, we have got exactly in front of us. We are really hoping to see multiple things. Like, you can participate, you have got the options, you've got the steps to follow. You have to follow Upthrust, WINGSLIFESTYLE, UE.India Rising pages on Instagram. You have to post the match, like you have to predict the winner with the day number, match number, group fixture before the match ends, with your favorite Wings Phantom accessory which you want, option 1 or option 2. And the example is already given: winner, chicken dinner, semifinals, day number, match number, team name, and as well as the map fixture will be also needed. So after that, you will have the step 3, that you wish to share that post on your Instagram stories and tag these 3 pages. And after that, you will be able to participate in the giveaway. It will be going on till the very end of this entire event. After the event gets over, you might be getting your accessories itself in front of you by the courier services as well, and the management will definitely get you connected with the updates as well. But for now, if we just talk about the giveaway, is already on. The Wings Phantom 100 and the Wings Phantom 105 is available in the giveaway options. But if you want to try some other models, you can go to the site of Amazon, you can go to the site of Flipkart, and you can order your own accessory in which you are suitable, or in which color you are suitable. So you can grab those, and you have to just, like in that case, you have to buy it up. You won't be getting that in the giveaway or for any discount. So well, that will be the circumstances we might just expect.
Indeed. Getting those TWS can actually enhance your gameplay a lot. So I believe you might just actually go for them. Even if you are not going to get that giveaway, you might just go on Amazon, Flipkart, or WINGSLifeSales.in, the website that officially is handled by WINGSLifeSale. You can just go ahead and order it up. It's pocket friendly, but it's amazingly game friendly also. You are going to amazingly love it. We all have that as a customer. We have got that giveaway and we are enjoying it. We are enjoying the TWS earbuds at this point. And let's see what is going to happen eventually in the battle, because 2 more matches are left right now. Look at that. He's going to flex it up. Once again, I have also got it, but I'm not going to flex this because I remember whenever I flex it, Inferno is like, yeah, he is going to do it once again. So let's see what is going to happen. Before that, let's talk about the matches. Anything that you want to add on, Nikros?
Well, this is going to the model number 1 I'm talking about. If you want to take it, it's better you to get the options. You can see the lightings. Yes, it's pretty cool, so you can get it done.
Indeed. Okay, guys. So yeah, the flexing is there, but yes, you have got the review of a caster. And eventually, if we talk about the next upcoming matches, it's going to be in the map of Erangel, if I'm not wrong, where the Phoenixes are going to rise once again. And as per the discussion, Group number A is going to play it with the for the last time in the semi-finale, and the best of the best teams are going to get qualified for the grand finale. And if some teams are not going to get qualified, they should not lose that hope, because some kind of an unofficial tournaments like this one will be backed by the Upthrust Esports. Many official tournaments are also on the way. So yes, some kind of, let's say, grinding and some kind of experience were there for you, and eventually you either win or you learn from it. So I guess learning is going to be the path you are going to choose for. But the teams which are actually even going to win the positions in the grand finale, the slots in the grand finale, I hope you are ready for the chaos, because one thing which is pretty different from the semi-finale in the grand finale is that you are going to fight it out with the same exact team in every match. An exact team will be fighting it out in exact maps. And one more thing which is going to be added, it's going to be two more teams are going to be in the whole grand finale, because in this one, in the semi-finale, you saw 16 teams fighting it out, 64 players trying to retaliate in the whole situation. But in the grand finale, we are going to see 18 teams where 72 players are going to set their foot in the maps, where as per the map, I guess the situation will be bigger. But as the zone goes on shrinking, the teams will actually engage in more and more clashes, and that is something I'm eager to watch out. But before that, Necros, match number 5 should be here anytime soon, and I guess we are going to cherish that flight path. One thing I would like to ask you that will the teams go for the initial drops? But one thing I would like to add on that some mischievous teams are going to do some kind of mischievous mistakes also, that they might just go for a clashes and eventually they know that they are going to get qualified. So why not, let's say, mess up some other fights?
Well, it can be a mischievous stuff, as you mentioned, Rada, and as we have seen in the past match, Godlike did it to Team SouL, in which I believe Team SouL are really trying very hard to qualify for the grand finals, but eventually Team Godlike are not letting that process being easy, and the final match for Team SouL will be the decider whether they will for like step have a step in the grand finals or not. Because if the final match also gets spoiled by any of the teams in the map of Miramar again, maybe on the map of Erangel, we have to look into that matter. But the way they are playing, it's going to be really crucial for any of those teams. Even if you talk about the teams like 8-bit, if you talk about the teams like LZ officials, I don't know whether LZ officials will be contested or not, but there are pretty chances if 8-bit might just be contested. But though they are not going to be in this match, it's going to be Group A versus C. So the Group C
Yeah.
teams, in which I don't believe any of those are actually holding on. If you talk about Team Forever, they might be in that. Yes, Team Forever might be there. So it is possible that Team Forever might be getting challenged, but I don't. I actually think it won't be happening, as they have got some split loots among those corners. So well, we have to just look into the matter. We have to look into the fights. What is going to happen? Because after all, it's coming down to the end of semifinals, and it will eventually set as an example whether which team is going to make it to the grand finals or not.
Indeed, indeed. That is going to be the case. But before that, I would like to talk about one team that is going to be Team X Park. I believe they are at hashtag 21 or 22 at this point, but still there is, let's say, a small buffer of points that they could easily climb, because they are going to get two matches into their perspective, back to back two matches. That's going to be match number 5 and match number 6, which is going to be there anytime soon. So I believe in these two matches, Team X Park has to get, let's say, close to 30 points, and eventually those 30 points are there. They might just get qualified. Team SouL might just get qualified. That is going to be the case which we all seeking at this point, because teams like Team X Park, Team SouL, these are a few of those fan favorite teams which have that kind of potential, which have actually proven themselves in the previous history. But at this point, I guess in this one, Team SouL and Team X Park, both of them are getting a great number of contestants, and they just might not be qualified. Don't lose your hope, because these teams are one of those teams which can easily retaliate. These are those phoenixes which have shown that how they can rise once again from the dirt. So yes, let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how the Carnage is going to set a foot in the lobby. But I'm eagerly waiting for the flight path to come in of the match of Erangel, match number 35, which is going to be there. But with every passing second, the suspense is completely turning my table at this point, because suspense is something I'm eager to, let's say, watch about. And only two more matches are going to be left with. After that, we are going to see those top 16, top 18 team to be precise, which are going to get qualified in the grand finale, which are going to set their foot tomorrow, and a new level of strategy is going to rise from their angle. But Necros, I guess it's like yesterday we just inaugurated, we just had that opening ceremony of the semi-finale. But now look at that, how time passes at this point, because just like that we are going to end the semi-finale today.
And after that, if you talk about the semifinals, will get over today eventually, but after that, the grand finals will start, and with that, we might just expect that after the grand final will also get over, and the trophy will be distributed, the prize pool will be distributed, and eventually the India Rising Series 2022 will end up in just a matter of days. And I cannot be just more surprised, because it actually feels like it just started before, like day after
Hmm.
like it's a previous day. It was just yesterday's talk that the event started. We started with the quarterfinals, we started with the semifinals, with the opening ceremony, and now it's coming to a very end. It will eventually come up with the grand finals, and well, the interview sessions, the winning team, the champions will be celebrating this beautiful victory alongside the trophy that they will get eventually. But not, yes, not on that day, might be, but within 1 or 2 weeks they will be also getting their trophy in their boot camp or in the house, whatever they
Hmm.
are in, what they were will be in. So that will eventually matter up. But talking about this factor, the grand finals is all set to come tomorrow. But before that, the last two matches are still on the go. They're still coming down to those final moments there, what we are looking forward. So like it is something that we are really looking forward. It's going to be the map again of A versus C, and the last will be B versus C. So the Group C will be facing back to back two matches, while Group A and Group B will be facing their last two matches respectively, while match number 5 and match number 6 of this final day. Well, I'm really, really eager to see which will be those 18. Which will be those 18?
Let's see what is going to happen, because everybody along with us casters is actually chewing their nails at this point, that which are those top 18 teams which are going to get qualified. And eventually next upcoming 7 days are going to be full of energy, where those 18 teams are going to consecutively fight for n number of matches where they are going to set their foots. I guess if I'm not wrong, it's going to be amazing. 42 matches will be played by those teams, in which best of the best, the cream of that lobby is going to get cherished by that 15 lakh rupees massive prize pool, along with that bragging rights of getting that slot in the finale of India Rising, and eventually get lifting that trophy is going to be the one single champion team, which will be the champion. Let's see which team is actually going to cherish it. But before that, it's a long way journey, because semi-finale is about to end. After that, 7 days of hectic 42 matches are going to be there, where the teams will compete, where the teams will try to actually gain more and more enthusiasm in the lobby. So let's see what is actually going to happen. And if we talk about this one, particularly match number 5 should be there anytime soon. I'm eager to waste that, how eager to watch, should I say, that how the flight path is going to pan out. And one thing I'm concerned about is going to be the flight path. It might be a northern one, it might be a southern one, it might be a western or eastern one. And if that happens, eventually the flight path might be separated away from the play zone, and that might actually initiate the spark of some initial new clashes, and where some teams which have the potential of getting qualified might be distracted, and that is actually a very sad thing. But when you are a competitive, you have to competitive scenario, to be exact, you have to actually calculate every other variable, and you have to play with it. You have to maintain an average of, let's say, 10 to 15 points in every single match, so that eventually, even if this kind of situation happens, that where you can do anything, where you might just drop onto a location, the enemy will already be having some kind of guns, and they might just easily wipe you out with 0 points. You might just go down. Still, that average, if you have that past history of maintaining that average, let's talk about teams like Team Cayman Esports. Day number 5, day number 4, day number 6, well, that is not going that well for Team Cayman Esports. Still, they are going to get qualified, that's for sure, because they have maintained that kind of past experience. They've maintained that kind of past synergy, and maintained some good number of points. And look how Delta PG and Destro are still reigning on the top tables of top fraggers. That is something every other team should cherish. That is something every other team should watch out. But before that, semi-finale group A and C are going to fight it out for the day number 6, match number 35, out of which group number A is going to fight their last battle in the semi-finale. May the god may the BGMI gods be with them. But before that, look at that zone coming up. It's going to be a ratio of 30 to 70 ratio coming up. In the northern corner, you are going to see 70% of the places. In the bottom corner, only military base, Ferry Pierre, Prismok, and Novo Ripnoy along with Milta is going to be there. Other than that, now let's see how the flight path is going to pan out. Now let's see how the teams are going to grind it out. We can already see on the eastern corner where we have 2 to 3 teams trying to contest for same location, where they might just go and drop and eventually take a fight. So let's see what is going to happen. Teams like GodL Esports is also trying to jump in, and GodL Esports meanwhile is going to cherish the locations of Yasna Poliana. There could be a clash coming up because it's a bit far away. Might be some teams like Scar Esports who are going to figure out some vehicles, and they might just go ham onto the fights. If I talk about Cayman Esports, military base is going to be the place where they are going to drop. Orangutan meanwhile is surely but shortly going to bridge cam that area. They're going to make a hell lot of scene on that location. And if we talk about teams like, let's say, Revenant, they might just go for ghatak 6 houses, or they might just choose Prismok.
At the same point, if you talk about the already drop fight which was to be taken, it already got initiated, and the Rage will be getting some more of the finish points of QD Sports. You talk about Kyolama, they have got the clusters. Entity Gaming have got those areas upon their sleeves at this point. They have lost Broken. Kyolama will be in a very low HP. He's got that SKS with himself, but I don't think those will be working, because the Molotov is eventually hitting Kyolama so much and so bad. I don't think he will be able to survive, but he needs to climb up very fast. It's not working. It's not working. Will he be able to climb up? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. It was a really, really close call, but he manages somehow to come on the top, and it's such a vital position. You cannot actually compromise. Both the positions have been changed up, but right now the cover fires will be very, very crucial for Kyolamo at this point, and other areas. Entity Gaming players are just hopping around. I guess it is much more better if you just lie down exactly on the roof, but no, it's not range. With that need comes down and gets Kyolamo confirmed, knocking confirmed. Eventually a line also gets taken, but Entity Troy with that S686 gets a line taken down. C9 US just fighting for the life of his, but at this point I guess it's going to be really troublesome, but no, it's not. He gets 2 down, but eventually gets confirmed by the pistol by Entity Troy, and Entity Gaming will be cherishing this early 4 finishes for themselves, while Skylights Gaming will have some different locations for their loot at this point. They have manage to get inside the poaching key areas, and they will be looting the outskirts as well as the main poaching key city. After that, they will be having a decent loot in which they can cherish it out long in the match.
I mean, Pochinki is one of those area where you can easily cherish a loot for 2 or 3 squads minimum. So yes, that is why I believe in this area teams are going to get some good draws. But before that, Scar Esports is already going ham onto the team known as Godlike, but Godlike did a retaliation and they did it fluently. Study Esports on the other hand has been taken down, and that's a bad side to watch out. But eventually, if I talk about Rush God, he's actually going to get contested. If I talk about Austin, he might just open it up, and yes, that's what happened. Austin is going to put Clutch God down into the sleep, and yes, that's what happened. Now it's Jonathan Z God and the other guy that's going to be Neo trying to retaliate for its best. Now Neo, if I'm not wrong, is trying to pop a nade, and that one nade could easily end the spree. Look at that. The nade was there right now, but Neo actually misplaced that nade, and that is why I guess the tag was unsuccessful hit. But from the other angle, Jonathan is also trying to retaliate. Some good shots by the angle. Oh, OMBT managed to put Jonathan down. Man, oh man, that's side to watch. Actually, a 1v1 is going to pan out. Let's see what is going to happen. Z-God is going to be the last man standing. I guess Z-God and his teammates are going to see the same fate that they tasted. They wanted to taste in front of Team SouL. Now they are going to get the... Yes, that's what happened. Team Scar Esports manages to wipe them out. Man, oh man, what a synergy. Man, oh man, what a carnage coming from their angle. That is absolutely lovable. I guess now a tit-for-tat situation is already there for Teams GodL Esports. In the last one, they were trying to clash with Team SouL. They actually went on their home ground, destructed them. In this one, you can already see Team Sky Esports went out to the home ground of Team GodL Esports, and just like that, wiped them out. Man, oh man, what a synergy by the hands of Team Sky Esports. Despite of that carnage, despite of that energy, I guess Sky Esports has lost one good guy of their team, but still cherishing those 4 finishes. And out of GodL Esports too, they are going to actually get a lot of confidence, and they might just overthrive every other team in this lobby.
Well, that was indeed in such a way they have done it so smoothly. It actually demonstrated that it's not that tough to beat the other teams when you do the drop clash. But yes, eventually you mentioned previous match, Godlike contested SouL in the main drop of Picardo, and right now they are being contested by Team Scary Sports, and they got eliminated. Though Team SouL's one player, that is going to be Akshat, he survived. He managed to survive in that part, and it was actually a good luck, I would say, for Team SouL. But right now, if we talk about the top 16 teams, Enigma, LZ, they are on those heels right now. But definitely, I believe it will be really cherishing. But Enigma Rex, in the meanwhile, get some of the players of Entity Gaming taken down. Rage and Troy will be the ones, those who I guess have been picked. 2 finishes have been confirmed. Noob and Troy are waiting. So yes, so Shadow and I believe Rage are the 2 players those who have been taken down so far. But the 2 players are still remaining for Entity Gaming, and Enigma have already came up with some brilliant strategies and those pushes they are required right now. I don't think they have got so utilities they need at this point, but Shaggy with that M762 might just turn up to go in some pretty ways. The need has been pinned up by Shaggy. The need might just arrive. He has spotted some of the players. This need might just make some good connection. Troy gets a good amount of damage, but he gets Rex taken down, and as well as Noob will be confirmed in the very short span of time. And Entity Gaming are now down to a single solo player. Might be not, because the 4 of the finishes will be getting secured by Enigma Gaming.
That's it for them. That's it for NTT Gaming at this point. In the start, they actually managed to provide a great number of cover, and eventually they got the finish of a Team Study Esports. But what happened after that is you can see that they have tasted the same fate. Utilities were not that much into their perspective, and that is why they are taken down. But one team, should I say, I'm concerned about, it's going to be this one. Team X-Pac, man, oh man, just climb back once again, just do that wonder, scout, do that kind of stuff once again. And if I want to talk about, let's say, Mavi, just man, provide that hygienic sense, provide that kind of great synergy, great wisdom that you have for your team, and eventually just get qualified so that we are going to get you a clean slate in the grand finale, where Team X-Pac might just once again rise and become the champions of Upthrust Esports India Rising. This might be the team which can actually rise in the India, but some other things which are actually going to be here right now. For example, Team Celsius Esports at #3, their position in the leaderboard is absolutely strong, but they also have to get some good points. Right now, 3 teams have been decimated from the lobby, and it's not even the end of first zone at this point, Nikruz.
At the same point, if you talk about, they have got some early casualties as well. But I mean, now it's talking about like 13 teams and 51 players are remaining. Celsius, I really want to see a good performance by this team. They may be in the top 3 as well, but well, another good match won't be that much of troubling, because I believe they have got that potential, and the teams that, like, these teams are playing so really well. I cannot just say, because so much overwhelming performance they are just showing off in this entire tournaments, upcoming tournaments, or the past tournaments. They are being this lineup stayed together, and that actually demonstrates that if you stick to a single lineup and with some amount of players for a lot of time, it creates the bonding very strong. It creates the synergy very strong. You get to understand each other very nicely. Yes, the trials, the form that actually varies. You get the time to get yourself corrected. If you are doing mistakes, if you are out of your form, you get some time to make yourself up, and you come up with some good comebacks. But eventually, if it does not work out, you have to go for the trials. I'm not telling that trials or taking or changing the players is a bad decision, but yes, if you can stick with the main four, it's really it's really positive. But if you cannot, then you have to take such a player in which you don't have to put up many efforts, and you can just easily go and, like, yes, he's one of our players. He understands our calls, he understands our mind games in which we want to play it throughout the map and throughout the tournaments, and eventually that will exactly matter the most, in which you can bounce back in each and every tournament, like what Team Celsius is doing at this point.
Indeed, indeed. That is going to be the case. I guess, Necros, the whole situation that you talked about, I guess I'm going to decipher one thing, that synergy is something that should never lack in terms of the whole team situation going on, because this is a squad match where every player is going to put their best of the best efforts, and it is a team effort going up. Just like a vehicle, just like when we talk about a vehicle, you have four cars in that vehicle, just like that in a squad you have four members. Even a discrepancy of one tire can easily tumble your vehicle. That just like that, if your squad's one member has been taken down, your whole squad can be taken down. That is why the whole mind game, the whole mindset of the team should be accumulated in one place, and eventually that team effort could easily uplift a lot of things. But now, if I talk about Cayman Esports, they are going to get taste of orangutans decimation. Let's see what is going to happen. I guess today's day was not into the hands of Team Cayman Esports. So let's see. This could be the moment where they might bounce back, because this is the last match that Cayman Esports is going to get. Orangutans, WizGod has been taken down. That's interesting one. Justin pops one hard. Now let's see what is going to happen, because WizGod is just about to go down. Another nade comes up. Now there is an artificial mini red zone being created by the hands of Cayman Esports, and with that nade, Justin is going to just contribute some more rotations, and eventually he might go for a finish. On the other angle, if I'm not wrong, it's going to be Team TSM trying to provide one gong, but now WizGod has been taken down. Comeback could be taken down anytime soon, but on the other angle, Believe has also been taken down. Man, oh man, what a disturbance that has been created. Team Orangutan is on the verge of getting disrupted. One good shot could be end up scoring. Ash from the back angle is also trying to come back once again. Cayman Esports come back, and Destro are going to be the only man standing in the lobby. Let's see what happens. Vertigo Necros.
Well, at this point, I'm really, really surprised. Kevin Esports are now down to 2, and Orangutan are playing like they're so hungry for those finishes at this point. They might have lost 2, but still they are willing to take up this fight. The circle is exactly in the favor of none of the teams, but that's all fine. But comeback is just going on, and he gets taken down by Ash at this point. Ash is solo survivor remaining, but Kemi Sports one of the player. I believe he's still surviving, and if he's there, I believe he will definitely try to get those finishes done. Destro is the man, the top fragger. He's in the top 5 fraggers at least at this point, and needs are coming down. Ash versus Destro. Immortal on the other hand gets some of the players taken down by Rock for Revenant Esports at this point. Revenant just trying the level best to catch up to this marks, and Destro is still fighting for that last solo player. He might just not finish it up at this point, but definitely it will be one of those crucial places we might just expect. Orangutan versus Kevin Sports, this 1 versus 2 is going to turn up in a different manner. Trigger gets finished up at this point, and with the Molotovs he was having, Ash is the solo survivor. Punk gets Austin Borix down. Revenant and Exo on the other hand, Kevin Sports, Orangutan on the other hand will be just fighting. Destro is quite unaware of the position, and it might just affect with his loss. It might be possible, but at this point, if we talk about Orangutan, Ash, and Kemini Sports Destro, I don't think it will be easy stuff. But right now, 2 teams have already got eliminated. While if we talk about Destro, is in a very critical HP. Ash is exactly having that height advantage. It might differ it out a lot. Well, Ash, what is this guy up to? Because the more the time he spends out of the circle, he will be feeling short of those healings he's having right now.
I mean, at this point, the situation is pretty like you can't even fall back at this point. If you try to fall back, if the vehicle call is there right now, even Esports Destro could easily backstab you. If Destro tries to back out from the fight, he might just get spotted out and he might just go down. And that is the kind of insanity you are going to see. But on the other angle, look at that. Ash does it. Ash did that one before into his perspective, and just like that, Team Orangutans, Ash is going to be the one which has actually put down Team even Esports into the dust at this point. Interesting enough, that was a battle which we saw in the fight. That was one hell of a showdown by the team. If I talk about Skylets Gaming trying to rotate from the eastern corner, they might just get backstabbed by Team Revenant. The Team Revenant is already looking short into their breath right now because Encore and Paradox are going to be the only ones standing in the lobby. Other than that, if I talk about the other guys, they have been dissipated from the lobby by the hands of Team Exo. Immortal took one, and I guess Sensei or the other guy has actually put one down in the lobby. But Ash's domination is going to be the case which you are going to see. But after that, if I talk about Scar Esports, getting godlike Esports out of the lobby, out of the equation is going to be the case for them. And after that, you can already see how well they are just cherishing the compounds of compounds of Yasna Poliana. On the other angle, just trying to dissipate all the other rotations which are there right now. Max's vehicle can easily be tagged out, his back tire could easily be backstabbed, and eventually the rotation could be cut short. But before that, Team Celsius knew that this kind of situation is going to happen. So yes, they were trying to rotate, and yes, the vehicles are actually pretty much into their cover. But if I talk about Scar, Austin did a 1v3 on Team Godlike Esports. That's going to be a clip that he's going to cherish inevitably.
At the same point, if we talk about Scar Esports, after securing those plenty amount of finishes they have been up to at this point, Skylet Gaming are looking quite strong. Exo are down to 2 right now after securing 2 of those finish points of Team Revenant. Now Exo are struggling down, and Immortal and Punk, who will be the 2 survivors. Skylet Gaming will be cherishing those points, but yes, Vexy gets taken down. Immortal gets a retaliation. Now Punk is the last solo player. He has been spotted. Space might be coming, and if Somraj gets taken down, it will be a disastrous position for Exo at this point. Maybe a Skylights Gaming at this point, but Pokar gets Immortal confirmed. Gamla Boy will be coming to revive Vexy, but is Punk going to survive? Can he make it up to the mark? But right now, if you talk about Team Forever, even also, you get to see Scar Esports having those rushes in that area. Daljit is getting multiple shots from multiple directions, from the back ends, from the front ends, and right now, Scar Esports exactly in front of, but Punk gets finished off by Pokar, and with that, one nade was all about to come, but BT gets Viru taken down at this point. Team Forever will be waiting, but always gets a different angle and gets Austin taken down. This rush god is closing in, but Viru will be getting confirmed by BT, and Forever loses their first, while the Neens are just making those certain connections which might just help them to bounce back and retaliate very, very precisely. But Team Exo gets eliminated with a total of 2 finishes in the span of hashtag 12. Maybe not, but Orangutan also takes an exit, and we might just see Kemni Sports are still surviving in the game.
Okay. Indeed. That could have been the case. But if I talk about Team Forever, OS Bolt is just trying to figure out that where he could just land down. So good shots. Yes, Rush God is about to go down. Let's see what he's going to do. Oh, from that McLaren, he tries to pop one out. He was able to pop one out, but after that, it's BT who was showing Kubara 1v1. He was successful in it. But after that, it's all about OS Bolt and BT who is trying to retaliate. Let's see what is going to happen. BT tries to, let's say, hide himself in the smokes, but still OS Bolt, some good shots are going to get connected. On the other angle, look at that Team Enigma's Rex got that last amazing frag, and just like that, Team OS Bolt, or should I say Team Forever, has got some good amazing blows into the lobby. But Revenge Esports is looking safe in the lobby. They are in the top 9, going to cherish 1 position point, even if they are going to get finished at this exact moment. And if we talk about teams like Team TSM, they are trying to survive. If we talk about Team Enigma, another shot is going to be there. Tagi has been taken down with 5 amazing blows. His team is still trying to survive, and Team Forever is already on to the verge of getting destructed because if I talk about the whole fight situation coming from their angle, they were already way too late by the hands of Team Scar Esports. So let's see how Team Enigma is going to retaliate, how much points they can gain from this fight, and that is going to be amazing to watch out. Eventually, the tags are going to be massive. So let's see what Mashkish can do. Mashkish already trying to configure some good nades, and he knows that there is a climbing situation coming up. This nade could easily end the story for Evoidly, but still he survives. Still he survived for another blow.
At the same point, if we talk about Max Kush, is getting taken by the players of Team Celsius. Team Forever are playing back-to-back backslashes at this point. Enigma down to 2 split, but Viru has been taken down. Max Kush is knocked out. Revival is very crucial. Daljit is trying to fall back at this position. Enigma always in the close areas. The Owace will be there, but Daljit getting multiple shots. Owace needs the backup. Owace is exactly waiting in the open areas. The Chiggle comes up, and Daljit gets Enigma. Eventually will be confirming him as well, but might just not get those covers. But Owace becomes the last solo survivor, but he will be eventually taken down by Evo Iddi at this point, and Team Forever takes it apart from the lobby, while the 8 teams remaining TSM, they have not secured so much finishes. But right now, if we talk about from the back end, Team X-Spark are making some difference at this point. They have got Ninja Jot taken down, they have got the compound covers at this point. But right now, TSM they might be in a serious trouble. But right now, if we talk about 420, is in the very close HP, and he's just barely beating the single pixel. He has got some more and more clashes coming up. Gyro God's arrival gets Shadow down. TSM are now down to 2-man. Blease and Aquanox will be the two key players for TSM. Those are going to survive and get those finishes done, while Scout finishes off the other players. But at this point, if you talk about Ninja Jot, might just get that revival possible. Aquanox acquires another different position. 420 will be getting that revival. Eventually, if you talk about Team X-Pac, they have got 0 finishes so far. They might be getting 1 at least at this position, but this flank of Aquanox will be very, very crucial at this point.
Oh, indeed. The flank is there, but you can already see Scout is about to go down. Let's see what is going to happen. He has been knocked out. The finish might be there, but on the other angle, if I talk about Aquanox, he's constantly going for those rotations. Oh, Blaze OP's way to lead. One good nade could easily land the stories into the dust right now. If I'm not wrong, Jaragod could be exposed, and yes, Jaragod is exposed. Some good space are going to be there. Not OP can be taken down, but on the other angle, if I talk about Aquanox, he's actually going to rotate because he knows, oh, the back tire has already been busted. He might be very open. He might be go down really very soon. So let's see what is going to happen from this angle right now. If I talk about Team TSM, trying to barely survive is going to be the case that he's going to live with. If we talk about Team X-Pac, it's going to be not OP. He's just trying his level best to, let's say, survive. Might be a revival situation coming up, but the way HP is getting bleeded out, it is going to be a bit difficult for Team X-Pac to get that revival into his place. But right now, if we talk about the 4th zone, it's looking a bit strong. After that, the next zone is also going to plan out. Let's see what is going to happen for Team X-Pac, because I just want that team to just qualify, because those are one of those big dogs. If they get new opportunities, they are going to rise once again. But ever talk about Team Celsius Esports, Apollo is going to be the one which is in the dust. Rest remaining Dreams, Wixie, and Max are going to be the players which are just trying to configure some more shots. Let's see how much they can do. Let's see how much damage they can actually provide in the lobby. But the 4th zone absolutely is going to shrink down. Somewhere around 19 minutes of the match has already been passed out. In the 19 minutes, we have seen how much destruction teams can provide. Team Revenants in core with that brutal blow manages to put one down from Team Relentless.
At the same time, you see the circle, Skylets Gaming, Somraj, and the 4 of the players are holding a different angle, while Revenge Esports are almost on the edge to enter the circle. Team X-Pac needs to finish off TSM as fast as possible, then only they will be able to cherish and enter inside the circle. By facing Revenge Esports, they have to take back-to-back 2 fights at a very instant basis, otherwise it will be really, really problematic for them. In the meanwhile, the nade sharing is going on, but Puka's 1 nade gets Encore down at that position, as well as Paradox, and 1 nade, 2 finishes have been registered, while Team Revenant takes an exit. RL and Frost will be getting TSM. Aquanox taking down Celsius are looking quite strong and steady at this point. They want to enter the circle, and before that they have to wipe out Team Enigma Gaming, while Revenge Esports are off a clear shots at this position. Frost will be confirming. Aquanox, TSM are now down to 2-man, and in the meanwhile, what is Team X-Pac up to? We have to look into that matter. Revenant finishes with 0 total finish point in this match, and I don't know which place on which spot, but definitely the demise of the teams are almost near. Skylets Gaming, Somraj have spotted Evo Idli. A precise spray is very much needed at this point. If the spray goes, Evo might be in some serious trouble. He gets the spray done. He might just be knocked out, but no, he just survives. With Somraj's spray was accurate enough, but still he gets taken down. Frost will be getting taken down. Gunmaster will be knocked out by Gamla Boy. Skylets Gaming wipes out Team RLN out of this game, while another team remains. Total of 16 are surviving. Enigma have got total 8 finishes. Skylets have got 6 finishes, but right now Skylets have got 10 finishes, indeed, not 6, of course. But right now, the way they are playing, it's tremendous coming, and the overall standings are just talking so much at this point. Celsius, can they make it to this mark, and can they eliminate Enigma?
Man, oh man, what a carnage coming up in the lobby. But I'm seeing that Team X-Pac, some good guys are actually falling down. Scout has been taken down. The other guy has also been taken down in the lobby. So let's see what is going to happen. How much Team X-Pac can actually survive. They could just easily be in the waters and maybe survive for the upcoming zones. They are in the top 5. Team TSM has been taken down. That's interesting enough. And now it is going to provide a great opportunity for Team X-Pac to just rise in the shadows and maybe just be in the top 4. Maybe just be and get some good close calls also. But if we talk about Team Celsius, they are on the verge of getting destructed. On the other angle, you can already see some good guys from Team X-Pac also trying to climb the ladders. If I talk about Team Revenge, well, the damage is there, well, the shots are there, well, the massive intensity is also going to be there. So let's see which actually team is going to thrive, from which angle that is going to be the case. If I talk about Team Enigma, Rex is going to be the last one standing. Team Celsius is already wreaking havoc onto the fights. One good nade, one good shot could easily end the stories for Team Enigma's Rex. Well, he's just trying to be in the McLaren to try to actually survive. Revenge's final boss manages to put one down. It's going to be the demise of the guy known as Mummy, who has been taken down. 1v1 fight is going to pop up from the back angle once again. Celsius Wixie provides a great cover, and now Team Xpac is going to be in the top 4. I'm literally very, very interesting to see what the game is going to be on, but I guess Team Celsius has also been taken down. It's all about Team Xpac's Gyro God, who he has to survive. He's in the top 2, he's in the top 3 at this interesting moment. It's all about Skylar's Gaming and Team Revenge Esports at this point. Team Revenge Esports getting only 1 point into the perspective is going to be the case for them. And if we talk about Team Skylar's Gaming, they have got quite a damage. They've actually created quite a lot of havoc in the lobby, and they've got, I guess, let's say close to 10 to 15 finishes at this moment. It's interesting enough, but Team Xpac did a tremendous job of actually surviving, and Gyro God is now just constantly being in the water, constantly trying to monitor the situation from which he could just live for a longer period of time. He might be able to secure, let's say, #2 position. That could be the case, but getting that winner chicken dinner is absolutely not going to be that easy for this team. And if we talk about Team Skylar's Gaming, they already have rotated onto the right angle, and now it's a battle between Team Revenge, which have to take that revenge and eventually be back in the lobby. And if I guess Revenge Esports manages to perform the way it is expected to, Team SouL might not just get qualified, and Team Revenge Esports is going to be the one which is going to cherish that position. Other than that, Team 8-Bit is also looking bleak in the lobby. Other than that, if we talk about the whole leaderboard situation coming up, Team Xpac and Team SouL are the 2 teams which I'm literally concerned about.
At this point, like Skylar's Gaming with total 14 finishes, that's a tremendous performance coming up at this point. Revenge Esports are inside the circle. Gyro God still surviving and getting those position points for his team. It is very crucial at this point, but the main thing is that you need to get those knockouts as fast as possible. You never know what are the fielding setup for Skylar's Gaming at this point. 2 players in the back, 2 players in the front. Revenge Esports are really looking forward to this get a step inside the grand finals. They can be the party spoiler for many of the teams. If you talk about Team SouL, they might just not get up in that position if Revenge Esports have already secured more or less 11 points of this game if they even get eliminated in the 3rd spot. But still, if you talk about Team Xpac, they don't have the chance of getting a chicken dinner, that's for sure, but they have also got 10 position points for themselves if they also get eliminated in the 3rd spot itself. But Skylar's Gaming exactly looking strong and steady. Will they be able to survive? The position points are actually varying a lot and a lot more for these teams at this position, because Skylar's Gaming, some pretty needs are really I would say that it's really important at this point. But if you talk about the top 9 players are alive, can they just make it up to the mark? That's the main questionable thing we are talking about.
Indeed. It's going to be the case at this moment. We just want to see some kind of chaos coming up. Let's see how the fights are going to pan out. I believe these drops and these things can actually uplift a lot of motivation. But other than that, if we talk about the whole carnage coming up, it could be the case where Team Skylar's Gaming could go down easily right now. But if we talk about the whole zone situation, I guess it's absolutely helping Team Revenge Esports at this point, as well as Team Xpac also at this point. So let's see which team is actually going to cherish those victories. At this moment, I would like to say Team Revenge Esports is not looking that sharp in terms of finishes, but if we talk about the number of finishes that Team Skylar's Gaming have cherished, man oh man, 14 in number. Even if I talk about Revenge Esports, even if they will be able to, even if they are going to get that winner chicken into the perspective, but still they are not going to get that #1 position in the match was standing, because if I talk about Skylar's Gaming, 24 points are there into their bag is still at this exact moment. Even if they are going to go down at #3, that is going to be the case. Still, they are going to get 24 amazing points into their perspective, and that's interesting enough. Smokes are there so that eventually a cover could be provided. If I talk about Gyro God, is just trying to sit idle, not even moving a muscle is going to be the case for Team Xpac. Gyro God is just trying to play really very safe for the team, and eventually just trying his level best to, let's say, get qualified in the grand finale, where this team could actually start with a new spirit. And some good nades are going to be there. This nade could easily turn in really very ugly for Skylar's Gaming. Let's see, Vexy could have been taken down. Another nade comes up. Oh, I guess Pukar has been spotted, but then Revenge Player 5 has actually manages to put one nade into the perspective, and that was the real sharp nade coming from his angle. But Akshay 5K once again wants to become the MVP of the lobby, wants to become the player which actually can provide a lot of damage in the lobby. Let's see what he can do. Scarl and UMP45 is going to be the gun combination that he's going to cherish. At this point, Team Skylar's Gaming is looking a bit bleak. Gamla Boy goes down. Man, oh man, that's a decimation which we were waiting for, and now it is going to spark and it is going to start some new fights. But Revenge Final Boss has completely been taken out, completely been wiped out. That's it for him. Somraj from the other angle provided a great number of cover. Now Pukar is also going to go down. Man, oh man, Pukar is down to dust. Wexy is going to survive. Somraj is going to survive. Vexy is trying to retaliate, but Vexy could be, let's say, backstab or could be full stopped at this point really very soon. Let's see what is going to happen. Vexy from the other angle pops one out. Now it's a 1v2 battle coming from his angle. Vexy is just trying to survive for a longer period of time. Let's see, is it possible? One molly is going to be there, but that molly is not going to connect, that for sure. Another spray comes up. Johnny Fox would easily put him down. And yes, that's what happened. Revenge Player 5 is going to be the main. Revenge Player is going to be the main. Guy which actually got that finish into his perspective, but now it's going to be the 8 zone which is going to come in really very sharp, and I don't believe Team Xpac can do wonders at this point, but still the fights is there, still the massive damage is there right now, and I believe at this point I would like to say that yes, Team Xpac has done the job of securing some good placement points, and if we talk about teams like Team Scarlet's Gaming, they have done the job by securing some good finishes that they have got. I guess 15 finishes for the team and 10 for the position. 25 points is going to be the point system that they are going to cherish. And if we talk about Jaro got just only one finish into his hand, he won't be able to, let's say, climb that ladder 1 or 2 meters more to travel into that zone, but still I guess the ridges are not going to help him a lot.
Well, at the same point, if you talk about Gyro God's position, and at this point, if you talk about this one, Xbox Solo Survivor, the position might not be actually compromised, but still they're suspecting that one player might be in the bottom lane. So, well, the tags, the pans are getting used up. They are really trying to pan it up. They want to throw up the pan, but will it be sufficient? Three of the players are remaining, and if one of the players jumps in to get those finish points done, I don't think I will be surprised at all. But yes, they are trying. They're trying their level best because they're quite certain that one player who's surviving at this point, he should be exactly in this bottom lane, and eventually Gyrogod will be giving that finish point to the play zone, and the Revenge Esports back to back two chicken inners bagging it up for their team will be having and creating a great impact in the top 18, might be having a good place in the grand finals. We never know, but what a game it is turning out for these lads.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Revenge Esports back to back two victories. Man, oh man, that's the spirit we wanted to see. Revenge Esports is back in the sunshine areas. But meanwhile, if I talk about Team Xpac, I'm absolutely delighted to see that what is going to be the case for Team Xpac after getting those 13 points into the perspective. Interesting enough, if I talk about Revenge Esports, I believe they have just acquired 20 points that they've got. 20 points, and then after that, the whole fight is pretty much over for them. 20 points for the winner minute chicken dinner team. And if we talk about the team which has actually got some good number of frags, it's going to be Scarlet's Gaming with 15 frags and 10 for the position. Interesting enough, they've done a tremendous job in the lobby, and that is why they're going to cherish a lot of victory. And I believe these victories can easily uplift their motivation, that these victories can easily uplift their spirits. And with that, I would like to say some more closures are going to be there really very soon. So let's see how the fights are going to pan out. Let's see how the gun game is going to be there for us. Eventually, the tag is there. Eventually, the fight is there. Eventually, the carnage is there. And let's talk about the last match, which is going to be here. Necros, I'm literally blown to the bits at this point because it is going to be the last one match of the whole semifinale. Man, oh man, what a journey to be exact. What a journey.
Well, after this chicken, I really believe Revenge Esports, that hashtag a slot number 18. The teams, those are fighting for that slot number 18. Now, there were four teams, and right now, Revenge Esports, at a crucial moment, at the climax moment, they bag up two consecutive chicken inners, which eventually is creating such a big blow at this point. I really believe that 8-bet SouL LZ officials, you're talking about LZ officials, I guess they have already qualified, but talking about this situation, 8-bit and SouL, I don't know what will be the overall standings coming up to. We have to see it out. We have to look into that matter. What will be the standings after this match? Because Revenge Esports, they are showing so much potential. This lads at a very crucial moment in the entire semifinals. They did try their level best, but they could not manage themselves to come on the second list. But right now in the ending phase, they're showcasing tremendous potential. The placement points, the chicken inners, the crucial moment when you need the chicken inners, they are getting those things done and dusted. And the way like Revenge Esports have done it, it's fabulous. It's tremendous performance coming from them. And talking about the stats, we get Akshay with a total of 3 finishes, Final Boss with 1, Player 1 with 1, Sonic Fox with 0, and the continuation of this total of 5 finish points, in total 20 points have been acquired by this team at this position, and definitely it's going to bring up a great big boost.
Oh, indeed. In the leaderboard, everything is going to change for Team Revenge Esports and teams like SouL, teams like 8-Bit, which was trying to perform best of the best they could do. LZ Officials is also going to get contested by a lot at this point. So let's see what is going to happen. I guess the teams which are at the top 15, they have secured their good enough position, but the teams which are lurking from hashtag 16 to hashtag 24, well, these are the gaps where teams are going to be fluid and eventually pull through. So let's see what is going to happen. But before that, 20 points in a single match for Team Revenge Esports. Let's say it's a good average for them. 15 for the position and 5 for the finishes. I guess before before the fight before the battle between Team Scarlet's Gaming and Team Revenge Esports, it was only one finishes that they had got, and that two of Team Xbox Mavi. That's all they had. But eventually, as we talked about, yes, that Team Scarlet's Gaming, despite of receiving the hashtag third position in the match, they were wiped out in hashtag 3. Still, they have got the first one position into their perspective in the match was standing in the match number 35. Interesting enough, they have got 15 finishes and 10 for the position. Revenge Esports, it's a vice versa situation coming for their angle, because if I talk about their positions, it's going to be hashtag 1, 15 for the position, but still only 5 frags into their perspective. Enigma Gaming, on the other hand, has got 10 amazing frags with 16 points. They're going to cherish the third position in the leaderboard. And if we talk about Team X Park, despite of doing their efforts of wiping out Team TSM, trying to retaliate, Jaro God was the one who was able to, let's say, survive for a longer period of time. That is why 13 points are going to be the one which is going to be uplifted. Celsius Esports on the other angle is going to be with Bear 9 points, Scar Esports with 6 points, TSM with 5, Orangutan with 5, Forever with 5, Relentless Extort with 4, NTT Gaming with 4 points, EXO with 3 points. Interesting enough, because Team EXO and Team Gaming Esports and Team Celsius are one of those teams which don't have to do a lot of effort, because they are already going to get qualified. They are in the leaderboard table top list. Still, they are trying to create a, let's say, average amount of damage that they could do. Eventually, if I talk about 30 for 0 points, and Godlike only 1 point for you, Revenant also 1 point for you. Man, that is something which you have to look after, I guess.
Well, we have to look after, we have to look up, because the slot number 18, it's still not decided which team will be the one to acquire the slot number 18. As we mentioned earlier, 4 teams contesting for that one spot that will eventually cherish them and will advance them to the grand finals of this beautiful tournament of Wings Lifestyle Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2022. The stage awaits with the final decider match, which is going to be B versus C. The Group C teams, they have to be ready. The Group B teams, they have to be ready, because this final match will eventually decide which team is exactly coming up. And, well, the things we are looking forward will be definitely coming as the existence of the present form. But still, we have to wait for some minutes. We have to wait for some time for the final match to get started. But the main thing is, Raider, it's all coming down to this. Like, we even did not expected this much of intensity, this much of pressure among the teams those are contesting in the semifinals. But the way they have played, the way of surprises we have seen in this today's final day is like tremendous. It's tremendous. It's completely, if you talk about Revenge Esports, back-to-back 2 bagging up chickens, godlike drop clash with Team SouL, having a great start of Hyderabad Hydras, godlike versus SouL in top 2, top 3, contesting for their position in this top 18 spot. So much of roller coasters, all comes down to this very last match, which is going to be B versus C. Will the teams, those who are among the areas of 18, 19, 17, will have a chance to bounce back, or it will stay intact as it is after this match's overall standings?
A lot of things have to be accounted for at this point, and eventually I would like to say the teams which are lurking in the shadows, which are at let's say hashtag 17 to 19, 20 position, they have to do a tremendous effort. And these are the 4 teams, let's say those are the 4 teams which have to do a lot of efforts, and eventually which are the teams which are in the top 15, they are pretty much secure. Which are the teams which are at, let's say, position from hashtag 22 to hashtag 24, those 2 to 3 teams, they're not going to do anything at this point, because despite of their efforts, the last match is there, they won't be able to qualify. Teams like Scar Esports, teams like Hyderabad Hydras, they won't be able to, let's say, climb back that often. But if we talk about teams like Xpark, teams like Team SouL, Revenge Esports, well, I guess Revenge is already being qualified, that's for sure. Revenge Esports is going to get qualified, that's for sure. In this particular match, in this particular leaderboard, at least we are going to see them in the hashtag 18th or hashtag 17th position. That could be the case. Team 8-Bit could have been taken down from that hashtag 17, and Team SouL could have been taken down from hashtag 18. that could be the case. But other than that, if I talk about Team X Pac, a great journey for their angle. 13 points, interesting enough. But let's see what is going to happen, because I guess in overall standing, this team was lurking somewhere in hashtag 19. Oh no, hashtag 18, 19 or 20. That was the position of Team X Pac. I believe they have done a tremendous effort in the lobby. Despite of their efforts, they were unable to get any kind of finishes. Let's say only one finishes into perspective. That's an average that you can get. And eventually, if I talk about the whole position system, Jaragot did a tremendous number. According to Mavi's eye chilling, he was able to survive for a longer period of time, and that is the thing these teams are going to cherish for. Eventually, you are going to learn some new strategies, and I believe Team X Pac fighting it out with this kind of synergy from this previous days, from the start of this tournament, from the start of the semi-finale, could have actually uplifted them a lot. But they did a lot of mistake in terms of their rotation, in terms of their scouting, in terms of their flanking, and that is why Team X Pac got a lot of contestment. If I talk about Team Celsius Esports, initial few days were not that good but then if I talk about day number 3, 4, 5, it was interesting enough. But day number 6 is also going out of their hand. Still 9 to 10 points of average position, that is what they are getting in this moment. But Necros, I'm just eagerly waiting for the whole overall leaderboard to come in. After that, we will be, let's say, able to get a clear picture, a clear view of which are those teams which are going to get qualified.
Well, of course, we are really, really eager and waiting for these kind of stuffs, because the way they are playing, the way they're portraying the gameplay, the semi-finals, it actually determines how these teams are going to perish it up, how these teams are going to play it up hard, because it all comes down to the entire journey, the entire I will say the hard work is coming down to this last and the final match, which is going to set up in just a short span of time. But I'm really, really nervous as well as surprised. But what is going to happen? What is going to happen with the results we are going to witness in just a few moments? Because the top fraggers, it's all part, okay, it's fine and chill. But the main fact, it's all coming down to the overall standings. The first list, the second list is all fine. It's no hyped up in that position, because the teams those who are in those chart, they're quite aware, because they're going to qualify. There's no chance they can back it out of the top 18. But the 18th and 19th spot, 17, 18, 19, these are the three positions. I believe it's going to be a vital spot. 8-bit, Revenge, SouL, these three big names are exactly on that page, exactly on that spot. X-Pac also bounces back. Of course, X-Pac also bounced back a bit with 30 total points. After that, I really believe 17, 18, 19, 20, the four of the places. Which team will come up? Because the difference between them was very, very slight. And after two back-to-back chicken dinners, Revenge Esports, they might increase the difference almost around a 15 to 20 bomber. If that happens, X-Pac and Team SouL, I don't think that will be possible for anyhow. But though X-Pac is also having another match, SouL is having another match, it all comes down to the B versus C, and let's just see what happens.
I mean, indeed, at this point, we just want to see some kind of good spirit coming up at this point. But we are just stuck at this match or standing at this moment, because we are going to see Scarlets Gaming 25 amazing points. Man, oh man, a great jump for this team eventually. Yes, they are going to get qualified. Even though you are seeing them at hashtag 1, but still, this is the only team I believe, Negros, that has got 4 amazing chicken dinners into the perspective. None other team has actually acquired this kind of an chicken dinner streak into the perspective. Teams like Team Exo, Celsius, and should I say Team Kevin Esports have acquired 3 winner chicken dinners as per the game. But still, the only team which has actually cherished this many finishes and this many chicken dinners is going to be the one known as Scarlets Gaming. Interesting enough, they actually opened up their wings and scooped that whole winner chicken dinner situation coming up for them. Even though they were unable to, let's say, put that last frag into their perspective, still they are somehow managing that hashtag 1 position. And that is why I believe the whole balance between finishes and as well as the position points is going to be really very crucial for you. So yes, Scarlets Gaming did a tremendous job in the lobby. Other than that, if I talk about teams like Team Exo, they were also trying their level best. Eventually, they were way too open. They were caught by Team Scarlets Gaming, and after that, the battle was pretty much over. If I talk about Team Entity Gaming, they actually did a great number on Team Scar Esports, if I'm not wrong. And just like that, what happened after that retaliation, they were backstabbed by Team Enigma. And after that, Team Enigma was actually backstabbed by the hands of Team Forever. So yes, a lot of things went out on in the lobby. And if I talk about Team Relentless, I guess Relentless Frost was the one who actually popped one from Team TSMs. That was Shadow OG or Equinox, who has been taken down by the hands of Team Relentless. Interesting enough, they also did a tremendous job in the lobby, because at hashtag 8, Relentless was the team which actually got wiped out. But if I talk about Team TSM, they secured, let's say, some more points. They were wiped out at hashtag 6, and that is why Team TSM were trying their level best to actually engage in the fights, but still, the winner chicken dinner goes to Team Revenge Esports beautifully in the second match.
Well, the chicken dinners are just going on as we expect, but the thing, it all comes down to the overall standings, because it's taking time, because all the players, all the staff in the back end, those who are working, they're also in the same pressure. What will happen? We
Indeed.
cannot afford a single mistake at all. The overall points table, the stats, we a single mistake can change an entire thing at this point. So nobody is willing to come up with any of those mistakes, and they don't want to. They actually want to clear it out so precisely that it comes down neat and clean without a single escalation in that a particular chart on the points table. They want to fix it up if there is any mistakes or something like that. They want to fix it up and showcase to you people, because the audience knows it really well, that it is something that we look forward, it is something that we are looking on, because, well, it all comes down to this final match. Before that, all the things have to be fixed up and have to be on the pinpoint location, because one small mistake from the team, for any of the team, can create such a big bounce in this entire tournament, in this entire points table. Well, I'm just so much nervous. I'm just so much tense, Raider. I cannot even say what to do. What will the teams, if even if I was one of those teams, IGL, or if I was one of those teams player, I would have be like, what am I supposed to do right now? How can I just play my natural game under so much pressure? We as a caster are feeling the pressure among the teams, because there's only one slot, and there are just so like four teams contesting for that one freaking slot, and if only one will actually go up, and that all comes down to this final match, which will be the one.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, at this point, they just have to do their effort. They just have to do their best of the best performance that they could do at this moment. The tags are going to be massive. The retaliation are going to be massive. But the teams which are lurking from those four positions, let's say from hashtag 17 to hashtag 20, it is going to be a bit difficult for these teams. Yes, the tags are going to be as massive. Yes, the retaliations are actually going to be massive. But still, I believe teams like Team Xpark, teams like Team SouL are meant to be in this lobby, and they are one of those big dogs which have actually experienced a lot of stuff. Even though Team SouL's lineup is comparatively new, but still, I guess I believe Goblin, Hector, Omega, Akshat, everybody has their own past history of actually playing in this kind of competitive tournaments where they've actually shown their worth. If I talk about teams like Team Revenge, Final Boss, Sonic Fox, trying their level best to actually gain more and more enthusiasm. But yes, one team I would like to add on, Lazo the official. Man, oh man, what a gun game by their team.
हुआ है
What a
आखिरी
synergy by their
मुकाबला
team.
कुछ ही
They
चंद
actually
बस यहाँ
did
पर मिनट बच रखे
interesting
हैं
job in the
एंड
lobby. But other
इसके
than that,
बाद
if we talk about the
कौन
whole
सी वो
finish and
टॉप
placement,
एटीन टीम्स
match-wise graph,
रहेगी
it's
जो
going to be the
क्वालिफाई
35,
करेगी और कल से
match
हमारे
number
ग्रैंड
35.
फाइनल्स में
So
खेलती हुई
other than
नजर
that,
आएगी यहाँ पर
now
आप
you can already see that Scarlet Game is doing a tremendous job in the
जी
lobby. They have
बिल्कुल, देखिए
acquired some
यहाँ
good
पे
bit of
अभी हम
places.
थोड़ा-सा विस्तार
So
में
if we
बात
talk
करें,
about
कुछ समय
Revenge,
पहले तक
well,
हमारे
they have
साथ स्पीकर
acquired
जुड़े थे,
15
वो अब
placement
यहाँ
point,
पे
but
जा
still
चुके
the
हैं।
number of finishers
आखिरी
are a
मैच
bit less.
गेम्सों का साथ मिलेगा यहाँ पे मेरे को और उसके साथ हम
At
कास्ट
the
करेंगे
same
आज के
time,
36वें
well,
मैच को, जिसके बाद हमें पता चलने वाला है।
we
मतलब
have
कुल मिला
to
के
wait
अगर
for the
मैं
36th
थोड़ी-सी
match. We're talking about the match graph we were looking forward. The match graph we were seeing at that point was so much tremendous. The graph were coming up and down, up and down. It was going all, and well, it all comes down to the overall standings will be just coming up front, but total of 36 match contest. Out of that, 35 match has already been passed down. It has already been completed. It all comes down to the 35th, sorry, 36th match, and well, Abhi, we are just waiting for the stats, for the map graphs, for the overall standings. Well, we are quite aware. EXO, Global, Kemin, and we must say Celsius, they will be in the top four, top five. Eventually, they won't face any kind of backlashes at that position at that point. But after that, what will be the standings? What will be the bottom chart as you talk about the MVPs, the top fraggers of the match number 35? Kamla Boy comes up with total 5 finishes, Ash with 4, Rex with 4, Idli with 4, and Somraj with 4 finishes amongst them. So after Gamla Boy, all the players in the top 5 fraggers of this match has already got 4 finishes for themselves. But we have to wait, we have to see it out. What will be the overall top fraggers list and what will be the overall standings?
Indeed, indeed. It's absolutely amazing that how Team Skylights Gaming did the job in the lobby. Kamla Boy was one of those people which actually uplifted Team Skylights Gaming a lot with 5 amazing finishes, and the team contribution for the teams in number of finishes were 33.3%. If we talk about Team Orangutan, Ash did a tremendous number in the lobby with 4 amazing finishes to be exact. Meanwhile, if we talk about Rex, 40 percentages in the terms of finishes, he has got 4 finishes for the team. Same goes for Idli from the same team known as Team Enigma. Now, if I talk about Team Somraj, well, they were also trying, Skylets Gaming to be exact, to be precise. Somraj was the one who actually got 4 amazing finishes. The IGL did that great number in the lobby, but now you can already see the overall standing after match number 35 is finally here for us. It's going to be Team EXO with 256 points, interesting enough. Global Esports 232 for them, Celsius Esports 226 for them. Skylets Gaming with a massive amount of enthusiasm in the lobby, massive amount to jump in the terms of points table. They've got 217 into the perspective. Just before this leaderboard, they weren't even able to touch the 200 marker, but now they have crossed it. They've crossed it beautifully. Entity Gaming 214 for them, Orangutan 214 for them, Cayman Esports 211, Godlike Esports 193 points for them, and they are just on the way to just go on the second page, but still they are going to get qualified, that's for sure, because now they have played 24 matches. Cayman Esports have played 24 matches, Celsius have played 24 matches, but rest of the teams which are on that location, 5 teams have not played 24 matches. Now they have to play. And if I talk about Team TSM, 190 for them. LZ Official meanwhile is still chilling it out at hashtag 816. And if I talk about Tuari Esports, 184 for them. Team Forever, 183. Charlie Esports, 179. Enigma, 177 as a whole. 7C Esports, 174 points for them. Team Revenant looking sharp at 161 points, 165 points to be exact. Out of these stats, we are going to see OR Esports, Team Forever, Team 30 Esports, Team 7C Esports, as well as Team LZ Official once again back in the lobby. These 4 teams are once again going to be back in the lobby and once again going to compete and retaliate. 4 to 5 teams which are here right now are going to put their best effort in the lobby. But now, as you all can see, it's all about T-Bait and Team Revenge Esports, and the gap, man, is
18
absolutely
points.
massive. Absolutely massive. The
18
gap is absolutely
points.
massive at this moment. 18 amazing points, but then I guess Team 8-Bit is still having one more match. Team SouL is having one more match. Team Xpac is holding one more match. I don't think it is going to be possible for teams like Team SouL and Xpac to climb back. For sure, if I talk about Team Xpac, it's going to be a one hell of a lot, let's say, disturbing moment. And I don't think Team Xpac is going to get qualified. Other than that, Team SouL might have a chance with a great victory into their perspective.
They have to come up. They have to come in the top 3 with decent amount of finish points. Either the top 3 with decent amount of finish points or a chicken dinner to finish things off. Revenge Esports have completed their matches, Raider. They have completed their 24 matches. Team SouL have still got one more match to come up. But if you talk about the overall top fraggers, we have got a new face replacing the old one of Destro. We get to see Joker, 43 finishes, Knuckle with 40, Punk with 40, Ash with 39, Delta with 37. So the contest between the top fraggers is still coming down to this final match. Will Joker be the top fragger of this entire semi-final stage? The question awaits, the wait awaits, and the final point table also waits with this last match as well.
Indeed. That is going to be the case. But before that, if we talk about Panku, he is also trying to retaliate a lot at this moment. Of course, it's going to be an interesting battle. It is going to be an interesting conflict which is going to be here anytime soon. So let's see how the match is going to pop out for us. Team Orangutans, Ash is also securing some good number of finishes. He has got 39 in total. Finish contribution is going to be 35 as a percentage as a whole. And if we talk about Cayman Esports, I guess Delta PG is still remaining here, but Destro is going to go in the shadows. He's going to remain at hashtag 6 or hashtag 7. That is going to be the case. But if we talk about Panku, he's still retaliating. He's still trying to figure out. But with this, the last match is going to pan out, the match number 36. Along with that, we have our Inferno being back in the lobby once again, going to cast along with me. So let's see how the battle is going to pan out, and how are you, Inferno? How is your excitement going on?
Just so amazing. I'm looking to the teams. They are actually laying down on chart number 3, but they are actually fighting back. And I would like to say, Team LZ,
Yeah.
hats off, man. Hats off, hats off. What an amazing, tremendous performance at the last. And this is actually what I was waiting for. The comeback day is it. and they are actually doing it because they are on a do or die situation and they are actually doing it. But if you talk about the phantom of the match, that is going to be Skylights Gamla out there having 5 freaking finishes. If you talk about the match contribution, that is going to be 33.3, and if you talk about the total finishes, that's going to be 29, and match rank MVP, that's going to be hashtag 15. So he's just so passing throughout and laying down behind, but I think so he can do that comeback, and let's see how it goes. One good match and Gamla Boy also can do the comeback. He need to surpass 10 players, and that is not going to be so much easy. Surpassing 10 players, it's a actually big number. Let's see how it's gonna be for Gamla Boy and all the MVPs out there. But if you talk about Lazun Gaming, oh my god, like what they are actually doing, man. They are actually playing really well, and I can feel the spirit, I can feel the confidence from their side. Reda, we have casted Miramar as well. We have seen the conference of Lazun Esports. That was just so outstanding. And the way actually they are now aggressing into the teams, the way are actually they are playing, it's actually so much amazing. But there's a lot of teams laying down on hashtag 3 page. They're gonna come back and they are actually making that comeback. Let's see how it goes and waiting for the last match of day number 6, semifinals day 6, or else we can say a happy ending for semifinals.
Oh, it's going to be happy for those teams which are going to get qualified. But what about those teams which are not going to get the taste of grand finale? I guess we are going to see a lot of chaos and a lot of emotion is going to flow with this semi-finale, particularly because four of the teams, let's say six of the teams which are not going to get qualified in the grand finale, their fans as well as their IGLs, their coaches are going to, let's say, be a bit sad for the whole moment. But before that, we have the flight path coming up for the final battle, which is going to reveal the top 18 teams, which is going to lift the trophies, which are going to compete for the trophy lifting ceremony. But other than that, if we talk about the whole flight path situation, it's 30% shift in the flight path in the northern corner. If we talk about the 70% area is in the bottom area. So let's see how much these teams can actually pan out and eventually get some good points. Yes, we do have some locations like Puerto Preso where Team Orangutan would like to go. Team Exo absolutely going to go and choose the locations of Los Leones. Other than that, Team 8-Bit is also going to be there at the same moment. And now if we talk about areas like El Azhar, it might get contested by the hands of Team Scar Esports and some other team which is actually dropping that same location. But now this is one particular map where Team SouL could easily, let's say, calmly and peacefully lift some good matches, lift some good points, and eventually get some fights. Because in the previous one, we saw that how teams like Team GodL Esports can easily turn the tables for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was just so out of the box. And I would like to say Team SouL didn't predicted that Team GodL is coming over there on their drop, so that was just something out of the box. That's why that was being a little bit unfair for Team SouL. But yeah, that was just something amazing fight between Team GodL versus Team SouL, amazingly witnessed. But if you talk about the fights over there, you can see Scar Austin has been down, OG Ash has been down, so multiple fights has been started, and I think so that is going to be a 4v4 head-to-head fight between Scar and Team Orangutan. That is something amazing. We'll be having a look on that arena settle out between both of the teams. Let's see who's gonna win over there. But I think so both of the teams haven't taken the trade knock successfully. As you can see, Austin has been down from the team of Scar Esports, having that lowering that. But look at that M24 and Free Fires are coming over there. But no, Uzi is winning over there. So AKOP is just surviving on the single HP, on the golden HP out there. And I think the team Scar is just being unstoppable right now. They're going to push on him, and I think so AKOP, he is just barely breathing out there.
Indeed, the breathing space is way too lit at this point. Eventually, you can see that Austin has been taken on. That becomes the first ever member, if I'm not wrong, from the lobby who has been popped off. But other than that, if we talk about teams like Team Orangutan, they are holding a great chunk of the perspective. Other than that, OGAK Kopi goes down. Well, there we go. Inspire managed to put one down, but then WizGod with the back end has actually provided a great number of snipe. And then, just like that, one more good guard has been taken down. Now let's see what is going to happen. It's all about Team Orangutan trying to retaliate. On the other angle, if we talk about Rush God, he's going to remain still calm and peaceful at this point. He's trying to maintain his composure so that eventually he could get a revival maybe and take a fight at this point. Rush God is holding a great TPP advantage. Let's see what is going to happen. He tries to provide some good shots, but then also the shots get landed, and just like that, Team Scar Esports is on the receiving end. Scar Esports for sure is not going to get qualified. That is something which we all are sure about, but still Scar Esports is not trying to provide one hell of a situation for them. They are trying to put their 110% in the lobby and eventually securing more and more points. Yes, they have got one amazing frag, but eventually WizGod with some great peak and fire of UMP45 just like that wiped them out. Now 7C has also acquired one good finisher into their perspective, but this is how the match is going to pan out, where Team Scar Sports goes out at the first time.
Just wait for the third zone, Raider. Just wait for the third zone. We're gonna witness a lot of teams taking early skirmish and intense fight in the starting for sure. I think so. Because teams got nothing to do now. Because this is the last match of semifinals. The teams laying down on hashtag 17 to 24. They're just getting eliminated for sure. Like there's a lot of team I would like to say, but yeah. But I don't know. We'll be witnessing a lot of fights, I think. So in this match, in the starting of the match, but waiting for that, if we talk about Team 8-bit out there, having 0 finishes in the starting, absolutely no earliest skirmish, no intense fight, no instant fight, I would like to say. But if you talk about Team 8-bit, amazingly preferred and amazingly done. They are actually, I think so, on page number 3, but I'll be having a look over there. This match is a bit, I would like to say, a lot important for Team 8-bit as well to rise, because they can actually rise easily. I'm waiting for Team 8-bit to have a really good comeback in the point tables. Team Entity out there amazingly performed in semi-finals. Team Entity out there, like I would like to say, Team Entity was just so calm and composed and systematic way, I would like to say. The way actually Team Entity played with their strategies, with their coordination, is just so outstanding. And I would like to say one name as well. That is going to be Team Orange Rock. Like, not even changing their drops, not even changing their traditional strategies. There's a lot of teams playing on their systematic ways and on their natural gameplay. But yeah, the way actually Team Entity played, Raider, is just so amazing. The systematic way, but the ethical way actually Team Entity played is just so outstanding, man.
Indeed, indeed. These things are very amazing at this point, but eventually Team Entity Gaming in the last one was able to literally retaliate and get some good finishes. But after that, what happened? Teams like Team Enigma came in, just like that, sweep their fight. And now, if we talk about SouL Esports, getting out with only one blow is going to be something tremendous to watch about. Team SouL is gaming after losing one good guy. Their team is not looking that strong. In the previous one, they got 15 amazing frags, but in this match, they have got an initial blow. And if we talk about Team EXO, for sure, this team is going to get qualified, but now one guy from the roster, one or two members from the roster has been changed out. Fierce and Sensei are not here. Immortal and Tom are going to take their place, but now they are pretty close to a fight of Team 8-bit. But we have never seen in the whole semi-finale, in the 36 matches, that this team actually got a conflict by Team 8-bit, until unless the zone is going to comprise and the zone is going to pressurize both of them to retaliate, because these teams have a disciplined fight. This team have the discipline of taking a fight into their perspective. But now 7C versus SouL, it's absolutely amazing. I don't know what is going on in the lobby, but Team SouL is on the crosshairs of every other team which is here.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I would like to say Team SouL is in a bit hard tackle. In a fight versus Team 7C. I don't know what is actually going to be happening over there, but Team 7C is having a certain advantage. He's having a really great predicted damage on Goblin out there, and he's in the outskirt, I would like to say, open region, so he have to be so much careful over there. But 7C is Prager, you can see he's just aggressing in that casino area, in that arena area, and he's just like, unstoppable out there. Look at that. Goblin is coming with those, I think so, trips and tricks, and he's coming back to the double red buildings out there in the Picaro, and Team 7Cs, I don't think so they are getting stopped over there. On the heart of Miramar, Picaro, the fights are not just stopping. Two amazing teams from the Indian gaming community, 7Cs versus Team SouL. They both are coming in the fight. They both are coming in the earliest skirmish of the first zone. And I think so both are not going to stop. You look at that Sevita from the back ends, right? He's just having a really great advantage of upper edges. But I think so upper edge and close range advantage is not going to work anything. Because Raider, Picaro is just full of so many buildings. You are having a really hard concrete cover. So from the back end, I think so there will be some of those only angle, I would like to say, limited angles to seek off someone on the players, but you can see Rage is getting some knockout.
Why the Norse are not getting converted into the finishes is going to be the question for Team Entity, because yes, they are trying to pop some heads, but still the finishes are not there into the perspective. If we talk about Team 7C, initially I guess they had the upper hand onto Team SouL's Goblin, but they were unable to reflect it out. Yeah, the sprays are going to be impressive enough, but still Sarang is going to be here right now trying to compete it out. Team LZ official on the other hand is actually going to get contested. They are on the verge of getting distracted, so let's see which team is actually going to occupy those fights. Look at that, Akshat from the right angle is just trying to provide a great number of cover. Now Sarang could be taken down. Sarang is actually on the verge of getting distracted because he's the last man standing of his team, going for a 1v1, and that's it for Sarang. 7C Sarang is going to go down. That's interesting enough. Goblin with that beautiful UMP45 manages to put its meta onto the work, and just like that the fight is there. But Entity's Rage with that pan wipes out and makes a pancake of Moksha.
Okay, all right. As you can see, Team SouL is getting in some intense, I would like to say, grenades, and you can see there's a lot of utility usage, and they are actually exhausting all the utilities right now. Not getting any knockouts is just a part of exhausting your utilities, because to refill all the utilities, it takes a lot of time, right? You need to loot again. You need to reset all the equations that you loot again. So you can see Scar and Enemies first. Two of the team has been eliminated from Team Last Zone officials. Two of the players has been eliminated as well. So a lot of fights are coming in, but SouL Akshat out there is trying to change his angle accordingly to Team 7Cs, because you need to play with your mind of the opponent. You need to think like your opponent is actually thinking right now, but we'll be having our centralized zone accent. All the teams are actually no, because this is the only thing can happen. Like already the zone is going for the north side, and if the zone is going for the southern side, we can witness some of those water zone. But yeah, that is not going to be happen the thing. But if you talk about SouL going with some trainers out there, and again the knockouts have been not converted, but Aladdin having a really great damage by 20 from the side of SouL Goblin.
Oh man, the amazing blows, the amazing consistency. It's going to be interesting to watch out eventually. We know that Team 7C is on the verge of getting qualified. Still, they are going to attack on Team SouL, trying to actually, let's say, make them on the back end side. And believe me, Inferno, if one good guy from Team SouL could have been finished off at this point, Team 7C's momentum would have been changed. They would have been the team which would have been pushing right now. But Team SouL knows that even though they are actually on the upper hand onto Teams 7C, but still they are not going to mess it up. Team SouL is actually going to, let's say, retaliate on the back end. They know that they have to survive for a longer period of time. They know that there is a lot of things that is at stake for Team SouL. So that is why they're just trying to plan it up. They're just trying to figure out that how much detection they could provide. But look at that, Hector's vehicle has already been popped off. All the tires have already been buzzed out from the team number 8, if I'm not wrong. That is lurking from the shadows on the top corner from the hills. So let's see what Team SouL is going to do. Yes, SouL is trying to retaliate. SouL is trying to, let's say, configure some rotation. But before that, Team 8-bit is also trying to configure a new level of fight. If Team 8-bit gets wiped out at this exact moment, this could be it for Team SouL. This could be the moment of spark where Team SouL could have rise. Oh, Tsunami is going to go down. Troy from the other angle is trying to retaliate. That's interesting enough, but the backup of Team 8-bit is already there right now. But Team Entity on the other angle is getting a conflict, getting a fight. Juicy meanwhile has not been even touchdown at this point. Juicy could easily come up with a brutal spray, and Entity Noob could easily go down. One more good retaliation. The space out massive. Still Juicy's Nate got that connection, and just like that, Team 8-bit has the upper hand. Team 8-bit is absolutely slaying the fights at this moment. Man, oh man. Troy also goes down, and that's it for Team Entity. That's what I was talking about, Inferno. In the previous one also, Team Entity did the same kind of gig, that where they were able to, let's say, outperform the other team. But still, what happens when the third party comes up? Team Entity is one of those teams which is unstable in terms of the deflection.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk about Team Entity again, so you can see this is the only being solo and survival out there. If we go actually shifting the production manager was shifting the POV of Team Entity, we have seen Noob, we have seen Troy, we have seen Dark Lord out there. They were just getting knocked out. We have seen Troy, we have seen Noob, both of the players been knocked out. And the comeback from the side of Team 8-bit, hats off guys, amazingly done. But Extra Tom has been down from the side of Orange Rock. Aditya, multiple fights have been converted. As I told you, Raider, there will be a lot of fight. There's going to be a lot of fight. There's going to be a lot of chaos in the start zone only. You can see this 4v4 fight. You have seen another fights, and you can see a lot of I would like to say rotation clashes. But Nakul and Edwin from Global Esports has been down. Nakul has been finished off, and I think so Global Esports is struggling out there, and Edwin has been also picked out. Team Global Esports is a disadvantage out there. Rage is also down. I think so absolutely 8-bit is getting eliminated on #14, and I think so Team 8-bit, the game is over for you all guys. I don't know what's gonna happen over there, but I wish there will be some kind of changes. But look at that GE Joker, he is just so brave, I would like to say. Coming from the faces and coming from the tail of your opponent, it's not that easy. But we can witness on zone as well, and you can see there are still water bodies. And if water bodies are into the zone, so the play area, the land area has been subtracted, and there's less play area for all the teams. Look at that. There's actually still 13 teams surviving, and I would like to say, Raider, there will be a lot of chaotic zone. There will be a lot of, I would like to say, rotation clashes we're going to witness in some while.
Oh, indeed, because despite of being the third zone, you are going to see that 45% of the zone is already in the water. So what happens? Landmass is pretty less. So despite of being the third zone, it is absolutely like the area is of fourth zone right now. So yes, the teams have to actually be a bit more secluded, and the fights are going to be impressive one. Whenever the map of Miramar pans out, every other competitive player doesn't want that kind of Eastern Zone coming up for themselves, because Eastern Zone is one of those zones where most of the zone for the 5th or 6th zone is going to be in the water. But look at that, Joker meanwhile is chilling it out in the topple down. Coupe RG is just trying to figure it out that he might not be tagged out. He might just trying to play it really very safe. Man, oh man, what is this happening at this point? It's going to be Team Forever. So Viru, which is pretty close to that proximity. Let's see what Viru is going to do on the other angle. If we talk about Mashka, she has been put down by the hands of Spray God with that M416 Lizard Roar Sin. That is absolutely brutal one. If we talk about Viru, I don't know what he's trying to configure, but if we talk about Daljit, he's trying to figure out some more rotations, trying to figure out some more shots, which can be easily favorable for the team. But if we talk about Team 7C, they have the upper edge, they have the upper hand at this point. And if we talk about Savitar, look at that. Daljit was so much focused onto the back end, he was unable to, let's say, decipher that a guy is trying to rotate from your left, man.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Team Orangutan right now on the screens. Look at that, Raider. There's a lot of teams out there. You can see the chaos over there. There's a lot of teams, but Max Cash from Team Forever has been down. Team 7 Spray God is getting some of them knocked out. Look at that! J Joker coming out of nowhere. He was in the vehicle, but no! The cover isn't coming out there. And Virus can get revolvement, but oh man, that was an IQ play out there from the side of Joker, and that is something amazing I've witnessed for the first time out there. But if you talk about Orangutan, believe I really get knocked out. But Raider, one question: what about Joker? That play was something amazing I've witnessed right now.
Oh, indeed, indeed, indeed. You should know that when the situation demands, you have to do everything. And that is why I guess Global Esports Joker did that kind of strategy. He was just toppled down. His vehicle was toppled down. He was still chilling it out in that vehicle, surviving for a longer period of time. But then also he has been wiped out. Meanwhile, if I talk about Team Hyderabad Hydras, you can already see he is just trying to retaliate. And I guess Team Orangutan got that upper hand into their perspective. But now Team EXO has heard the shots, and now Team EXO is going to compete with them. Orangutan, on the other hand, has got 8 amazing frags. AKOP has been taken down by the hands of Panku. And with this, I guess Punk is actually going to gain some more points and eventually be in the table toppers list of top fraggers. That could be the case for the guy if Team EXO try to outperform every other team in the lobby. But meanwhile, if we talk about Team 8-Bit, 5 amazing points for them. And Team 8-Bit is meanwhile securing that kind of position from which they could just easily climb, or should I say maintain their position of table toppers list. That could be the case. In the other angle, it's going to be AKOP who's still surviving. The need was there for him, but eventually still he managed to survive. Interesting enough, if I talk about Team EXO, the only team which has crossed the 256 point margin is going to be Team EXO. Interesting enough, but then EXO snax puts one down. There we go. The shot is amazing. Snax puts one down, and Believe is the one who is trying to taste those shots. Now if we talk about Vizgod, the proper cover is going to be from their back end. Vizgod with 5 amazing blows, not going to slow down. Yes, the pressure is there, but Believe has also been taken down. AKOP is trying to retaliate. AKOP is on the verge of getting distracted, but look at that. 7C Savitar's back vehicle has already been sorted. Man, oh man, a lot of chaos is there in the lobby. A lot of shot is going to be there in the lobby. Let's see what is going to happen. Actually, if we talk about Savitar, he's just trying to flee from the situation. SouL Goblin from the back angle managed to pop Team EXO at this point. SouL has nothing to, actually, let's say Team EXO has nothing to lose at this point, but one team which has to lose a lot of step is going to be Team SouL. They are on the verge of getting disqualified. Let's see what is going to happen. Immortal meanwhile has been finished off. They are in the top 11. Yes, they are going to cherish 3 points at this exact moment. Even if they get wiped out, they are going to get 3 amazing points. But now, at this moment, they have to get 18 plus points so that eventually Revenge Esports could go down. And yes, they could just easily qualify. Goblin meanwhile is not going to survive for a longer period of time. EXO snax from the other angle puts one down. Goblin might get a revival. Let's see what is going to happen. Oh, Omega DIGL tried his level best, but still the revival is not that possible. If we talk about Team EXO, yes, the shots are there. Hacker is going to survive. That's Panku. Snax is going to survive for a longer period of time. That's interesting enough. From the back angle, you can already see OR Esports is already here right now. All of these teams are going to put SouL into a lot of trouble. Don't know what is going to happen, but bless Team SouL at this point to just get qualified.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Team SouL is still actually surviving, and I love how the actually Team OG is playing. Those reflexes were just so out of the box. If we talk about 8-Bit out there, okay, they are actually showing some smokes, and I think so they have to go for the zonal area. I told you, Raider, I told you in the starting of the match, God, that we're going to witness a lot of chaotic zone, and you have seen the third zone. There we'll be having only top 10 teams. Isn't it amazing? Like, you know, the team know this is the semifinals last match, and they got nothing to lose, and they are actually going to push at everyone, and they are going to do some of those initial gameplay, and they're gonna push out there everyone. But if we talk about 8-Bit new player out there coming with some knockout, Somaraz, and Team 8-Bit is going to push Team Scarlet's coming on the push, and I think the Team 8-Bit bit versus Team SG. We're gonna witness over there. But if you talk about Team SouL, oh my God, Omega has been down, and Team SouL is not looking in a really great, fabulous condition out there. From the back ends, we can see Team LG is having an eagle-eye spot, and Team SouL as well. They're gonna take some praise. But look at that, Team SouL has been covered from more than 4 teams right now, and I don't think so that Team SouL is going to get qualified over there from this side. And I think so they are actually initiating some of those escape plans. But the way you are going over there, Team Theory, welcome guys, welcome. Oh, as I told you, there are actually more than 4 to 5 teams over there, and I don't think the Team SouL is going to get escape from there. Nothing gonna happen for Team SouL, and Team SouL has been eliminated. I don't know what's gonna happen in the point table for Team SouL, but yeah, absolutely can see one thing over there going with the fight. But Tsunami has been picked out. 8-man Madman is the only SouL survivor. From the back ends, we can see Team 7C's out there, or no, that is going to be Team X-Park coming in the third party scenario. Madman, where are you, man? Your team needs you, and I think so he's initiating some of those 1v1 and going for the revolvement. But the back end, you can see Team X-Park is actually pushing.
Man, aside for Team SouL, we are confirmed that yes, Team SouL is not going to get qualified. But now, if we talk about Team Skylets Gaming, they are looking to provide more and more upper hand at this point. If we talk about teams like Team 8-Bit, that could be the case where they could just retaliate, get some good points eventually in the favor. 8-Bit Madman tried to revive and tried to actually provide a great cover for a new player, and he's back in the fight. Interesting enough, if we talk about the fourth zone situation, it's going to be the 5th ever zone, which is actually going to slam in really very soon. So let's see how the zone is going to plan out. Let's see how much points they could actually gain. Let's see what kind of retaliation these teams can actually put forth. If I talk about Team LZ official, not looking that sharp in the lobby. They've got only 1 finishers. They are getting contested a number of times by multiple teams. That could be Team Turd Esports, that could be Team War Esports, that could be Team EXO, who can easily put them into the sleep right now. But if I talk about Team SG, that's going to be Skylets Gaming trying to retaliate. New player with that revival is actually here with a new spirit. Somraj is going to be the last man standing. He's the IGL. He has to mastermind and orchestrate a fight in which team might be on the upper end right now. Let's see what is going to happen. The revival is pretty much possible, and yes, the revival is pretty much there. Interesting enough, now pop-ups can be there, but I guess Somraj is going to get contested on the other angle. Team Forever from the other angle is just trying to provide some great number of covers. Exo Hacker on the other angle from OR Esports has been taken on. snax puts one down from Team OR Esports as well. Interesting enough, OR Esports could go down anytime soon. Hacker completely been finished off into the dirt. Now it's all about snax. snax has to do the wonders, but before that, if this particular fight should be panned out, it's going to be OS Volte on the receiving end. One good need could easily turn the tables for them, and the need is there, but pretty much the damage is not enough. Damage is not going to provide a great number of cover. New player always goes down once again, and if we talk about Madman, he's trying to secure some more points. Daljit and OS Volte as well is way too late. As you can see, the HP is too refined. Yes, the shots are there, going for a 1v1, but OS Volte once again gets choked out. He's going to get finished off. Yes, for sure. That's going to be the case for Guy. But Daljit SK comes up with a brutal blow. 1v2 can be the case for Madman. That is going to be interesting enough. Some brutal damages, some brutal shots are going to be the case. Now, if we talk about snax, he's constantly going on the fight. He's constantly trying to kick a Hevik. Yes, once again, if I talk about Daljit, he's trying to actually patch himself, heal himself. Other than that, new shots are going to rise. Exo snax with 4 amazing finishes is not going to let it go that easily. OR player 6 just like that took that TPP, and just like that, snax has been taken. Now the fight is pretty much over for these guys. Now Team X-Park is looking good in the lobby. They have got how many finishes? Only 1. How many placement points for them? At this point, it will be, let's say, 8 if I'm not wrong. Okay, that's good. That could be 6. 7 points could be taken down at this exact moment if Team X-Park survives. But still, I would like to see Team X-Park getting, let's say, close to 5 finishes and then a victory also into the perspective, because this is it, dude. This is it, Inferno. This is the last match of the semi-finale, and if you are going to choke at this point, I don't think there is anything left for you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing to get lost over there. There's nothing to lose over here. You can see TUD Esports on the section of Impala. 5th zone, man. 5th zone. We have only remaining 5 teams and 12 top players. Isn't it shocking? Jeez, what is actually happening? But you can see TUD Esports is coming in a sudden disadvantage where one of the players has been knocked out. We have our top 5 teams. That is going to be LZ having 2 players, Team TUD having 4 players, and one of the players has been knocked out. And full finish off, Team X-Park has been still surviving. Team Orange Rock Esports and Team Orangutan Esports having 1 player simultaneously in equivalency. But if you talk about and UI taking some shots on OR Aru, but the connections are actually so much less. But out of that, you can see Aru is pushing. That's a really good push out there. But no, the 1v1 has been completed, and that's a really clean and tidy 1v1, I would like to say. But yeah, Team X-Park have a slight chance, but guys, go for some of those finishes, man. Only 6 of the players have been surviving over there. Look at that, man!
Golden hand.
Money, golden hand, man. The title has been reserved over there. The title has been conquered from the side of legendary IGL, from the side of Team X-Park. That is going to be Murphy. My god. This guy is just on fire, man. He have the real gold arm. He have the real gold hand. Mavi, like we all know, and he is actually example. He's the perfect example of golden hand.
Indeed, indeed. At this point, the tremendous efforts are going to uplift them a lot. But at this point, eventually, if you choke out, that's it for you. So that is why teams have to actually accumulate some good strategies and eventually gain some good upper hand in the lobby. Yes, they are trying their level best to gain more and more points. Interestingly enough, the teams are tackling with some new strategies. So let's see which team is actually going to get those upper hands into their perspective, and eventually that winner chicken dinner could be there into their stats. Other than that, if we talk about Team 30 Esports looking sharp in the lobby, but still Team X-Pac is going to rain a lot of havoc. And if at this point Team X-Pac would not be able to get that winner chicken dinner, I would like to say Team X-Pac is going down a lot. LZ Official and 30 Esports, both of the Rising Star are going to face off teams known as Team X-Pac, which is one of those team which has actually secured a global championship, which has actually got that runner up into their perspective. So let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how much they could retaliate and how much damage can actually X-Pac can do.
Yeah, absolutely. But TUD Esports, only top three teams, right? But I can feel the sovereignty and the dominance from the side of Team Xbox right now, and they can take that chicken dinner easily. This game is getting in a slow pace right now. This game is getting in a really, like, I would like to say, in a slow manner out there, in a slow pace. But yeah, Team Xbox can make something happen. Team Xbox can add some spices in this match to have that chicken dinner out there. But acquiring all those four finishes, like I would like to say, all the enemies out there, then only they can add the spices in this match. Then only they can add the fire out there. But look at that LJ Snip right now doing some of those emotes, and both of the players are actually doing some emotes, and they're actually enjoying right now because Team LZ know that they actually put all the efforts out there. They actually did an amazingly job out there, because at the last, what they need, finishes, they need point tables, they need good some points. But yeah, some of the fun has been also needed, man, and Team LZ is doing that thing because this is the last match, nothing to lose over there. Team LZ is actually doing a really great job, fabulous job done by the Team LZ. But if you talk about over there, Team X420, like all the players are having the golden arms right now, something like 420. But out there you can see one thing, they're coming with the cover over here. It's been spotted. Rex Boy is going with the cover out there. He's behind that ridge. He's in the cover. That's a really great thing. But Team X-Pac have to go for the zonal area as well. But having a great knockdown on Team TUD Esports will be adding an advantage for them. Will be adding a fruitful condition. Yeah, Team X-Pac is actually pushing on Team TUD Esports. Their whole job has been not completed. Some of those free grenades are actually getting cooked off. But that Molotov would get a connective Molotov. No, that's going to be a hard situation over there. Going with some more grenades.
Yeah. Indeed, indeed. But there we go. Doom has been taken on. That's 420 OP has been knocked out. Now Team X-Pac might be getting that setback. I don't want to see this kind of situation coming for Team X-Pac, because this is one of those teams which is more than capable to turn the tables. And I guess the belief is going to be there. Now Team X-Pac has secured 3 finishes. They are in the top 3. I guess at this exact moment they could just get 13 points into the perspective. Getting, let's say, at least 5 finishes is going to be the goal for Team X-Pac. Let's see what they can actually do, because if I'm not wrong, the point system for Team X-Pac was 128 or 129, and the team which was at hashtag 18 was with 158. A massive jump to climb. I guess 21 points is going to be the case where Team X-Pac would easily climb the ladder. Now if we talk about Team LZ Official, well, they are actually trying to figure out some good rotations. And if we talk about Team 30 Esports also, they are trying to take out some more points. Now Snappy has put down Mavi, and the left flank is completely been broken by the hands of Team X-Pac. Mavi is taken down. Revival is, let's say, pretty much impossible at this point. And if we talk about Team X-Pac, some good nades can be easily the nades where they might just get stopped. Scout actually tried for the rotation. Yes, the rotation is successful for his angle. If we talk about Jaragod, some good shots have been connected onto the hands of Jaragod. He is trying to cut some rotations. Let's see, is it possible for him to get those rotations possible? Because now the tags are going to be increasing massively. 6 points for the finishes can be the case for Team X-Pac, because 30 Esports Keolamau is still trying to survive, still trying to thrive. And if 1 point could be choken down, that could be the case where Team X-Pac would not be able to qualify. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how much retaliation can they provide. One more spray, one more damage is there with some sneaky sprays by the hands of not OP. That's going to be Scout. One good guy has been taken out. Ted Keolamau goes out with his own man. Oh man, that's a sad sight to watch eventually. And the last fight is also there. Scout did a 1v2 onto Team LZ Official, and just like that, they are back in the game. But it is too late for them to be back in the game. And let's see what is going to happen. I just hope that this team might just get qualified. Let's see what is going to happen, guys. If that qualification is there, Team X-Pac is going to cherish it with just 1 or 2 points before. But then Team X-Pac with that great victory, with that great winner chicken is back in the form. And I guess if they will get the chance of playing it out in the grand finale, they just might crush the hopes of every other team, because X-Pac is back in the game, guys. Back in the business with 5 amazing frags and 15 for the position. Interesting enough, the battle is pretty much over. We are going to go on the caster deck and eventually talk about the whole situation coming up, but we are going to see the teams which are going to get qualified really very soon. I'm pretty excited, Inferno. I'm pretty excited. I'm doing my calculation, my math in the mind that which team is actually going to be the one which is going to qualify, because if I'm not wrong, X-Pac had 129 points. They were lurking at hashtag 20 points in this one. I guess 159 points is going to be the case for Team X-Pac. Revenge Esports was at 158 points. And it might be a case where Team X-Pac could easily get qualified with one single point. And if that happens, man, oh man, I will be, let's say, blown to the bits. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Just DM me your rough calculations. We are not going to give any spoilers to the audience, because who knows, your prediction is going to be right. Like I would like to say. So yeah, we are not going to give any spoilers to the audience, right? That's so. But I'm waiting for the overall standings. Let's see what's gonna happen over there. Waiting for Team X-Pac's comeback. Amazingly done by the team, by Team X-Pac, and actually Team X-Pac knows that everyone is going to take early fights. That's why they were waiting, and that's why they were doing a passive gameplay. And in the result, they have the chicken dinner, right? So if you talk about the points, 20 points, okay, this can make a slight difference out there for Team X-Pac, I would like to say. And X-Pac in the whole series of semifinals, I would like to say, they're having only 2 chicken dinners. Acquiring the first one we have witnessed in the Miramar only, and then if we are witnessing the second one again, so that is going to be in Miramar. And 20 points is a really great lead. You can see 2 of the players having 2 finishes. That is going to be Scout and Mavi, both of the brothers out there. If you talk about 420 over there, having 1 finish of that grenade I see. And if you talk about Gyro God having 0 finishes, but amazingly well played, guys. Team X-Pac having the chicken dinner and having an upper hand. But I would like to say, if they were having 10 finishes, I would like to say like 5 more finishes, so that would be more fruitful for Team X-Pac. But right now they are having only these finishes. That is going to be 5, and position point, if you talk about that, is going to be 15. This is India Rising Series 2022 presented by Upthrust Esports, waiting for all the overall standings and placement and finishes chart as well.
Dude, one thing I'm concerned about, that they are going to get 20 points and they are going to get qualified, that's for sure, because 159 points is going to be a small question for you, Inferno. Just answer me, I mean, yes or no, that is 159 points more than 158 or not?
Okay, yes.
Just tell me, it's a small question.
I think yes.
Okay. So you are going to see Team X-Pac going to get qualified in the top 18. I believe that. Let's see what the table toppers, let's see what the stats has to say at this point, because eventually Team X-Pac did a great number in the lobby, and in the previous one also, acquiring those 13 points was the case for Team X-Pac, where Mavi actually orchestrated the whole game, and that is why I believe this is going to be the case where Team X-Pac might just show their faces in the grand finale. Yes, I'm concerned about Team SouL, that they are not going to get qualified, that's for sure. If we talk about Team X-Pac, 20 points for the team. If we talk about Team Orangutan, they have got 17 amazing points in their perspective. Team LZ Official with 15, Tad Esports with 15 as well, OR Esports with 10, 8-Bit with 9 points, Team Forever with 7 points, Team 7C Esports with 7 as well, Team XO on the other hand with 6 points, Scarlet's Gaming with 3 points, Team SouL with only 3 points. That's it. That's what Team SouL actually secured in the battle. I believe they could have done a lot more in the lobby, but still they were unable to. They were unable to actually put a pacifistic fight into their favor. But with this, I believe now Team X-Pac can be in the top 18 teams. But other than that, NTT with only 2 points, Hyderabad Hydras 1 point, Sky Esports going out with only 1 point, and that too of aggression. That's it for the overall stand. That's all for the match standing of match number 36. We are going to see the graph also, so that we can eventually decipher that which team actually got the balancement into their perspective. And there we go. The graph is also here. Finish and placement graph is also going to be here right now, where you can see the Team X-Pac was let's say on the lesser end of the finishes that they have acquired. And if I talk about the placement that they've acquired, is absolutely amazing. But now if we talk about Team Psycho, Team Orangutan, they have got some good number of frags. Despite of those frags, they were unable to maintain the balancement in terms of the position. 8 for the position and 9 for the frags. LZ Official goes out with 12 for the position. And if we talk about the finisher, that's 3 only. Tad Esports goes out with 5 lows and 10 for the placement.
Of course. Team Orangutan acquiring 9 freaking finishes, and that's a really great number right over there. But if you talk about the teams out there, you can see last one having 12 placement points. If you talk about TOD Esports having 10, but if you talk about the match, Fraggers, that is going to be WizGod over there having 6 freaking finishes. Snax, Madman from Team 8-bit Snax having 4, Madman having 4, Spraygod having 3, and Samurai, the IGL of Team Scarlets, having 2 finishes.
Indeed. That is the case. Yes, every other team actually tried their level best to gain some goal points. WizGod, if I talk about that guy, well, 6 amazing finishes, interesting enough, by the hands of Team Orangutan Esports. He did a great number in the lobby, but then if I talk about the teams like, let's say, EXO, Snax actually did a 1v4, actually did all of the efforts that Team EXO could provide in the lobby. He got 4 amazing finishes into perspective, and after that, he was also wiped out by the hands of OR Esports. And if we talk about Madman, 4 amazing finishes for his angle, but still, the battle is there right now. The battle of semi-final is going to end, and I'm just eagerly waiting for the whole overall standing to come onto our faces and show us that which team has actually qualified. My fingers are crossed at this point in front of that Team Xbox should be qualified. Let's see. We have got the overall standing. Yes, Team X has qualified, that's for sure. 262 for them, the only team which has scored the 250 margin at this point. If we talk about Global Esports, 232 for their angle, Orangutan 231 for their angle, Celsius Esports 226 for their fights, Skylets Gaming 220, NGT 216, Cayman Esports 2111, Tari Esports 194 for them right now. These are the top 8 teams which have actually qualified in the Battle of Grand Finale. The Upthrust Esports presents India Rising Series 2022, in which we are going to see these top 8 teams once again going to play it out for 42 straight matches, 7 straight days, in which 6 matches each day. That is going to be the case for them. But now I'm eagerly waiting for the page number 2 to turn in really very soon for us. And after that, page number 3 should be there, on which at #18 we are going to see some other team going to get qualified.
Waiting for the Team Max Park logo on page number 2, right? Oh, okay. Oh,
Indeed.
oh,
Top
you
18
never.
teams are going to get qualified. Inferno, just remember, top 18 teams are going to get qualified. Let's not get it ahead. So yeah, page number 3.
Okay. I just forget that. Okay, guys. You can see the excitement between the casters, right? And you can see the excitement between the audience as well. So I'm feeling the confidence of Raider right now, and just I'm feeling in the nerves right now. But if you talk about Orange Rock Esports right now having 194, Team Godlike right over there having 193. You can see all the starting team Forever TSM. They are on their sweet spot, and they all are qualified, but. Just show production team. Just show the page number 3. I'm waiting for it. All the teams are actually playing good. And teammate with man. All right. There's a lot of teams on page number 3 that they are actually worth to qualify. But right now they are actually laying down in the shadows. They are in the, I would like to say, the dark pits over there. But no, Team X-Spark was not able to make it. Team SouL as well as not able to make that. No. But Team Revenge Esports out of nowhere, man. Whoa!
Interesting enough. I guess there we go. Team X-Pac is going to go out of the lobby. Man, a side to watch. Eventually, Team SouL also with 143 points only. That is going to be the case. These are the top 18 teams. And Revenant barely holding on to that angle. It's interesting enough. Team Revenge Esports with 3 amazing winner chickeners got that victory. If we talk about Team Revenant, look how beautifully Team Revenant has actually got those finishes and got those placement points, if I'm not wrong, Inferno, because only 1 chicken dinner for them. Still, they were able to hold 91 massive points in terms of the placement.
Course, but there's some team I would like to say amazingly well played, guys, like Arid Esports, Hyderabad Hydra, Scar Esports, TOD. They played all the matches. They played all the matches out there, but they were not able to be the best, right? But GG, well played, guys, amazingly well played, and 100 marks for the efforts. But we're gonna witness some more dominations from your side. I'm just taking a screenshot right now of these teams, and I'm going to witness a great domination from these all underdog stream, I would like to say, in the upcoming events. What do you say, Raider, on this?
Indeed. We are going to see. Of course, these 6 teams which have not qualified are going to actually put up a lot of effort, and maybe they are going to put up a new show in the Upthrust upcoming tournaments which are going to be there. And yes, of course, official tournament is also on the way. So yes, they might be showing some good new strategies, because you always either win or learn from it. So that is going to be the case for top 18 teams which have actually won a slot in the fights, and of course they have learned a lot. And if we talk about the bottom 6 teams which have not been able to qualify, be it Team X-Pac, be it Team SouL, Relentless, Error Esports, or Hyderabad Hydras along with SouL Esports. They are going to get a lot of new strategies for them to play around in the whole upcoming situations. But if we talk about overall top fragger in the semi-finale, you are going to see Joker still getting that golden flag along with his buddy Nakul with 40% finishes. And if we talk about the whole finish contribution for Joker, it's going to be 35, and if we talk about Nakul, it's going to be 33 respectively. Other than that, if we talk about Panku, 40 finishes, and the team contribution is going to be 29% in terms of finishes, along with Ash and Delta lurking in the shadows at hashtag 4 and 5 position respectively. If I talk about Ash, 39 finishes, finish contribution 32, Delta with 37 finishes, with finish contribution going to be 34. Initial few days, Team Kevin Esports has absolutely went ham on the lobby, but after that, day number 4, 5, 6 were not that into their favor, and that is why Kevin Esports is looking a bit shabby in the terms of leaderboard stats.
These were the top fraggers, guys, and I would like to say please hit that like and subscribe button. We are so close for the 10k likes. It's a really great number, I would like to say, Raider. And amazingly, like, you know, the audience is the showing love to the English desk and as well as to the Hindi desk as well. So that's so amazing. But if you talk about the Upthrust as well, man, we need only 1k subscribers to hit 350k subscribers, bro. That is just a
Indeed,
small number.
indeed.
Just we need somewhat more subscribers. I'm going on social media. I'm gonna witness how much subscribers we need. So guys, please make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We are so close for the 350k. Just hit that like and subscribe button. If we talk about head to head out there, Raider, it's all up to you, man. Team EXO versus Team Global Esports right now.
Oh, it was a tremendous job. Yes, of course, we are, let's say, habitual to see Team EXO on the left corner, but then Global Esports came onto that shabby corner. Let's see what is going to happen. Well, 24 matches have been played by both of the teams, but still, Team EXO maintained a 30-point buffer in the whole total points. And if we talk about the finishes that they have acquired, it's going to be 136 for EXO and 123 for Global Esports, respectively. If we talk about the number of placement that they have got, it's going to be 126 for Team EXO. And if we talk about the placement points for Team Global Esports, 109 for their winner chicken dinners. I guess Team EXO is again going to take a toll on to Team Global Esports with 3 victories. Team EXO is going to cherish some good placement points, of course. And if we talk about the win percentage, absolutely it's going to be into the hands of Team EXO with 13%, and the win percentage is going to be 4%.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But if you talk about like head-to-head between both of the, I would like to say, MVP Global Esports versus Global Esports. Oh my god, it is something amazing we're gonna witness. Match play that is going to be same. Only, like, I would like to say, Joker and Nakul. You can see, like, you know, three finishes. Difference between both of the players, 35, 35, 33 finish contribution. This is it, guys. Hashtag 1 and hashtag 2 rank of match MVPs. But if I talk about how many subscribers we need to complete 350k, that is just only 600, Raider. Like any like, you know, I would like to say, would you like to say something to the audience, like, you know, we need only 600 subscribers more, man, like for the 350k. It's a big journey now.
I mean, even if these people are going to click it once, I guess we are going to reach, I guess, let's say 351k
Yeah.
also. That could be the case. So yes, guys, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Just smash it, man. Oh man, just put that gray shadow onto that face. Eventually, yes, the battle is pretty much over. The semi-final is pretty much over. I'm excited to say that yes, we have actually casted it. I'm actually proud to be on this desk and eventually configuring these teams and eventually loving it with the team which were actually trying to outperform. But before that, let's talk about the phantom of the match. It's going to be Team Orangutans with God with the rating going to be 83%. And if we talk about the match finishes, he has got 6 into a single individual match. Finish contribution for the team is going to be 66.7%. Total finishes that he have acquired in 24 matches that he have played is going to be 24 as well. So that's good. One finish per match. That's interesting. If we talk about MVP rank, it's going to be hashtag 31. Well, of course, Orangutans with God also did a great number in the lobby. He also tried to perform. And if these kind of performances were not there, teams like Team SouL or Team Expa could have actually qualified. But yes, as the fate goes on, you are going to see only top 18 teams going to get qualified into the whole semi-finalists to the grand finale situation coming up. I was loving the whole situation. 36 matches, man oh man, quite a tremendous journey coming for these fights. I just love the whole semi-finale, and now we are going to vibe it out for the grand finale also.
The journey is not end right now. We have the
Yes,
grand
indeed.
finals now. We have the grand finals though, and the journey for the semifinals worked pretty well. This was the only first case, like this was the only first step for the semifinals and India Rising Series 2022. Semifinals has been end, guys. This is time to take a leave, and semifinals has been end. Tomorrow we're gonna come with the grand finals, guys. This time take a bye-bye, Raider man. In front of this side.
Bye-bye, guys.
Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.